OilCountry, welcome to the 2025 Stanley Cup Final Media Day, and welcome in to Oilers Plus. We are so proud to be bringing you an all-access coverage type show today ahead of Game 1 tomorrow between the Florida Panthers and your Edmonton Oilers. I'm Paige Martin. We're so glad that you are here on this beautiful Tuesday. As you take a look behind me, two very, very important items in the building. Of course, the Stanley Cup to my right, and
It's now live for the Stanley Cup Final. Tonight's early bird prizes include $5,000 cash and $10,000 cash. The main jackpot is currently over $2.7 million. The playoff bonus jackpot is at $9.36 million. Get your tickets now at EdmontonOilers.com/5050 for more chances to win. Let's go to Legacy Heating and Cooling. Who's hot and who's not? Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for a year. Well, the Oilers limited to just one goal. Corey Perry, power play goal. That's his 9th this year's playoff run. He only had one last year. Connor McDavid, by the way, has 16 points in 10 career Stanley Cup Final games. McDavid and Draisaitl are second and fourth all-time in points per game in the Stanley Cup playoffs, coming off a loss. The only man ahead of them is Mario Lemieux's number 1, McDavid's 2, Wayne Gretzky's 3rd, Leon is 4th. Out-of-town scoreboard for Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. You always want to be in this position where you're the only game in the league tonight. Game 4, Stanley Cup Final, Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers. We will tell you a deal was consummated today as the New York Rangers basically officially dumped Chris Kreider to the Anaheim salary dump, a B-grade prospect and a mid-round pick going back from Anaheim to the New York Rangers. They expect to be active to sort of rebuild their team. Stay tuned following the game for the Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance goal of the game. Health, dental, travel. We got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. We will tell you that Leon Draisaitl finished the runner-up for the Hart Trophy. He had the most votes for any skater, but Connor Hellebuck won the Vezina and the MVP of the league, and then put up an .866 save percentage in the playoffs. This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Experience the exciting casino action at 3 Century Casino locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Dine at one of their amazing restaurants featuring daily specials. Take in the ultimate game day experience at the all-new Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Check out the best in live entertainment at any amazing location. Plus, enjoy a great selection of casino gaming options and off-track betting. Feel the thrill of live horse racing at Century Mile Racetrack. Don't miss a second of the action at Century Casino.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
You're listening to Rogers Game Night on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
They play aggressive. They're on top of you quickly. So, I mean, we've obviously talked about that, and we're going to try to address it. And, I mean, the biggest thing for us is playing fast, and I think staying connected. And we got away from that a little bit last game. And obviously, when you take a bunch of penalties early and you're kind of chasing the game pretty much from the get-go, it's tough. So tonight we got to come out with a bit of a better mindset and just use our speed and keep things simple, and that's usually when we have success.
That is the Edmonton Oilers' Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who, by the way, looked a little bit better in the pregame warm-up today, took the morning skate as well, with his thoughts on an exceptional Florida forecheck. This is Rogers Game Night, brought to you by Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers. Bob Stauffer with you, along with Jack Michaels. We are in Sunrise, Florida. We're in the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth. Legacy Heating and Cooling, home and no payments and no interest for a year. And we bring back our inside the game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, the Edmonton Oilers make a couple changes. Troy Stetcher in for John Klingberg, and Jeff Skinner in for Victor Arvidsson. Your thoughts?
Well, it's funny. After the game the other night, you asked me who I'd play net, and I said I would stay with Stuart Skinner. And I thought that was an easy one.
Yep.
We talked about Stetcher for Klingberg, and I thought that would be reasonable. I think that what we've seen with Stetcher in the playoffs and what we've seen with him ever since he's come to the Oilers, he brings an energy. And I know he's small in stature, and you're playing against a big, aggressive forechecking team, but he's quick. And one way to get away from a forecheck is be faster than the forechecker. So I felt that would be a smart move. The Skinner for Arvidsson one, that one surprised me a little bit. It shouldn't. I think you're trading players that are very similar, smaller in stature, both with offensive pedigree. Arvidsson, I thought, had played well and played with some edge. But what you get with Skinner, and I think Jack said it earlier, he falls out of bed and can score a goal. That is true. And the Oilers' depth has taken a hit because you had to move Kane up with the absence of Hyman. So they needed a guy that could score in their bottom six. Jeff Skinner can certainly do that.
All right, let's do this. Just before we get to a couple other things, I want to just talk about the changes to the deep pairing. Brett Kulak is going to play tonight with Evan Bouchard. Matthias Ekholm with Jake Wallman. No surprise that Nurse is with Stetcher. But are you a little bit surprised they've pivoted away from Ekholm and Bouchard? Or do you think maybe Matthias Ekholm was showing a little bit of signs? You know, he's been out for a while, and we know this about Kulak. He plays better with more minutes.
Yeah, a little bit surprised. I think maybe it was the goal that we saw, the shorthand. It was the goal where I think it was the shorthanded goal, or the goal that Ekholm shot the puck around, and he doesn't have the speed right now. Yeah. That if Bouchard pinches up, Ekholm just slightly below what he's normally at, Kulak can skate. And I think this allows Bouchard maybe to take a little more offensive chances, because now you got a Kulak who is a smart defender, but also a very fast defender. I mean, Ekholm was out a long time, and I think maybe this is just a chance for him to reset and play more of a defensive style and not have to worry about, as we know, sometimes there's high event when you play with Evan Bouchard. This allows Bouchard to continue to be high event with a defensive pairing guy that can take care of any blunders or any mistakes that are made.
Rob, right now, with the Oilers not having Zach Hyman and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins a little bit compromised, I mean, the Oilers have the two best forwards in this series. Florida might have the next 9 best forwards. They have 9 forwards with 15 and 20 points. I don't think the Oilers can get into an offensive track meet against the Florida Panthers. I think they got to lock it down defensively. What do you think?
I 100% agree. And it was funny, at one point in the playoffs, the Florida Panthers, I think, had 9 players tied for their scoring lead. That's how deep and consistent they are throughout their lineup. And you said it at the end of the last game, the Florida Panthers are now the highest scoring team in the playoffs. So this is a team that's got great goaltending as well as they score. And the Oilers without Hyman and having to move Kane up in the lineup and Nugent-Hopkins being compromised, after Connor and Leon, there is a big drop-off. So the Oilers are at their best, and we've seen that when they won 18 in a row. We saw them in the playoffs last year. And when they're successful in the playoffs this year, they are a very good defensive team. And in this series, even in the first 2 games that were both equally played by both teams, they still did get away. They've given up like 6 breakaways in this series through 3 games. That's too much. The Edmonton Oilers are capable of winning a 2-1 hockey game or a 3-2 hockey game, and they might have to be able to do that when you're playing against a Florida team that they get offense from all 4 lines, and their first 3 lines are pretty equal.
All right, so let me ask you this. The general rule of thumb is you don't want to overexpand teams on non-game days during the playoffs, especially the further you go on. It is, after all, a war of attrition. What did you make of the fact that the team decided to have a full practice after the 6-1 loss on Tuesday? Then the team was given the day off on Wednesday, and 16 players showed up, and then another optional skate another full skate this morning, not an optional on a game day. Your thoughts?
I think you see a team that understands the importance of tonight, understands that this is an opportunity, being in the finals back-to-back years. They didn't get the result they wanted last year. They're leaving no stone unturned. So instead of laying in the bed or watching TV, you know what? Let's make ourselves a little bit better. Now, this schedule in the finals allows for practices, which you rarely see. There's been an extra day this week. I just think that there's a buy-in from this team that we have not been good enough in the finals. We can be better. Let's go find our game on the practice rink instead of just hoping it shows up tonight on game night. So I'm not surprised. This leadership. Connor McDavid is a rink rat. I played with a guy just like that named Chris Chelios that if we had an off day, he'd go find a shinny game at one of the local arenas and he'd jump in and play. If Connor McDavid, your captain, best player in the world, feels like being on the ice, well, that usually means unless you are injured, you're going to be on the ice with Connor McDavid. So the commitment right now and the focus, I think, for the Edmonton Oilers is on winning this hockey game.
All right, I'm going to give you some numbers here. Sergei Bobrovsky, .957 5-on-5 save percentage. I mean, you hear that, you might think they should be up 3-0 in the series, especially when you factor in they're 5 for 17 on the power play, and the Oilers are only 3 for 16, and they've scored a shorty. The Oilers, Stuart Skinner's at .896, 5v5 in the series. However, as Jack Michaels alluded to, games 1 through 3 in Stuart Skinner's career, he's 9-18 all time with an .875 save percentage. He's only got a .333 winning percentage. But then he's 17-3 in games 4 through 7. Okay, that's an .850 winning percentage with a .922 save percentage. Any rationale as to why he is demonstratively better? And the Oilers are 18-2 under Chris Knobloch in games 4 through 7 of the Stanley Cup playoffs the last 2 years.
I think there's a lot of reasons. A, you've got a very good coach that makes good changes. He understands when he needs to tweak things. So I think the coaching staff is one of it. I think, two, the Oilers as a team are better. I think Connor and Leon, when the games get more important, they get better. So their entire team is led by their leadership, becomes a better hockey club. And then I also think they realize later in the series that they need to play a certain way. So I think they're a better defensive team. And I think that when Stuart Skinner has predictability playing in front of him, he becomes a better goaltender. So I hope all of that swagger that Stuart Skinner has had in the last 3-4 games of each series comes back tonight as they need it. I don't see Bobrovsky backing up. I think Bobrovsky is absolutely locked in right now. And Stuart Skinner is never going to be Bobrovsky. But he can give them a quality start. And this Oilers team can win a 2-1 or a 3-2 hockey game. And I think that's got to be the mindset of the team. But yes, when you have those kind of stats, it's like when you go into a rink that you always score in, you feel good going into that rink. Even if you haven't scored in 12 straight, but this is my rink. I think Stuart Skinner, when he knows those stats, he has a little bit of swagger going into the crease tonight.
Rob, you say that he's never going to be Bobrovsky, but I got news for you. Bobrovsky was not Bobrovsky until he was 34. He had one great playoff series for Columbus. He had a horrendous start to his playoff career of the Flyers. Then after he had the great playoff series for Columbus against Tampa, he dropped off a bit. He almost lost his job in Florida, but at 34, 35, and 36 here in Florida, he has the most wins of any goalie in the league in the playoffs. But it took him until he was 34 to become this perceived lot. Now, he had won 2 Vezina trophies, but it took him till this age to be the guy. Remember, he dropped off in his 33-year-old year. Stuart Skinner's still 26.
I agree. And Stuart, there's time for Skinner to become a very good goaltender. But Bobrovsky, he's going to be a Hall of Famer. So, so I think you're asking a lot.
Right. Bobrovsky will be a Hall of Famer, and in the case of Stuart Skinner, we don't know what chapters are going to get written in his career.
We don't. And in this series, the Florida Panthers should have an advantage in net. But what you want if you're Skinner is the advantage. You want to make it very, very close. You don't want it to be overwhelming. But on the other hand, the Oilers should have an advantage in the special teams. And they haven't. And I think that's a big reason right now that the Edmonton Oilers are trailing in the series. Their power play tonight, Bob, has to be a factor. It just does.
Rob, it's just 6 for 40 in the last 2 years. 3 for 24 against Florida in the Stanley Cup final last year. It probably cost the team the series. If it does anything in game 1 or game 3, they only got one chance in game 7. But, they fell behind. 3-0 in the series because they couldn't break through in the power play. They couldn't score, and then they lit it up. So now there is one more factor. How important, Rob, is it for Edmonton to play their game? You know what I'm saying? Not get sucked into this physical after the whistle, antagonistic style that Florida drags everybody into a fight with.
Well, John Shannon said it the best. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight, and that's what the Oilers did. The Florida Panthers are the best in the National Hockey League at playing that style. That's how they play, and that's how they're successful. The Oilers are best when they play with the demeanor of their coach or their captain, one with a sole focus. You know what? Slap me in the face. I don't care. It's not going to bother me. Take a penalty like Bennett did when he ran over Skinner in Game 2. They went out and scored on a power play. That is how the Oilers play hockey. To me, it's like the Russian Red Army. When you could go do anything you wanted to them, it never affected them. They played the exact same style.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of pests on the Florida Panthers. The way you get to the pests, you don't show that they're annoying you. Because once they know, then they've got you. But if they continue to pester you and you ignore them, they eventually go away.
That's our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. More with Rob and Brendan Griffiths during the end of the roll, first and second intermission. Jack, as Rob said, the Oilers have got to focus on what they do. That's a Ford Keats to the game for the official partner of the Edmonton Oilers, built Ford proud. Jack Michaels is ready to go. He's got the call up next. It's the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers. Game 4, Stanley Cup final. Oilers looking to even the series at 2-2 on the Oilers Radio Network.
Going back to school can be as scary as taking the winning shot, but it doesn't have to be. Northern Lakes College is here to help you meet all your goals and cheer you on. Explore programs in academic upgrading, apprenticeship trades, business and administrative studies, health, human service careers, resource technology, university studies, and more, including a wide range of courses available through continuing education. Score a great future with Northern Lakes College. NorthernLakesCollege.ca. Everywhere you need them to be.
Celebrating 70 years in the signage industry, William Huff Advertising is the most recognized name in the game. An in-house, one-stop shop for all of your design, print, and installation needs. William Huff provides quality graphic solutions for everyone. Here in our City of Champions and throughout the nation, they are the preferred signage partner entrusted by many of the biggest corporations, pro sports teams, and organizations to bring their identity to life. Recognize the name, get in the game. WilliamHuff.com.
Chemco is more than just a trusted local name. Chemco has been building industry across Canada for more than 60 years. From engineering through to commissioning, construction, maintenance, and beyond, Chemco's multidiscipline approach stands firmly on the belief that Chemco cares. It's not just what they do, it's how they do it. Visit Chemco.com and discover how they can support your project today. Chemco, proud fans of the Edmonton Oilers, serving and supporting communities across Canada for over 60 years.
Hey, Edmonton. Ever think about who gets your hard-earned money when you buy groceries or gas? For all you know, it could be buying a second yacht or private jet. But at Co-op, they put it right back into the community. That's because they're owned by 120,000 everyday Edmontonians, not a corporation. Feel good about where your money goes when you shop Co-op. Visit in store for details.
In all of us come and with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Yes. O'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Now, tonight's exclusive NHL broadcast.
Shoots and scores! But now it's Draisaitl off to Connor McDavid. Centers Kane for the hat trick. He scores!
All the action called by the voices who know the game inside and out.
This crowd explodes!
Bob Stauffer and Jack Michaels on the Oilers Radio Network.
Nearly 20,000 people packed into Amerant Bank Arena on a hot, muggy evening for Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final from Sunrise, Florida, and we've got it for you. I'm Jack Michaels, along with Bob Stauffer, and here's tonight's starting lineup brought to you by Coventry Home. Stuart Skinner in the pipes, Evan Bouchard paired with Brett Kulak on the blue line, and the first line centered by Connor McDavid, flanked by Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Connor Brown. In uniform tonight for Edmonton, Troy Stetcher on the back end replaces John Klingberg, while Jeff Skinner, his third Stanley Cup playoff game, arrives tonight as he takes the place of Victor Arvidsson. We're ready to go. Edmonton in the white, Florida in the red, and we're underway with McDavid having won the face-off. It's quickly shot in by Brett Kulak. Oilers quickly advance. A wrist shot thrust on net by McDavid. Fed it in front and jabbed that by Bobrovsky. McDavid tried to pour it in front. That deflected behind for Nugent-Hopkins. But it's a fast first shift for Edmonton, and a shot sailed wide from Evan Bouchard, who has 24 shots on goal in this series, 11 more than any other player. The Panthers will flick it up the right-hand side, and Florida fortunate to escape that first shift without a goal against, Bob. An electric start for the Oilers, who, of course, gave up a goal in the first minute in Game 3 on Monday. Nurse will tap it in. No icing. Adam Henrique flashing in. Jeff Skinner on the ice with Trent Frederick on this line. Fished out by the Florida Panthers and coming the other way, and to Luo Sturinen. Sent in deep by Anton Lundell. Here's Brad Marchand at age 37. Already 4 goals in the series. Open man Mikkola, his shot flutters out of play on a deflection, and that allows us to catch our breath and tell you that Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers, brought you that starting lineup. And with no score, 68 seconds into the hockey game, Chris Rooney and Jean Hebert are the referees. Linesmen Devin Berg and Ryan Gibbons. And Bob, certainly for Edmonton to win, well, the Oilers are hoping that we don't have another game with 17 combined power plays.
No, Edmonton's just got to play within the whistles. Great opportunity for McDavid. Almost beat Sergei Bobrovsky. Hide a little glove side.
Yeah, that might have caught the outside edge of his mask. Sergei Bobrovsky, 14-6 on the playoff run with a save percentage of .916 off the draw. Kachuk, a wrist shot up top from Seth Jones, who's had a real good series. That was blocked. And here's Evander Kane funneling it back through center. For me, Bob, this is a real key line for Edmonton.
They gotta go.
After Draisaitl didn't have a shot attempt on Monday. Panthers work it back in. A wrist shot off the rush taken by Rodriguez. A save made by Skinner and a follow-up stop on Nico Mikkola.
who has his own rebound against Matthias Ekholm. Kachuk inside, saves Skinner. Rebound, a sprawling denial by Stuart Skinner as he robs Sam Bennett, the playoff leader with 14 goals. So a great start for Stuart Skinner, stopping Bennett, and Evander Kane charges in right-hand side. A one-hander off the side of the net. Draisaitl tried to work it to the middle. That was taken away. Jones off to Rodriguez, and he inadvertently wedged that into about the 8th row on the far side of Emirates Bank Arena. 2 minutes gone by in the first period. Stuart Skinner with back-to-back denials of Sam Bennett, the second of which, Bob, was a sprawling Marc-Andre Fleury 2009 Stanley Cup final closing series type of save.
They're putting everything to the net early, and that's what I do too. Oilers have been a little deselective at times in this series. Florida, they don't waste any shot attempts, Jack.
Face-off win by Barkov, clubbed off the side of the net. Verhaeghe kept it alive, and Skinner again, back-to-back denials, point-blank range, as he stops Verhaeghe and prevents Florida from getting the early lead. Remember, the Panthers scored early in Game 3, and Verhaeghe snuck in and had a point-blank look as Bouchard couldn't find the puck. But Skinner already looking sharp in this Game 4 performance, and why wouldn't he, Bob? 6-0 in his career in Game 4 with a save percentage of better than 95. One of our colleagues, Brian Boucher, Bob, as you know, is second on that list. He's hoping for a 5-4 game tonight either way.
Yeah.
Kulak chips it out towards center. Wristed down deep by Nate Schmidt. Skinner will settle it and play it up the left-hand glass for Vasily Podkolzin, who tonight is on a line with Matthias Janmark and Corey Perry, the ageless one with 9 playoff goals. At age 40, Perry is one of only 3 to ever have multiple goals in a Stanley Cup final. Past the age of 40, a shot by Kulak deflected up and out of play. Mark Recchi and Igor Lariana being the others, and a face-off coming to Bobrovsky's right. Both teams have had terrific looks early.
I would say this, but Colson had a chance on his own entry and stopped and popped it back and put some pucks on the net.
Well, Bobrovsky's faced a lot of shots in this series, and Bob, unlike Skinner, history shows he tends to wear down late in series, and we saw a little bit of that last year.
Yep. Well, again, I think when you got a chance to put it on the net against a team like Florida, you got to put it to the goal.
Draisaitl battles in the face-off circle against Lundell. Marchand got to it and flicked it ahead for Luos-Turin, and he'll pound it in. Panthers right to left. It's Marchand short side, and a save made by Stuart Skinner from the left circle. Luos-Turin tried to twist it inside, broken up. Luos-Turin looked to keep it alive with one hand, couldn't do it. Taken out by Nurse, and here's Evander Kane busting down the right-hand side and tossing one cross corner, looking for Kasperi Kapanen, but breaking away from him is Marchand, and he'll jam it in deep. Stuart Skinner lays it off the left-hand glass and out. Panthers are going to be offside. Aaron Ekblad by a good 4 to 5 strides. The Panthers, after the Oilers got that first shot from McDavid, have ripped off the last 6 shots on net, but alas, nothing to show for it against a locked-in Stuart Skinner, who said, look, I expected to get the start because there's no reason to panic, and then he threw in 2 quites. Quite yet. Face-off win for Adam Henrique outside the Oiler blue line. Wallman to settle it down across to Matthias Ekholm as Paul Coffey has shuffled up the D pairs, and again the addition of Stetcher and Klingberg going up to the press box tonight. Schmidt to Kulikov as Florida defends its blue line. Lead pass Bennett, a drive, and that one off the side of the net. Portion of the crowd thought it was in. Trent Frederick will send it over to Ekholm, and he'll whip it up the left-hand side. Skinner fought off a check from Kulikov and laid it ahead for Adam Henrique. Henrique and Skinner showed a lot of promise and chemistry down the stretch in the regular season.
Right now, Florida's quick on pucks. The Oilers had one great shift to start the game. It's been all Panthers since.
Hey, by the way, Jeff Skinner just caught Sam Bennett with a healthy check in the neutral zone. Up the right-hand side, Connor McDavid. Lead pass from Evan Bouchard, and Ekblad will whip it off the boards back to center. Reason I say that, puck nowhere near him.
Right.
It's the kind of play that you like, Bob.
You got to do it.
Here's Kulak to Bouchard at the Florida blue line. He'll fling it in deep. Oilers pour back in. It's Connor Brown. Big hit Ryan Nugent-Hopkins as he absolutely leveled Forsling, but the Panthers able to break the puck out. Little give and go. Return offering to Ekblad is off target and winds up in the corner. Shot Forsling. That was blocked in front. Battle for the puck. Sam Reinhart, who had a goal and an assist in Monday's Game 3 victory for the Panthers. A little spin move from Barkov. McDavid on him. Carter Verhaeghe coming off the half wall. Reinhart one touch to Ekblad. Shot Forsling, deflected away by Kulak. And actually that climbed over the plexi and into the second row. 5 minutes gone by, first period. 5-on-5. Barkov and McDavid are even, 1 goal apiece. But the shots suggest the Dam's about ready to break in favor of Edmonton. Bob, is that more than just numbers? How do you feel about that
I think
matchup?
that's fair, but I got to tell you, this is the best Florida's played out of the gate early. They're just checking on Brett Kulak down at the Oilers bench after he ate that puck. Edmonton's got to get going in this line in particular. Draisaitl,
Key for me.
absolutely critical.
Draisaitl against Lundell. Shots are 7-0 for Florida after McDavid wired a shot up near the clavicle of Sergei Bobrovsky 15 seconds in. Lundell wins the faceoff. Mikula shows shot, moves it over to Jones. Now an open man, a wrist shot. And Marchand had it deflect over top. Held in by Jones. Stetcher gathered, moved it off to Leon Draisaitl. Kapanen tried to shovel it in deep, had it batted down. Lundell quickly worked up the left-hand side by Mikula, cut off by Kapanen, and fired back into the Florida zone. Seth Jones off to Mikula. He turned it over. Draisaitl inside, and that was stolen away from Kapanen and shoveled by Lundell back to center. This third line has been a matchup problem for every team Florida's faced in the Stanley Cup playoffs, including the Oilers. A dump back to center by the Panthers, and Darnell Nurse able to reel it in at his own blue line. Right-hand side for Corey Perry, makes certain to get it in deep. Thundered into by Jones, but Colson won a battle. Ekholm left point, swings it right side. Wallman wide open in the slot. Janmark around Bobrovsky, threw it in the net front, and somehow it stayed out. Cleared to A.J. Greer up the right-hand side. Jonah Gadjevich, and now Greer on the move, drops it off. Nosek a shot, and a block shot by Wallman, who stayed in the lane. Chipping and charging is put Colson. Back to get it is Kulikov. Bobrovsky showing like he wanted to interfere, did not, and allows Nate Schmidt to play the puck at his own end for Florida. Schmidt has been versatile and excellent, quite frankly, in this series. Gadjevich will dump it in. Knocked down by Stuart Skinner and left for Ekholm. 6.5 scoreless minutes have been played in this first period. Edmonton left to right in the opening frame. They wear the white with a blue and orange trim. Here's Wallman. Left-hand side. And a lead pass, right wing for Connor McDavid. Broken up initially by Forsling, ridden into the boards by McDavid. The pass to the point, Bouchard to Kulak, a slap shot. And that ended up high on the glass, taken by Rodriguez, and carefully punched back towards center. If you believe in such things, Edmonton 6-2 in its franchise history in Game 4 of the final. Knocked off the stick of Rodriguez, but Reinhart was there to bail him out, and he'll work it up to Sasha Barkov. Cutting him off, Kulak elevated and then turned over in front, batted out of midair, and a glove save made by Stuart Skinner, who has absolutely had 100% focus and has come up with 2 or 3 terrific stops. 7 1/4 gone by in the first period. Florida's ripped off the last 8 shots on net, but the Panthers, unlike Monday's Game 3, have nothing to show for it. Game 4, 0-0, Edmonton, Florida, with the Panthers leading the best of 7 Stanley Cup final 2-1. And you're listening to it live from Sunrise, Florida, the Oilers Radio Network.
Legacy Heating and Cooling Jingle auditions take 1 for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Zach Hyman. Are you ready, guys?
We were born ready. Heck yes, Nuge. Drop the beat. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. We freaking killed it, Nuge. That's what I'm talking about, Zachary Martin Hyman.
Nice guys. We're going to sell a lot of air conditioners.
Hey, doesn't Legacy offer no payments and no interest for a year on those?
Yeah, well, thanks for the assist on the copy points there, Nuge.
It's just what I do.
Legacy Heating and Cooling.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Did you know The Brick is proudly Canadian-owned and operated? We started right here in Canada over 50 years ago. Now, our 5,000 team members are proud to be your neighbor in more than 200 communities across Canada. And we support all Canadians with a growing selection of quality-made Canadian products and manufacturers. Nobody knows more about furnishing Canadian homes at the guaranteed lowest price than us. The Brick, saving you more.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
No score in Game 4. Edmonton, Florida, live from Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise. Off the draw, Seth Jones, a wrist shot. Rebound stopped by Skinner. The initial shot never got there. Luostarinen, a good look from the right circle, and Skinner able to kick it aside. Panthers bring it back in. Marchand to Mikkola. Back down low. Marchand had it swatted away by Ekholm. And Evander Kane, an attempted clear up the left-hand side, held in by Jones. Back down low to Marchand. Swung around the boards. Draisaitl took a pop, kept alive by Florida. Marchand back to Mikkola, left circle, shot speared by Skinner. And that's his 10th save already in this first period. And we haven't even played 8 minutes yet.
Best line of Draisaitl and Kane twice. I got it, you got it, routines on the left side boards. Evander Kane does some things really well. Getting the puck out of his own zone at times is not his greatest strength. Right now, it's all Panthers. Edmonton's lucky we're in a scoreless draw.
Stuart Skinner has been excellent. Again, in the second half of series, games 4 through 7, he's 17-3 lifetime in the Stanley Cup playoffs with a save percentage of better than 92. Off the draw, hoisted back to center, shoveled back in by Tkachuk. Darnell Nurse around the board. Stetcher took a big pop. Tkachuk went to the middle, but Bennett couldn't find him. Stolen away by Darnell Nurse, and he'll casually clear back to center. Fired back in by Dmitry Kulikov. Picked up by Bennett. He'll put it around the boards for first Rodriguez, then Tkachuk. Here's Nate Schmidt off balance, tipped wide by Bennett. Rebound Tkachuk, and that misfired. A pass intended for Dmitry Kulikov, escaped in the high slot, thrust back in by Schmidt. Line change for Florida as Nurse a reset for the Edmonton Oilers. Panthers are 5-3 at home in this postseason. The Oilers are 6-4 on the road. Draisaitl shovels it in deep. Grabbed by Edmonton's Podkolzin. Here's a shot by Kulak. Waited too long, though. And Barkov got in the lane and punched it back through the middle. Bouchard and Kulak will trade the puck. Draisaitl now on a line with Podkolzin and Perry. So already a different look from Chris Knobloch, seeing a rather sputtering attack through 9 minutes of play. Oilers got it in deep. Barkov quickly up to Sam Reinhart. He'll wait for Verhaeghe at the blue line and then chip it in deep. Bouchard wrapped it around the boards, held in by Mikkola. Behind the net, Verhaeghe. Inside, high slot for Reinhart. Lost the puck's location. Draisaitl got it ahead for Perry, and now Podkolzin from the red line will toss it into the Florida zone. Taken off the boards by Anton Lundell. Swiftly around, Connor McDavid breaks through. Connor Brown over the line. A wrist shot deflected out of play. Anton Lundell, who again, whenever he's elevated in the lineup, you don't notice it, not in the short term. And when you've got a guy like Sasha Barkov on the team, that's a compliment to Lundell, not a dig at Barkov.
It's this simple, Jock. They have 9 forwards. Recognizing Jaromir Jagr in the house. He's not the only big celebrity here tonight, but they've got 9 forwards, 15 to 20 points. They got scoring depth. They can come at you with 3 lines.
and that's in the playoffs.
Yes.
I mean, they've got 9 players with 15. As you know, Bob, Edmonton's deep, but they only have 4 guys with 15 points, and one of those is defenseman Evan Bouchard. Here's Ekholm up the gut, looking for Connor Brown, swatted away by Forsling. Ekblad soft chip, Luostarinen taken out by Matthias Ekholm, and there was no call on the play. Here's Connor Brown up from the right-hand side. It's bumped in by Nugent Hopkins. The Panthers tried to reverse. Ekblad thought he might have been high stick. That wasn't called either. And Marchand will shoot it in for Florida. Ekholm takes a peek. He got checked by Luostarinen, tried to nudge it out in front. McDavid was there to break it up the ice for Nugent Hopkins, and then Connor Brown run off the puck at the red line. Panthers on the counter strike. A.J. Greer off balance. 4th line out for Florida. Stetcher took it away from Nosek. The Panthers finished the check, and Evander Kane pops it inside the Florida blue line. Long toss from Nate Schmidt to A.J. Greer. He hits the line and fans on a wrist shot as he looked to get it on Skinner, and now a late call. Did Kane get up high with that check on Greer? In the estimation of referee Jean Hebert, he did.
They are looking to give Kane a penalty anytime he does anything out there. He is a maggot.
So Florida, who got 11 power play opportunities the other night and converted 3. Remember, they've been 1 for 28 on the power play at home prior to that. This time, the Panthers will go on the man advantage when we come back at Emirates Bank Arena. No score, 9:22 to go in the first period. It's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final and Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
All right, give me something big.
The Ford It's a Big Deal event is on.
Bigger.
Get a big truck and an even bigger deal.
Love it. Now the details.
Right now, lease a 2025 F-150 STX with the black appearance package from $220 bi-weekly at 0% APR for 24 months with $43.75 down. That's like $110 weekly.
Now bring it home.
Plus, there's a $750 bonus for eligible Ford owners. Hurry into your Alberta Ford store or visit Ford.ca today. Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the stream. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
Looking for custom flags, banners, or canopy tents? Aurora Flags and Banners has a dedicated team to provide you with custom solutions and quality products. Aurora Flags has proudly serviced Canadian businesses and organizations for more than 30 years. Get a quote today at auroraflags.com.
Scoreless hockey game and a Florida power play. Matthew Tkachuk off the draw, feed Seth Jones, wrist shot, dropped by Skinner, rebound, booted off the skate of Tkachuk and wide for Aaron Ekblad. Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Nugent Hopkins, Henrique, Ekholm, and Bouchard. Florida operating up top, Barkov down low. Tkachuk tried to go backdoor to Ekblad, intercepted and cleared by Evan Bouchard, and the Oilers start the kill with a length of the ice cleared. It's a minute 30 left in the Florida power play. Less than 9 to go in the scoreless first period. Panthers on the attack. Sam Reinhart hits the line, shoots it in. Around the boards, Kulak and Nurse now out there, and that puck along the boards climbed up on the stanchion and ended up out of play because that puck was released from beyond the blue line. It was more of a dump in than anything else. We come out to the neutral zone.
You know where it went through? It went through the camera.
The little hole.
The little hole.
Yeah, it just disappeared.
Bet you can't do that again.
We've actually seen that twice in our career.
And once the Oilers got penalized for it.
That's right.
Theo Peckham.
That's right. That goes back to, I think, the very first year we did games together. Off the draw, Barkov won a face-off. Here's Tkachuk wheeling at center and whistled in by Aaron Ekblad. Matthias Janmark did not get it out. Barkov slide step to his right, gives it up for Tkachuk. Hard up the boards with a minute to go on the power play. It's back to Barkov, spun down. That's another penalty. against Darnell Nurse for a trip, and the Florida Panthers will get a minute 2 of 5-on-3 power play time with a chance to take the lead in game 4. I mean, Nurse kicked the leg out. It's tough to say that's not a penalty.
They know how to sell it, too, and they've been doing that. This is a team, and the Oilers were very undisciplined in the game in Game 3, but this team knows how. Nobody's got gamesmanship like the Florida Panthers.
Nugent Hopkins out there with Ekholm and Bouchard, 5-on-3. Two-man advantage for a full minute. Barkov won the face-off. Kachuk, Wade shoots and scores. 1-0 Florida. Matthew Kachuk. His first goal of the series. His 6th of the Stanley Cup playoffs. And the Panthers have the lead in Game 4.
Right now, you got to get out of the next one.
Barkov with his first point of the series, won the face-off. Kachuk waited, and then smoked one inside the left goal post.
You got to kill the next penalty here.
Perfect shot over the pad, underneath the blocker. Minute 56 left in the second. Penalty to Darnell Nurse. So essentially a full power play after the Panthers cash in early on the 5-on-3. Off the draw, Ekholm sends a 2-hopper into the Florida zone. Collected by Nate Schmidt. Second unit has come on for the Florida Panthers. A second unit that has Bennett, Verhaeghe, and Brad Marchand. Bennett hits the line, moves it to Marchand. Florida's 2 leading goal scorers on this unit in the Stanley Cup playoffs, but it's fumbled away by Nate Schmidt in the high slot. He has to reset. Verhaeghe off to Marchand. Down the left half boards and trapped in the corner. Brown comes over, trying to force it free. He's out there with Janmark, Kulak. Wallman off the stick, got up high, but no penalty was called. Bennett cuts to the right circle, moves it for Nate Schmidt, and then gets it back. Bennett down low, missing a one-touch. Rodriguez out to the point. Schmidt to Bennett, one-timer, and that was deflected wide with Marchand setting a screen in front. Verhaeghe, Schmidt, Marchand. Verhaeghe shoots, and that was redirected in front by Marchand. Verhaeghe's got it back, loads up across to Bennett. That was tipped, played back to Schmidt, high slot. Verhaeghe, one-touch Bennett, and McDavid forces a turnover, and then it's swatted away by Nate Schmidt as he was in search of a potential shorthanded breakaway. Good play by Schmidt to make sure he got stick on puck, even as Edmonton will slam it down the ice. Bouchard doing the honors, and now Florida's top unit returns for one last rush on the power play. Down to 20 seconds on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Sasha Barkov up the left-hand side. Edmonton has given up 22 power play goals in this postseason after surrendering to 4 a year ago. Jones to Kachuk. Tried to go to the middle, deflected by Bouchard. Short side, Reinhart couldn't put it home. Shoveled back to Ekblad, and the penalty to Nurse is over. So he'll jump out of the box. Kachuk to Barkov, a shot. And a save made by Stuart Skinner with 6:16 to go in the first period. A period that has seen Florida outshoot Edmonton 13-2 and take a 1-0 lead. And only the stellar play of Stuart Skinner has kept Edmonton very much within striking distance in this all-important Game 4.
Well, I mean, they're getting the calls as well. 2 penalties, a high stick on Kane. And the stick came up on Jake Wallman, and he stopped playing thinking it was an automatic call, and they didn't call it. And this is the sort of thing frustrates you, but the Oilers are going to have to dig in here down 1-0.
Anton Lundell against Leon Draisaitl. Team skating 5-on-5. Panthers scored on the 5-on-3. Barkov won a draw. Kachuk outweighted Stuart Skinner and put it over his right pad. Face-off won by Draisaitl. Here's Troy Stecher. Up the left-hand side into the feet of Stuart Skinner. And already, again, a line shuffle. Draisaitl now out there with Skinner and Frederick. Of course, McDavid, remember, just on the ice on the PK. Panthers get it in deep. It's Eetu Luostarinen. Double team behind the net, and Nurse able to pry it loose and starts up ice for Edmonton left to right. Lead pass is a poor one, and that's an icing call against Nurse and the Oilers with 5:48 to go in the first period. Down 1-0. Bob, when you're trying to establish 5-on-5 rhythm, those are the simple plays you need to execute.
Wow. I mean, Sam Bennett got away with a hook from behind right in the mouth of Jake Wallman. It was like a fish hook. And they were on
what happened to Ben Stiller and Something About Mary?
Yes.
That's the most famous fish hook I can think of. Draisaitl won the face-off. Stetcher a high flip over Forsling, and Frederick's going to track this one down. Oh, a big hit by Ekblad. Flattened him. Nugent Hopkins put it behind the net. Frederick just one goal in the postseason. Tried to work it inside off Bobrovsky's stick. McDavid out there with Nugent Hopkins and Frederick. Bouchard looking for a lane, and that puck deflects out of play with 5:26 to go in the first period. It's 1-0 Florida. Stuart Skinner has been on his game, but Matthew Tkachuk's power play goal has provided the margin thus far. It's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final on Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Real Canadian Superstore has more ways to save than any other major grocer. Check out their weekly flyer for BC Optimum offers, deals on club size, no name, and always low-priced everyday items. Visit in-store to find everything from fashion and home decor to toys and electronics. And don't forget their new Fresh Promise on produce. If your produce isn't fresh, they'll replace it and refund it. There are so many ways to save at Real Canadian Superstore. See their flyer for details.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Leduc. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
End of the Row Flooring Centers is not only Canadian owned and operated, but we've been your go-to flooring center since 1986. The reason is simple. We make your flooring project easier. Rather than a tiny sample, upload a photo of your room at endoftheroll.com and instantly see what your dream flooring looks like in your house. Thousands of styles just clicks away. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. We've been flooring Canadians for 4 decades. Visit endoftheroll.com.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app.
This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Edmonton Oilers won Game 1 last Wednesday, 4-3 in overtime. The Panthers countered with a 5-4 double overtime verdict last Friday. Then on Monday, Edmonton took a slew of penalties and lost 6-1 in Game 3. And here's a drive by Bouchard off a McDavid face-off here in Game 4, where the Panthers lead 1-0 on a power play goal by Matthew Tkachuk, a clear by Aaron Ekblad, and Bouchard to track it down in the Oilers' zone. McDavid with Nugent Hopkins and Corey Perry as Chris Knobloch continues to tinker as he's done really since the first 8-9 minutes. He hasn't wasted any time. Bouchard looking to spark his club. Puts the brakes on, top of the right circle. Leaves it for McDavid. Cuts left and shoots, and a save. Bobrovsky. Rebound available. And Perry can't stuff it home. Bobrovsky able to hold sway and keep the 1-0 lead intact against the leading scorer in the playoffs, Connor McDavid, with 6 goals and 31 points coming in.
Oh, that was an exquisite drop and delay from Bouchard to McDavid, and McDavid cut to the middle, found time and space, and Bobrovsky fought that one off. And full-blown blender out right now because Kapanen did not have it going early in the game with Kane along with Draisaitl. So this is the fourth different set of wingers that Draisaitl's had out right now.
And we've played 15 minutes.
And the Oilers have been shorthanded for basically 3 minutes.
Draisaitl replaced by Podkolzin. He'll take the draw against Anton Lundell to Bobrovsky's left. Lundell won the face-off. Panthers missed an opportunity to clear. Ekholm kept it in at the line a second time, and finally the Panthers were able to burrow in, and now we've got another penalty called.
It's unreal.
Ekholm got the stick up.
Is it 4 or 2?
Marchand drew it. Just a minor penalty to Ekholm, but that's 3 power play in a row for
watch
Florida.
out every time they get touched. That's a penalty. But
so since the power plays were 4-4 in game 3, from that point, Florida has had 10 power play opportunities. The Oilers have had 2. No doubt. I mean, it was a high stick.
And the Oilers got to get out of this period only down by 1.
Shots are 13-5. The Oilers have gotten the last 3. But now must kill off another penalty. Barkov lost the face-off. The Oilers get a clear from Bouchard, and Jones and Tkachuk will wheel back as Nugent Hopkins and Henry quickly depart the ice. Replaced by Janmark and Brown, who made a steal, made a good read on Seth Jones and got it in deep into the Florida zone. Barkov on a reset. Connor Brown lingering and picked off that pass from Jones intended for the trailing Barkov. Up to center. Oilers push up ice. Ekblad to the middle. Tkachuk back door, and it was broken up by Kulak. Otherwise, that was an empty net tap-in for the Florida captain. Having said that, Tkachuk had a point-blank look and the short side available against Stuart Skinner.
Unselfishly elected to fire it across, and Kulak got a stick out. D-zone draw here. Henrique's got to win it for Edmonton. He's at 54% in the playoffs.
And he wins it cleanly from Sam Reinhart, allowing Wallman to duck behind the goal and then whistle one past Ekblad at the point. So already the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill has dissolved 45 seconds of this Florida power play. Panthers in the red and the blue pants. Ekblad kicks it back. Lead pass, Matthew Tkachuk. Teams leading 2-1 in the Stanley Cup Final are 45-11 lifetime. Panthers center. Reinhart to Tkachuk. Aaron Ekblad left circle. Couldn't get a shot away against Kapanen. Up top for Seth Jones. Ekblad to the middle. Shoots, and that was blocked by Nurse. Couldn't clear. Jones knocked it down. Moved it over to Barkov. He waits. Gives it back to Jones. Barkov, right circle. Took his eye off it. Got some help from Tkachuk. Booted it back to Barkov and on to Seth Jones in front of the Oiler bench. Ekblad fires, and that might have ticked off the glove of Skinner on its way wide. Rebound Jones to Barkov, right circle. Tkachuk, and a shot by Reinhart. Save, rebound, score. Matthew Tkachuk. Second power play goal of the period. Florida extends to a 2-0 lead. Reinhart double clutched, and I think it actually fooled Skinner. And when he spilled the rebound, Matthew Tkachuk was there to put it upstairs.
Yep.
That bobble by Reinhart took the steam off his shot, and I think it handcuffed Skinner. Tkachuk, 7th of this postseason, and the 31st of his Stanley Cup playoff career. Time 16:56. Another power play goal for Florida, and that's 23 power play goals against for the Oilers. They gave up 4 throughout the entire 2024 Stanley Cup playoffs. What a difference a year makes. And once that rebound became available, Tkachuk, all he had to do was lift it over the prostrate Stu Skinner. Florida now 7 for 20 on the power play in the series. The prior 2 Stanley Cup Finals, remember, the Panthers were 1 for 35. So they've gone from a microscopic 3% to 35%.
Vander Kane has not had a shift since his high-sticking penalty. And the Oilers have loaded up McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry for an ozone draw here. 3 minutes left in the first period. 2 for 3 on the power play. And the Oilers can't kill a penalty right now.
So McDavid, Draisaitl, Perry, Ekholm, Bouchard, and a face-off win for Draisaitl. Dashes to the right circle, takes a pass from Bouchard, had it deflect away from Nosek. Florida with its fourth line out against Edmonton's top unit. Bouchard bumps it in. Dmitry Kulikov on his backhand, and Tkachuk smacks it down the ice with a high stick, rendered academic by the fact this is going to be icing against the Panthers with 2:35 to go in the first. The shots on goal, a whopping 17-6 in favor of Florida. Both goals on the power play registered by Matthew Tkachuk, Reinhart, and Barkov with the assists on the last one. Draisaitl against Nosek after the icing call. Nosek able to win the faceoff. Forsling will turn and deliver a high flip that's going to lead to another icing call. 2:27 remaining.
Two high sticking infractions, basically to put the Oilers in a bad spot. Kane and then Ekholm. They score a 5-on-3 goal. And then towards the end of the power play, the third power play of the game, a 5v4 goal.
Draisaitl lines up against Nosek. And Nosek a clean face-off win. Forsling, left-hand side, gathered and cleared by Matthew Tkachuk. Ekholm the other way to Bouchard. He'll back off inside the blue line. Reach the red and shoot it in. Around the boards, Evan Rodriguez had it, lost it. Draisaitl burrowed through, forced it free for Evan Bouchard. From the right point, left side, Ekholm, a shot blockered away by Bobrovsky. Rebound, Draisaitl couldn't get a shot away, and it's chipped off the glass.
Great play by Perry, and Leon couldn't pick it up there.
Perry back to Bouchard. 5-on-5 as Draisaitl shoots it around the boards. Rodriguez on the puck for Florida. McDavid bearing down on him. Sam Bennett will break it out to Gustav Forsling. From the red line, he'll toss it in deep. Skinner to knock it down. Line change, Edmonton. Not out of the zone. Mikula winds it around Verhaeghe, and that actually sailed through everyone. And Florida's Seth Jones back to gather it as he got belted by Trent Frederick. Mikula fell down. Sam Reinhart down low to try to carve that free. Skinner to the point. Big shot from the point by Nurse. Blockered away by Bobrovsky. The rebound, Jeff Skinner couldn't get there. An attempted clear by Carter Verhaeghe fails. Then Jones turned it over. Stetcher pinching down low. Keeps it alive for Adam Henrique. And now Skinner beneath the goal line. Nurse sneaks down low to create for Jeff Skinner to the middle. Taken away by Verhaeghe. A second attempt to clear to Sam Reinhart will succeed. Reinhart through the middle, and he'll shoot it in with less than a minute to go in this first period. Centering pass, one-timer score. Anton Lundell. Florida finishing its check, and Lundell extends the Florida lead to 3-0. The Oilers cough it up from behind their own net, and Lundell has an easy one. Verhaeghe drove Stetcher against the boards and then fed Lundell for the 3-0 goal.
Oh, tough sequence there for Troy Stetcher. The puck got kind of stuck in the boards. And then Verhaeghe followed it up, and Lundell finished it off.
Time 19:18. That's a bit of a killer, Bob. Even at 2-0. You're still okay. Nugent Hopkins with a chip. Right side, Marchand bangs it in deep. Stuart Skinner up the left-hand side. Batted down. You've got Lundell. Behind the net, Marchand. He'll shovel it out to the point. Nate Schmidt. Shots on goal, 18-7 in this period. Schmidt tried to bank a dump in by Nugent Hopkins back towards center. And we're going to have a neutral zone face-off here with 12 seconds remaining in this first period. Florida, a couple of power play goals, and then Verhaeghe finishing his check on Troy Stetcher and shoveling it in front to Anton Lundell with his 6th of the postseason. And here's a guy who had just 11 in the regular season. Excuse me, I'm sorry, had 17. What am I talking about? Bouchard, left-hand side. Kulak will dump it in. He had 11 Stanley Cup playoff goals prior to that one. Now with 12. Speaking of 12, a dump in by Edmonton is cleared by number 12, Jonah Gadjevich. And that'll do it for the opening period. A decisive frame in favor of the defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, who take a 3-0 lead, having outshot Edmonton by a margin of 18-7. So, Bob, the obvious question here is with the Oilers looking shaken, quite frankly. And as they departed the ice, I was reminded of Game 4 of the LA series in 2023 with the Kings up 2-1 and 3-0 after the first period. And when they departed the ice, I rarely see you deflated, but you looked at me and said, I'm worried. The Oilers look unsettled.
They look unsettled. They're playing a way better team. That's the problem. And I know where you're going because you're talking about the goalie change. And Jack Campbell came in.
And that's what I'm asking you. This has nothing to do with Stuart Skinner, this first period performance. But does Chris Knobloch consider inserting Calvin Pickard in the second period of this game for no other reason than, hey, if you're not going to play in front of our starter, maybe you'll play in front of this guy? I mean, I don't know. I'm asking you, is it an option?
I think it's an option. I know there's people saying there was a missed high stick on Wallman when the Oilers were shorthanded.
That's correct.
And there are some people that think there was a missed high stick on Stetcher under the forecheck from Verhage. I thought that one was pretty incidental. The Oilers with Evander Kane, high stick, and a Matthias Ekholm high stick, and that's really what's put them in a world of hurt here. I mean, there's no other way to say it. Skinner gave them a great start in the first 8 minutes of that game. He stopped all 10 shots.
That's what I mean. He was terrific. He does not deserve to be yanked out of this game, but I didn't like the third goal. The third goal is a battle loss behind the net.
Yeah, and again, people are saying Stetcher got high sticked on the play. He looked back at the refs. The Oilers, you know, they can't buy a call here. And the other thing Edmonton's not doing is they're not flopping when they get stuck on plays. They're not going down, and Florida's selling them pretty good.
Well, regardless of the officiating, I guess, do you consider a goaltending change? What does Chris Knobloch say
I don't know.
to shake this team out of a slumber?
You know what? Right now, they just look like they're playing against a better, in the 2 games here, they just look like they're playing against a better team, Jack. And Florida's gotten a level that the Oilers haven't come close to getting to. That said, 2 of the 3 were on the power play.
Right.
Edmonton's penalty killing last year was such a strength, 94%. It's been an unmitigated disaster this year in the playoffs. Every bit of peril that the Oilers have been in. Think of the first 2 games against LA. Kings win 6-5, Kings win 6-2. The Oilers gave up 5 goals against while shorthanded. Then they settled down a bit.
And then the 3 against in game 1 against Dallas.
And here they are. They got, you know, Florida got 3 last night, or 3 on Monday, and now 2 so far in the first period here. I don't know what Chris is going to do, to be honest with you. Like, the Oilers aren't able to, they can attack with one line when it's McDavid on the ice. It's the only time they can generate anything now.
Speaking of McDavid, is he taking charge in that locker room right now? What happens between frames?
You know what? I don't know what gets said in these situations. Like, it might be Corey Perry, a guy like that doesn't speak often, but when he does, he tends to be hurt. Because, I mean, he created a look at 2-0 for Leon Draisaitl. Leon never got a shot off.
No.
So the Oilers are going to have to elevate their level of play because right now it's all Florida.
They've removed 1 shot on goal from Florida, but the shots are 17-7. Sam Reinhart assisted on the last 2 goals, the last of which came at even strength. But Florida's gone up 3-0 in the first period with a healthy 17-7 edge in the shots on goal department. We'll see who comes out in net for the start of the second period. Again, Stuart Skinner in the first 10 minutes of this game was spectacular, and the only reason the Oilers were even close, and it was scoreless, and then Florida got 3 in the back half of the period, 2 on the power play, ultimately 3 goals in a span of less than 8 minutes. And right now, Game 4 and control of the Stanley Cup Final belongs to the Florida Panthers. The score, 3-0 after 20. The best news for the Oilers is there's still 40 minutes left to play. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey and our live coverage of the Stanley Cup Final from Sunrise, the Oilers Radio Network.
Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trail Blade.
All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winner's Zone. Welcome to the first intermission. Bryn Griffiths, Rob Brown, Rogers Place, about 13,000 here taking this one in. I don't think a period can go any worse than that, Rob. That's just not a great period for the Edmonton Oilers, any way you slice it.
Well, Bryn, in all honesty, in the first 20 minutes, Connor McDavid was noticeable and Stuart Skinner was noticeable.
Yep.
And outside of that, it was a tough period for the Oilers. You at one point you're thinking, you know what, they may survive this because Stuart Skinner was sensational in the first 10, 12 minutes.
Yeah.
But the thing that continues to hurt the Oilers is penalties, and it's the same kind of penalties. Stick infractions. Evander Kane, when he hits, his stick is up high, and it clips the face of the player. Ekholm hits up high. The stick is in the face of Marchand. And then Nurse, when that was just you can't take that penalty if you're Darnell Nurse. That is an easy trip to call. You just put yourself down 5-on-3 against a power play that's been outstanding. So those penalties and, a big turnover at the end by Stetcher. The Florida Panthers had their run in the first 20 minutes, and they capitalized. They were rewarded with a 3-0 lead. The only good thing that happened for the Oilers in the first 20 minutes is the 20 minutes expired, because that was everything that could possibly go wrong for the Oilers in the first 20 minutes did.
There will be some fans who say referees missed it the other way, but you know what? You got to take a look at the Oilers' penalty kill. It's really amazing. 23 power play goals against this playoffs compared to 4 last year. It's night and day, but it's so hard to pick one thing or another. But the shots on goal through that opening 20, 17-7 for Florida. And in some ways that does tell a tale, but there's a lot of stories here in this first period, and I don't even know where you start. Like Bob in his conversation with Jack, they're asking, well, what's Chris Knobloch going to do? How is he going to change this up? I really don't even know myself. Do you?
Well, a lot of times, and you and I talk about it at the end of periods, what a coach goes in and says. And most times coaches don't go in.
Right.
There really is no need for it. They'll come in right before you go on the ice with 2 to 3 different bullet points. But I think this is one where the coach might come in and bring up the fact that you guys, this is an opportunity, and this was not. The penalties were the penalties, and I know there should have been a penalty called on the Stetcher play. That was a high stick that was missed.
Or Wallman.
But the Oilers still were the second best team in that first 20 minutes.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
5-on-5, the Florida Panthers were all over them early, and if not for some big saves by Skinner and some missed opportunities by the Panthers, it could have been worse. So I think this is just one where pride has to step in for the Edmonton Oilers. The Panthers are good. They are a fantastic hockey club. They're the defending Stanley Cup champions, but they aren't that much better than the Oilers that we saw in the first 20 minutes. So I don't know how you pull Skinner after the way he started this game for the Oilers, but Knobloch wanted a spark. He said, let's put Stetcher and let's put Skinner in. We need a spark later in the series. Maybe you do look at Pickard as a spark, because right now the Edmonton Oilers were the second best team over the last 4 periods of this series, and it's got to turn quickly for the Edmonton Oilers to find a little bit of confidence going forward.
Is it kind of an act of desperation to change the netminder at this point when you know that he's not really the problem here in the first period, or is it just trying to mix everything up a little bit?
But it's an act of desperation because you are desperate right now. Yeah. You got badly outplayed in Game 3. You've lost 6-1. You've now been outscored Well, if you include the overtime goal, you've now been outscored 10-1. Of the last 11 goals, it's been 10-1 Florida, so you are desperate. You are 3-0 down in a game that if you lose, you're 3-1 down in a series, facing 3 straight elimination games against the Stanley Cup champion. So, yeah, it is. The Oilers are desperate. Chris Knobloch is desperate. Now, the Oilers are a fantastic team coming from behind. They've done it time and time again in these playoffs. Now, this is the Florida Panthers, and they are better than any team the Oilers have played thus far. But it starts with the next goal. That, to me, is everything in this hockey game. The next goal, there's a difference between 3-1 and 4-0. 3-1, you believe. 4-0, you have what you saw last game. And the Oilers have got to... They've got to follow their captain's lead. Their captain came out flying in this game, but he was the only one.
Normally I ask you what would they do different in the second period. I'm not even going to ask you that. We'll just have to wait and see, okay? 3-0 Panthers lead the Oilers after 20 minutes of play. We're going to take a timeout. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's best hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's best hotels. Get paid to stay.
Proudly headquartered in OilCountry, Capital Power is delivering reliable and affordable power today while building clean power systems for tomorrow, creating the balanced energy solutions communities across Alberta and North America can depend on. Visit capitalpower.com to learn how they are powering change by changing power. Be part of their energy and join Capital Power as we all cheer on our Edmonton Oilers on their quest to win it all.
Our people, our team. It's what business owners almost always say is their most important resource. But strong businesses don't just find great people. They make sure their teams stay healthy, engaged, and performing at their best. A benefits plan from Alberta Blue Cross is more than just drug and dental. They support the whole person with flexible coverage levels that fit the size and circumstance of your business. Find a plan that gets results at ab.bluecross.ca.
Get paid to stay with Edmonton's best hotels. Book through edmontonsbesthotels.com and receive up to $225 in gas, meal, or cash cards. There's over 52 hotels to choose from. Edmonton's best hotels. Get paid to stay.
Oilers fans are doing their best to keep the faith tonight, looking for a big Game 4 win over the Panthers. 880 Ched's Riley Turgeon is down in the Ice District.
Are the Oilers winning tonight? You bet your butt. The Oilers have to come back. We can't go down 3-1 like last year.
Agreed. In other news, Edmonton police say they have charged 25-year-old Damon Kyra with 13 counts of uttering threats to cause death, along with 4 counts of arson. Police say the incidents appear to have been targeted with no known connection to Project Gaslight or previous arson investigations at this point. And a 28-year-old man ended up being pronounced dead at a home near 89th Street and 149A Avenue Monday afternoon, with police saying he had reportedly been assaulted earlier in the day before dying from his injuries. An autopsy has been done, but further testing is required, with homicide detectives looking to hear from anyone with helpful tips or surveillance video in the case. News on demand at 880ched.com.
Oilers playoff ticket giveaways are on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Plus $1 off tankards of Molson Canadian and Coors Light during every game. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
Did you know the RCMP polices over 99% of Alberta's landscape? From the oil sands to the Rockies to the prairies, the RCMP has a province covered. Providing policing services to more than 1,700 communities and with over 150 career specializations, the Alberta RCMP has something to fit everyone's goals and lifestyles. Visit rcmpcareers.ca and take the next step towards your career with the Alberta RCMP. A message from the Government of Canada.
Steelhaus Triton, two legendary oilfield services brands, one powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steelhaus is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steelhaus Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit steelhausinc.com for more information.
Patio season is on at the Canadian Brewhouse. Grab your crew, sip something cold, and hang out on the best patio in town. The Canadian Brewhouse. Our house is your house.
The Intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bryn Griffiths back live at Rogers Place at the watch party tonight. It's a little sullen in here, and why wouldn't it be? It's 3-0 Florida, leading the Oilers after 20 minutes of play. Okay, let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Taking a look at a CFL matchup tonight. And actually, these two teams this could be a West final matchup. Winnipeg Blue Bombers, though, with a 10-3 lead on home turf on the BC Lions. They are early in the second quarter, so we'll be watching that one very carefully. The out-of-town scoreboard brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Second period is up next at the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Four Dealers NHL hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. You know, Alberta's a special place. From the Rockies to the Plains, it's a land of hard work and big dreams. If you're going to tackle it all, you need a truck that can keep up. That's why I can't say enough about my Ford F-150. It's more than a truck. It's a partner. Rugged toughness, serious capability, and smart features that make your life easier, like available Pro Power onboard. The Ford F-150. Get yours today at your Alberta Ford dealer and tell them PB sent you.
Get ready to live sky high. Sky Signature Suites offers remarkable units for rent featuring sophisticated floor plans, designer finishes, and breathtaking views. Experience resort-like amenities including a full-time concierge, yoga and fitness studios, golf simulator, plus indoor and outdoor lounges for you to live your best life. Visit SkySignatureSuites.com and make your home high above the ordinary.
Hockey season is back, and so are the deals at Boston Pizza. Cheer on your team while ordering off their game day menu, or come in and see what great promotions they have going on. At Boston Pizza, they always have something craveable for you to enjoy. Boston Pizza, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Cheers to a great hockey season.
All games, all seasons. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, we have our answer. Calvin Pickard has entered the series and entered tonight's Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. He mopped up in relief on Monday night, stopping 7 of 8 shots. But this entry feels a little bit different. This feels like Chris Knobloch is turning toward a potential seismic turning point, the one that Edmonton enjoyed against Los Angeles in its first-round series a couple of years ago. Off the draw, you've got Draisaitl back together with Podkolzin and Perry, so no load up just yet with Draisaitl and McDavid playing together 5-on-5. Anton Lundell off at Edmonton dump-in will work it up the left-hand side. Wallman and Ekholm are the D pairing, and this will be waved off. No icing. Panthers on the puck. Luostarinen tried to put it down low. It went off the referee's skate, deflected by Marchand back to center. Aaron Ekblad off his back foot, locating Carter Verhaeghe, and he'll put it in deep. Calvin Pickard in the Stanley Cup playoffs, 6-0. His record, a save percentage of .888. Barkov went down on a collision with Matthias Ekholm. The Oilers able to guide it through the neutral zone. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, Bryn Griffiths, And now a breakout lead pass to Jeff Skinner. A backhander wide rebound. Couple looks. And it was Sergei Bobrovsky able to come up with a left pad save. Jeff Skinner off a little dump in. There's no net on the moorings right now. Calvin Pickard is letting the referees know. And in transition now with Florida threatening to come the other way, the action is brought to a halt. A little chip ahead for Jeff Skinner.
What a great play by Skinner. Jack, that was a tremendous play.
Skinner won a battle in the neutral zone, thrust off Forsling, reeled in the pass, and when he tried to go backhander 5-hole, Bobrovsky stopped him initially and then kept it out with his left pad a couple of times, and Skinner knows missed opportunity right there. But still, indicative of the fact when Jeff Skinner's out there, he gives you a weapon on another scoring line, especially if you have to load up McDavid Draisaitl, you can get some help. McDavid off a face-off. That could have been a trip on Nugent-Hopkins. Kulak sent it across to Bouchard. Deflected pass by Luostarinen. And now it's McDavid on to Kulak. Racing in right-hand side. A shot from distance. Speared by Bobrovsky. He'll stick that one in his hip pocket. Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer. Second period underway. We played 90 seconds. And the Oilers have come out with Calvin Pickard in net. And immediately gotten a few shots on Sergei Bobrovsky. We're live from our Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth high atop Amerant Bank Arena, who holds about 19,700 when packed to capacity for NHL hockey. Off the face-off. Marchand did not get it out against Kulak. McDavid tried to hold the zone. Lundell breaks out to center, and that's an offside against Seth Jones. Good call. A late call from Devenberg, but nonetheless a correct one. In the Stanley Cup playoffs, the Florida Panthers are 8-1 with a lead after the first period. Remember, Edmonton rallied past Florida for its lone victory in this Stanley Cup final, 4-3 in overtime last Wednesday. The Oilers trailed the series 2-1 and trailed game 4 3-0 early in the second. Henrique with Kane and Kapanen, Janmark taking the draw with Kane and Kapanen. And that's indicative of where Kane and Kapanen's game was at in the first period in the estimation of Chris Knobloch. Janmark wins the faceoff, nurse to Ekholm, and that pass deflected out a play intended for Kapanen and broken up by Nate Schmidt. 2 minutes gone by in the second period. Florida with a 3-0 lead. Matthew Tkachuk with a pair of first-period power play goals, the first of which came in a 5-on-3 situation. And then Lundell, right before the break, scored from Verhaeghe and Reinhart. Verhaeghe on the follow-through when he checked Troy Stetcher against the boards, appeared to catch him in the visor with a high stick.
So they called 2 high sticks against the Oilers and none against Florida. One on Wallman when Florida was on the power play, which was a fish hook, and then the one on Stetcher, and that is, I mean, Edmonton was outplayed. Give Florida credit, but Edmonton didn't get a lot of breaks in terms of the calls in that period.
3-0 Panthers. Nosek, a hard-working fourth-line center, unable to hold the zone. Greer looking to give him another opportunity alongside Gadjevich, who swings it in deep. Calvin Pickard sends it ahead for Evander Kane. Pickard had a terrific regular season as well, going 22-10-1. It's been a career year for the 33-year-old. Bobrovsky had his pocket picked by Matthias Janmark from behind off an Edmonton dump in, but Florida able to regain possession, and Jones will shoot it in.
Janmark's been good against Florida because he can ski.
Scored the only goal of Game 7 last June 24th. Draisaitl tried to pump it ahead for Kapanen. That was broken up. Rodriguez through the neutral zone ahead to Matthew Tkachuk. Pair of goals tonight, his first of the series. Seth Jones tried to give it back to him. It eluded Tkachuk and played up the left-hand boards by Jake Wallman. But Cole's in a fierce battle for the puck. Wallman has it back for Edmonton on to Evan Bouchard, and now Corey Perry from center ice. Little give and go. Bouchard to the net. Wrist shot, and that stayed out. Tried to go high glove on Sergei Bobrovsky, and now a penalty will be called against the Florida Panthers for a slash, and Edmonton awarded its first power play of the game at 3:14. Bennett to the box.
Well, it was a slash, and just a perfectly executed transition from the Edmonton Oilers, and they freed up Evan Bouchard. That play started all the way back in the Oilers' zone. Draisaitl was battling for possession, and Wallman reversed it to Bouchard, who went up the middle with the puck and then activated, and Perry swung it across on a quick one-touch, and Bouchard was in, and Bennett was hacking and whacking him. So you got to break through on the power play. I mean, their power play has been lights out, Jack, in this series, and the Oilers are just what?
3 for 16. Draisaitl wins the faceoff. Here's Bouchard. Winds it along. Draisaitl on to Corey Perry. McDavid, Nugent, Hopkins round out the Atco power play quintet. McDavid from the right half boards gets it back from Bouchard in the high slot. Draisaitl, right circle, cross ice shot, and Nugent Hopkins scores, and the Oilers are right back in this hockey game. Ryan Nugent Hopkins puts it upstairs, and it's 3-1 on Nugent Hopkins' 6th goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs and his first point of any kind in this series.
Well, for a guy who, he is taking some face-offs in this game, that was a finish. Shelf job from Ryan Nugent Hopkins up and over the blocker's side on Sergei Bobrovsky, and we got ourselves a 3-1 game.
Perfectly placed shot. Carter Verhaeghe scored a similar type goal in Game 3, and that one right underneath the bar, right inside the left post. And just a beauty from Ryan Nugent Hopkins, who, when he lays that wrist shot on you, Bob, it's as heavy as any in the game. Face-off coming at center and ripped out a play. Calvin Pickard inserted into the game in relief of Stuart Skinner, whose night complete. What a feed from Leon Draisaitl, and that's his 30th point of the Stanley Cup playoffs as he joins Connor McDavid, Mark Messier, and Wayne Gretzky as the only players in the history of the Stanley Cup playoffs to have 3 different 30-point playoff seasons.
Oilers thought that was icing there.
Bennett shoots it in. They gave him the red line generously. Here's a shot from distance by Rodriguez. Batted down by Darnell Nurse. Matthias Ekholm on the puck for Edmonton. He'll send it across for Nurse. Scrapes one up the right wing boards for Adam Henrique. Intended for Trent Frederick. Tried to slither through and was popped by Sam Bennett. Florida on the puck. A nudge ahead. Nate Schmidt activates and shoots it in from center. Calvin Pickard swings it around the boards looking for Jeff Skinner. Back pass to Connor McDavid. Poke checked off his stick, and here's Seth Jones the other way. Wristed down deep from the right point, Sam Reinhart. So the Oilers scoring on their power play, their first of the game, brought to you by Atco Energy, your trusted Alberta retailer. Florida has 2 power play goals and the one at even strength in the final minute of the first period. 3-1 here in the second as Kulak receives a pass at center and one-hands it in deep. Connor Brown after it. Barkov checked to the ice by McDavid. Back to Evan Bouchard. A shot and a save made by Bobrovsky, finding it through a screen, and a clear by Sam Reinhart. Perfectly placed wrist shot from Ryan Nugent Hopkins, who now has the puck from Bouchard. Gives way to McDavid over the line. Knifed off one stick. Brown got it back. Had it stolen by Barkov. Nugent Hopkins looking to keep it alive, and he does. In determined fashion, high slot shot. Kulak. Big save made by Bobrovsky. And the rebound available, but no one on it for Edmonton. Verhaeghe to Jones, and a clear up the left-hand side for Sam Reinhart, who wisely spins it behind the Edmonton net, where it's gathered by Evan Bouchard. Funneled toward the Florida net and flipped the other way by Forsling. Jake Wallman back to collect for the Edmonton Oilers, who trail this game 3-1. Leon Draisaitl takes the pass up through center. Sends it in deep. Wallman will follow suit. Perry on the left corner boards. Tried to twist it back. Taken away. Brad Marchand stymied by Wallman. Following up is Ekblad to blister it down deep. Ekholm first on the puck for the Oilers. He'll leave it for Jake Wallman. Draisaitl will pick it up. Just set up the power play goal by Ryan Nugent Hopkins. McDavid a second assist. But Colson in from the left-hand side. Wrapped it around the boards. Draisaitl takes it off the right half wall. Hovering high slot. But Colson had his stick held by Kulikov. And they're going to get, that's the call. Holding the stick stick Kulikov. Florida broke away, and there was a late whistle coming, but back-to-back penalties against the Florida Panthers have allowed Edmonton to creep back into this game. Nugent Hopkins moments ago from Draisaitl and McDavid at the 3.5-minute mark of the second period, and now Kulikov all over Vasily Podkolzin. And the Oilers will try to draw within one when we come back to Amerant Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida 3, Edmonton 1. This is Four Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Over the last decade, the world of work has changed dramatically. It's a change that can cause a disconnect between a company and its employees. But a partnership with Aon can help by making decisions that create a more flexible, engaged, and resilient workforce. Aon's experience and expertise, global understanding, and advanced analytics ensure that every client is better informed and better advised so that they can make better decisions. Whatever the next decade brings, Aon is in the business of better decisions.
Do your tires feel like hockey pucks on the road? Perhaps it's time for a new set of Atturo tires. No matter what you drive, Atturo has the right fit for you, including the all-new Trail Blade HT and AZ810, premium all-weather tires for your pickup, car, SUV, or crossover. You can rest assured that Atturo tires will get you through all 4 seasons. Available at Action Car and Truck, Point S, and tire shops everywhere. Find a dealer near you at atturo.com. Score big with the unmatched purity of Clearwater Vodka, the perfect companion for Oilers fans. Crafted with the pristine waters of Alberta, it's a sip of local excellence. Clearwater Vodka, where the spirit of the game meets true Alberta quality. Must be 18 plus. Please drink responsibly.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Draisaitl digs in for a power play faceoff against Sasha Barkov, flanked by Perry and McDavid. Nugent Hopkins on the left half boards and Bouchard stationed at the left point. Nugent Hopkins a few minutes ago scored on the power play set up by Draisaitl and McDavid. This time a faceoff win for Barkov, but ducking in was Corey Perry to keep it alive at the line for Bouchard. Left circle Nugent Hopkins twisted it back for Bouchard. McDavid on the right half boards will take a pass from Bouchard, lost the handle and had it knocked away. An alert play by Sam Reinhart as the Panthers force Edmonton back. McDavid carries the puck through the middle, hits the line with speed, cuts to his right, off to Leon Draisaitl. Oilers power play 4 for 17 in the series. McDavid to Bouchard, wide open high slot, shows shot, dishes off McDavid. Draisaitl one-timer to save. Bobrovsky hugging that far post with Draisaitl perched in his office deep in the right circle.
Edmonton got a puck possession. Great work from Corey Perry. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins just scored on a 35-footer and passed off on an attempt to shoot through a screen. And then the Oilers settle for a shot from the Leon Draisaitl kill zone. But on this ice, I don't think you can pass up, especially when you're down by 2. I know there's lots of time left in the game, 32 minutes. I think you got to put as many pucks as you can to the goal.
Draisaitl setting up against Anton Lundell for a face-off to Bobrovsky's left. Lundell won the draw. Hard rim, Seth Jones held in. Bouchard walking the line. High slot, Nugent-Hopkins. McDavid to Draisaitl from the goal line. Nugent-Hopkins, one-timer Bouchard, and a good look. That time, Bobrovsky had a clear path as Perry could not get the position he wanted. And Bobrovsky, an appreciative tap on Seth Jones for kind of clearing out Perry just enough for Bobrovsky to get a clean look. Another face-off. Draisaitl and Lundell.
Seth Jones has gone from the outhouse to the penthouse.
And he's played well in this series. Give him credit. Draisaitl wins the draw. I mean, you've got to still take advantage of the opportunity, Bob.
He has.
Brad Marchand wasn't having a great season in Boston either.
The one guy, Brian Lawton, Jack, back in the fall said somebody's going to steal Seth Jones from Chicago. He's going to totally bounce back, and he has in a big way.
12-year pro off the draw. Good play by Lundell to follow up the face-off up the left-hand side. Calvin Pickard way out to send it ahead of Marchand to Bouchard. Back past Draisaitl, and then he had his pocket picked by Marchand. Already with a shorthanded goal in this series, a wrister from distance, and Pickard makes a routine save. That's Florida's first shot of this second period. Panthers had done nothing in the second. Nugent Hopkins in front, and a save made by Bobrovsky as Corey Perry could not get a deflection on net. Still a healthy 38 seconds left on this Atco power play. Atco Energy, your trusted Alberta retailer, and Bobrovsky, that puck may have made some contact with Corey Perry, but Bobrovsky able to handle it at his feet.
Cross-check after from Forsling. That was a penalty against Evander Kane. Game number 1. Same play.
Nosek against Leon Draisaitl. Face off to Bobrovsky's right. Same 5 remain out for Edmonton, and we'll do it again.
How many times?
Well, if you're talking about over the course of the season, Bob, I would say well in excess of 200. Draisaitl moved out of the circle, replaced by Connor McDavid. Against Nosek, won it cleanly, chipped back by Perry to Bouchard. Nugent Hopkins loading up, McDavid on the goal line, circling, using a screen. Draisaitl just ran through a man. Here's McDavid, Draisaitl setting up, snapping a shot that's deflected wide of the net. Hard ram Ekblad, and he got it past Connor McDavid. That'll do it for the top power play unit for the Edmonton Oilers, who trail this game 3-1. Panthers went the first 8 minutes of this period without a shot on net after building a 3-0 lead. Oilers got one back on a power play goal by Nugent Hopkins. Here's Evander Kane for the second unit. Wallman, a one-timer at Coleman. And Bobrovsky did not catch that cleanly. Henrique on the rebound as the Florida penalty to Kulikov expires. He's unable to nudge it through Jake Wallman. And now Evander Kane with pressure in the offensive zone for Edmonton. Scooted across to Mikkola by Seth Jones, and it's wristed down deep, and Florida will get the 3 defensemen off the ice. Here's a centering pass. Barkov fumbled away by Rodriguez, and Evander Kane hard charging. Cross ice to Jeff Skinner, challenging Kulikov, who got into Skinner's feet and was able to pry that puck loose for Barkov. Nate Schmidt will reset for the Florida Panthers. A big hit on Reinhart by Trent Frederick. Reinhart stunned. Darnell Nurse up to center. Soft toss to the Florida zone. Caught by Kulikov. Up on the glass. A leaping Nurse. Great play drive. And that was deflected at the last minute by a Florida stick out of play with 10:36 to go in the second period. The Oilers have come out. They've gotten on the power play twice. They scored once. As Corey Perry suggested earlier in this series, they didn't lose momentum on that power play either. And as a result, it's game on in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final.
Well, they got a power play goal in every game. They got 4 now. The problem,
9 straight.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the second longest power play goal streak the Oilers have had in their history. Draisaitl lining up against Sam Bennett. Off the draw, Draisaitl sees it shoveled by Matthew Tkachuk. In fact, of course, they won Game 1 on a power play goal by Draisaitl when Nosek threw the puck over the boards against a hard-charging Vasily Podkolzin. Getting it in deep. Rodriguez, neither Bennett nor Tkachuk could contain, and now Mikkola will take a pass and move it up to Seth Jones. Panthers left to right, looking to get back on the attack, and Jones, I think Perry might have fooled him. He called for that puck. Perry with the steal. Bennett took it back, and a shot by Tkachuk is dropped and then held by Calvin Pickard. 9:57 to go in the second period. Bob, at age 40, I am fairly certain we were just witness to Corey Perry calling for the drop pass from Seth Jones. Except Perry was the man on the puck for the Edmonton Oilers. The old dog with an old trick. 3-1 Florida over Edmonton. Midway point of Game 4. This is the Stanley Cup Final in Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
When it comes to your new home, nothing should stop you from getting exactly what you want. Coventry Homes puts your needs front and center. They won't deep past your questions about customization, and making changes won't get you sent to the penalty box. With their customizable designs and flexible options, your game-changing home is within reach. Score big with flexibility by Coventry Homes, the official builder of the Edmonton Oilers.
Ready to score big on your outdoor space? It's game time with Park Landscaping. Transform your backyard into a winning arena with Park Landscaping's expert team. From design to maintenance of lush lawns and state-of-the-art synthetic turf to inviting pools and captivating water features, Park Landscaping will make your outdoor space the MVP. Don't sit on the sidelines. Get in the game with Park Landscaping. Call 780-486-2744 today or email info@parklandscaping.ca.
The Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation 50-50, presented by Rogers, is back and bigger than ever. The largest 50-50 in sports offers early bird draws, bonus raffles, and a main jackpot, which is growing by the second. With over $100 million invested across OilCountry, your support directly helps kids, families, and communities in need. Maybe you'll be our next winner. Get your tickets right now at EdmontonOilers.com and help make OilCountry a better place.
AGLC license number 696879.
All games, all season.
You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers have outshot the Florida Panthers 9-2 in this second period and crawled within 3-1. But the Panthers still with a 2-goal lead in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final and leading 2-1, looking to move within one victory of back-to-back Stanley Cups, which, of course, their Sunshine State neighbor, Tampa Bay, pulled off a couple years ago. Driven back in by Ekholm. Tampa, of course, won the Stanley Cup in 2020 and again in 2021. Here's a steal by Frederick into the offensive zone for Edmonton. Darnell Nurse's shot. That was smothered by A.J. Greer. Florida's fourth line out. Greer swatting at it. Nosek trying to get it out. Shot by Janmark. Redirected wide by Adam Henrique. Perched in front of Bobrovsky. Nate Schmidt up to Gadjevich, and it's sent in deep by Florida. Line change for the Panthers. Darnell Nurse on the puck for Edmonton with 9 minutes to play in the second period. Here's Luos Storinen. Got in on Nurse. The puck freed up. McDavid came back to help out Nurse, and he'll carry the puck up the right-hand side, looking for Connor Brown. That was broken up. Nugent-Hopkins hovering close by as Brad Marchand wheels it back to center. Settled by Wallman up the right-hand side. And now taking his time is Brett Kulak. Wallman turned it over. Quick shot save! Calvin Pickard off the turnover right in front and able to deny Anton Lundell's bid for a second goal tonight. It remains 3-1 Florida. And that was the save Edmonton needed after the turnover from Wallman.
Well, Pickard just fought that one off. Kulak had the puck on the right side boards and swung it back into the middle of the ice for Wallman, and he couldn't pick it up cleanly. And Wallman got stripped, and the Oilers are lucky the puck, and Wallman's going back, and he's tapping Calvin Pickard with a terrific stop.
That's a massive save from Calvin Pickard, who has faced just 3 shots since entering the game after the first in relief of Stuart Skinner, who, again, it must be noted, played an unreal 10 minutes to open this game. When the Oilers were outshot badly at one point 13-2. Off the draw, Sam Bennett looks to maintain in the offensive zone. Much better period for the Oilers in this middle frame. They've gotten one back. Bouchard, lead pass for Evander Kane. He'll chip and charge, wrestled down.
I don't know, man.
By Seth Jones. You're saying Kane released that puck before the hit was initiated?
Yep.
Here's Kapanen able to knife it back in for Edmonton. Nico Mikkola sent it around the boards for Evan Rodriguez. Who was the man who released the puck? Rodriguez up the right-hand side. Maybe Kane's not going to get that call is what I'm suggesting.
Yep, that's probably right.
Bennett to Rodriguez and played up top by Kachuk. A drive Kulikov and a save made by Calvin Pickard with 7:46 to go in this second period. And the score remains 3-1 Florida with Game 5 set for Edmonton on a Saturday night, 6:20 Mountain Time. Boy, that'll be some atmosphere for the Oilers.
Oilers got to continue pushing here and Florida's had a little bit of a pushback after the 2 Edmonton power plays. The Oilers got one. They got stopped in the second. I'm actually surprised we haven't seen more of Jeff Skinner. I think he's been good.
Nosek against Adam Henrique. Off the face-off. Trying to plow through is Jeff Skinner to force that puck out against Kulikov. Briefly held in. Ekholm now will rifle a pass up to Frederick. Double team makes a play to Jeff Skinner. All alone was Adam Henrique, and Skinner with Kulikov getting right into his grill denied the pass. Ekholm to Darnell Nurse. His shot deflected and poked into the corner. Now Kulikov is claiming his stick was held. Nothing called. Jeff Skinner forced it free for Ekholm. Nurse the drive, and he scores! Darnell Nurse cuts it to 3-2. And the Oilers have drawn within one in Game 4.
Well, you knew Edmonton was going to have to get a goal 5-on-5 from a line that didn't have either McDavid or Draisaitl on the ice. And the Oilers have been shooting high. Bobrovsky's got as good a feet as there is in the NHL. And Darnell Nurse, Jeff Skinner won a puck battle in the corner. Kept the play alive. And brilliantly. And then Henrique swung it to Ekholm. Skinner will not pick up an assist on that goal.
But he made the play.
He made the play.
Enrique and Ekholm with the assists on Darnell Nurse's third of the playoffs. Time 12:47. And we've got a 3-2 hockey game. And the Oilers have scored on two beauties, basically the exact same spot of the net, over the right shoulder. And now off the draw, a dump in by Edmonton, and we've got delay of game, flipping it over the glass. Sasha Barkov, and the Oilers can tie this game on the ensuing Atco Energy power play. And my, how Game 4 has turned on a dime. 3-2 Florida, but now the Oilers can tie it up on the power play.
And Barkov's one of their best he's their best face-off man on the PK. Edmonton's got to win the draw and get it to the net here.
Draisaitl will line up against Tomas Nosek of the Florida Panthers. This is when your power play needs to come through. Draisaitl against Nosek. Won the face-off. McDavid to Bouchard. Twisted back. Nugent-Hopkins. Bouchard. Slap pass, and that missed Connor McDavid. Perry got on it against Aaron Ekblad. Jabbing it free. Ekblad couldn't clear. McDavid back to the point for Bouchard. Challenged by Luos Torinen. Ushered around the boards by Perry to McDavid. Top of the right circle. Nugent-Hopkins. Slide step. Shot. Save. Rebound swatted away from Perry for the moment. McDavid got on the puck. Split defenders. Nugent-Hopkins across. And Draisaitl missed a one-timer. High slot, Bouchard. Nugent-Hopkins. Oilers press for the lead, trailing 3-2. 7 minutes to play, second period. Here's Bouchard just inside the line. Atco power play, looking to tie it up. McDavid, Bouchard. Now it's Nugent-Hopkins. Bouchard, one-timer, and that missed. Rebound clattered off the end boards. Here's McDavid shrugging off a check. One-timer, what a save. Bobrovsky on Draisaitl. McDavid to Bouchard, loading, dishing. Nugent-Hopkins. Bouchard, wrist shot, save, rebound, smackdown. Ekblad a chance to clear. Nugent-Hopkins, brilliant zone keep for Draisaitl in the high slot. The Oilers have the Panthers on their heels. McDavid back to the point for Bouchard. He'll walk the line. Nugent-Hopkins down low. Waiting is Corey Perry. Swung it in front, broke it up. Another failed clear. This one by Nosek. Here's McDavid in front, deflected up on the glass. Another attempted clear and pitchforked out of there by Luos Torinen. 5.5 to go, second period. Still 25 seconds on the penalty to Barkov. Here's McDavid, breathtaking rush. Denied, Bobrovsky. It's underneath his pad, and he's got it. McDavid dragged it to his forehead, and Bobrovsky, a tremendous stop to keep it 3-2.
What a rush by McDavid. A minute 35 into the shift. But where is Bobrovsky's strongest, Jack? Those feet. And he got the right flipper out there and made a great save. Edmonton with tremendous opportunities.
Had Bobrovsky sold on the backhand, dragged it back to the forehand, and splaying out the right pad, Sergei Bobrovsky keeps it 3-2. Adam Henrique won a face-off. Evander Kane to Jake Wallman. Across a one-timer, flubbed by Ekholm. Rebound behind the net, turned over by Mikkola, who went over top of Evander Kane, not out of the zone. Wallman walks the line. Evander Kane dishes off. Jeff Skinner spins and shoots, and that missed. Wow. Rebound came off the glass and out of play with 5:02 to go in the second. 3-2 Florida. The power play has expired. Jeff Skinner, inserted into this series, wins a puck battle to create the 3-2 goal, 5-on-5, and then whirled around and fired one and just missed. Looking for that same spot, top left corner on Sergei Bobrovsky. Puck out of play, and we take our final break of period 2. A game is broken out here in Sunrise, Florida. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. Florida 3, Edmonton 2. This is Ford Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in OilCountry. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oilers fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Do you have tickets to an upcoming event at Rogers Place that you can't attend? Donate your tickets to the Edmonton Oilers Community Foundation Seats for Kids program, presented by Eagle Builders. Seats for Kids provides unused game tickets for charities, allowing children and families to enjoy hockey at Rogers Place. And for many, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To be a part of the Seats for Kids program presented by Eagle Builders, please email edmonton@kidsupfront.com. That's edmonton@kidsupfront.com.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in OilCountry. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
Edmonton chipping away, trailing 3-0 after one. Outshot badly 17-7. Calvin Pickard inserted into the game. Nugent Hopkins, a power play goal. Nurse at even strength. Now Nurse off the draw. One by Draisaitl. Takes it behind the net. Wrap around. Bobrovsky a save. Rebound score. Vasily Podkolzin has tied this game. Edmonton has come all the way back from 3-0 down. And it's game on in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final.
So Leon Draisaitl wins an offensive zone draw. Nurse activates, wraps run around on the far side, and Vasily Podkolzin scores his second goal of the playoffs. He picks up the loose change, and we are tied. Something nobody saw happen when Edmonton was down 3-0 after one.
Vasily Podkolzin from Darnell Nurse. And the Oilers have dug out of a 3-0 hole and needed barely 15 minutes to do it. Off the draw, Kachuk whipped it across for Evan Rodriguez. Puts the brakes on along the left half boards. Nate Schmidt, a shot caught cleanly by Calvin Pickard. Again, we talked about it heading in to the break. Calvin Pickard's insertion has less to do with Stuart Skinner's performance than just looking for a spark. He hasn't had to be great yet. But the Oilers have been revived, and Nugent Hopkins, Nurse, and Podkolzin have brought them back from a 3-0 deficit. Off the draw in the Oilers zone. Frederick put it in across the Florida line. Nate Schmidt will gather and shoot it in from center. Sam Bennett on the puck for Florida. Spin move on Nurse. Here's a Schmidt redirected and a save made by Calvin Pickard on a redirect in front. Kachuk was looking for the hat trick. Schmidt catches a dump to center, but the Oilers shook it loose, and with help from Frederick, get it in deep. Left by Evan Rodriguez for Nate Schmidt. Up the right-hand side, Kulikov. I don't think Bennett got a touch. That's icing all day against Florida with 4:02 to go in the second period. Draisaitl, by the way, will pick up a second assist on the scoring play. Nurse with a goal and an assist in this period. And Edmonton now gets its top players on the ice following the icing call. Draisaitl and McDavid will be paired with Connor Brown, Kulak, and Bouchard, and Edmonton looks for the lead. Rodriguez won a face-off, though. Kulikov on his backhand. Had it stolen by McDavid. Off to Leon Draisaitl, right circle. Kulikov borrowing in, trying to shake it free. Kulak kept the zone for now. Here's Rodriguez on the half wall, battling a trio of Oilers. McDavid unable to shake free of Kulikov, but got into the grill of Nate Schmidt. And Florida's under duress. Rodriguez to Bennett, and finally slid ahead for Matthew Tkachuk. Lead pass. Here's Nate Schmidt to the net. Pickard way out to challenge, and he was angled off the puck by Evan Bouchard. Regained to Ekblad. Reinhardt a shot, and not much on it, and it floats into the glove of Calvin Pickard with 3:23 to go in the second period. The game tied at 3. What a turnaround.
Well, give the Oilers credit. Got to give them credit. They were on the ropes, 3-0, and you said it. Stuart Skinner didn't deserve to be pulled, but Chris Knobloch had to do something.
Edmonton did the same thing in L.A. back in 2023. They erased it inside of a period. Face-off, left side of Calvin Pickard. Sometimes it's not about what the goaltender's doing. You're trying to create a ripple of energy throughout your hockey club.
Jack, the Oilers got to at least be tied here after 2. How hard they've worked to come back from the 3-0 deficit.
Adam Henrique won the draw, lofted back toward the Florida blue line. Sam Reinhart at the red, sent it across. Jake Wallman to Ekholm. Muscled it free for Adam Henrique. He'll shovel it in. Bobrovsky sees Ekblad. Send it up the left half boards. Kapanen kept it alive. Ekholm a drive. Blocker save. Bobrovsky rebound. Barkov has it in his equipment, and it's whistled down.
Got caught in his
pants.
I thought it got his glove. No. In the back of his pants. Look at that. That is, I thought he did the old hidden ball trick there.
Well, unless he was able to grab it and stick it in his pants before the referees could detect.
He wasn't that fast.
3-3, 2:54 to go in the second period. Well, cool Papa Bell used to say, I shut the light off and I'm in bed before darkness sets in.
That is an awesome reference on your part. One of the greats.
You didn't think you'd hear cool Papa Bell in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final? Off
I
the
thought
draw.
maybe Satchel Paige and maybe Josh Gibson, but not cool Papa Bell.
Here's Luo Sturinen off to Lundell. The Panthers break out. Maybe a 3-on-2. You got Marchand a shot, and that was blocked by Darnell Nurse. Marchand fell down on his own accord, and Draisaitl dropped it to Nurse for a stretch ahead, right side for Corey Perry. Draisaitl and Podkolzin worked their way in. Both have factored in this Edmonton comeback. Podkolzin with the equalizer. And then Draisaitl, of course, with assists on 2 of the 3 Edmonton goals. But Colson had not scored since Game 2 of the Vegas series. Flipped up the left-hand side, Jeff Skinner. He'll slap it in, Bobrovsky. Rodriguez checked by Trent Frederick. Florida, for the moment, trapped in its own end, but Bennett will break out. Lead pass, Matthew Tkachuk broken up, and Calvin Pickard will reverse to Bouchard. Not out of the zone, stolen away. A quick shot by Bennett and a save made by Pickard. 100 seconds left in the second period. And off to the races is Bouchard, right to left. Beautiful dish. Henrique reeled in from behind by Sam Reinhart. Puck poked free. Frederick centering pass just out of the reach of Nugent Hopkins. And now Rodriguez one-hands it ahead for Bennett. Did not see a man. Kulikov drops it off to the trailer, waiting back door. Tkachuk shoots and a block shot. That prevents another hat trick. Ekholm with the net empty got the shot block. Tkachuk had a wide open net. And now, what do we have?
Bouchard took a high hit.
I didn't see a penalty called,
It's
though.
not a penalty. He got absolutely slonkered. You know what? He got hit, and they're going to pull him out of the game here. He's fine. He stayed down.
And now they're going to talk amongst themselves, the officials, about whether a penalty should have been called. I didn't see anything initially.
I just thought it was a real brutal hit. I didn't think it was I'm going to have to take a look at the replay.
What a shot block by Ekholm. As Tkachuk had a wide-open net and couldn't bury it for what would have been a hat-trick goal and a regained lead.
You know what? He hit him right from behind in the numbers from behind for Hagee. Right from behind. And he hit his head off the glass. That could be a boarding. Now, here's the question. I don't think there's any way they call a boarding major on it.
Well, if they call it a major, can they not review it?
They haven't called anything.
Right.
So can you call?
Nothing was called.
Right. I think he's going to be.
Bouchard went down in a heap. I never saw an arm go up.
Connor McDavid's right by the officials. I don't think there's going to be a penalty. There's no penalty.
Face-off coming, I believe, to the right side of Calvin Pickard as they're going to rule it was a whistle to protect.
Wow. I mean, Bouchard got smoked. And that's one where he definitely hits his head on the glass. And you wonder if that's Evander Kane hitting the guy there, is it called? I mean, it's right in the numbers. He does leave, his feet leave the ice on the hit. That is something that's not a... Got to tell you, I'm a little surprised. Upon further review, he definitely jumps up to make impact on the hit.
So a face-off to Pickard's right. No penalty was called on the play with 1:11 to go in the second period. Edmonton is dug out of a 3-0 hole and forged a 3-3 tie. Off the draw, Barkov and Reinhart battle for possession. Verhaeghe joins the fray. Barkov forced it back. Forsling a drive, and that disappeared into a crowd. Picked up by McDavid. Lead pass, Leon Draisaitl for the lead. He dishes off. Looking for Connor Brown, who had it hacked away by Reinhart. Flipped back the other way by Carter Verhaeghe, cut off by Ekholm, who races over to make a play onto Connor Brown. Lead pass, Leon Draisaitl left wing. He'll back off. Checked by Verhaeghe. Draisaitl to McDavid. He'll shoot it in with a half minute to go in this second period, and now we've got another penalty, and it's an elbowing call.
And it's on Leon. Oh, man. Every critical time here.
Draisaitl to the box with 32 seconds to go. First 3 power plays of the game went to Florida. The next 3 for Edmonton, and a no-doubter as Draisaitl got the chicken wing in the jaw of Gustav.
That was a Glenn Anderson special right there.
So a face-off to the right of Calvin Pickard with the game tied at 3. What a reversal. Florida led 3-0 after 1 out, shot Edmonton 17-7. Now it's 3-3, and the Oilers have come out in this period with 17 shots on net against Florida. Off the draw, the Panthers against Adam Henrique and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill. Reinhart. Wallman with pressure. Forced a bad pass from Tkachuk. Made the steal. Got trapped in the corner. Nudged free. Back to the point for Seth Jones. 5 seconds. Tkachuk inside. Left circle shot. Save made by Pickard on Aaron Ekblad. The rebound bounces Tkachuk at the horn. Won't get it off. And the Edmonton Oilers get out of this second period having erased a 3-goal deficit in a span of less than 15 minutes. And then 2 key saves. Pickard against Ekblad in the final seconds of the period. But before that, the denial off the Jake Wallman turnover. And that was a tremendous stop he made to keep this game within reach for Edmonton. And ultimately the Oilers now will be killing a penalty, but they'll begin a period dead even in this hockey game.
It's kind of hard to believe given the position they were in after 1, but they battled back here. Massive kill to start the third period. What I liked in that period, the line of Henrique along with Skinner and Frederick. gave Edmonton a little bit of territorial time and space in the offensive zone.
Frederick landed a few hits.
And then, and some greasy plays by Skinner to chisel some pucks. He almost put the puck in himself. He doesn't get an assist on the 3-2 goal, but he makes
made the play.
And then Darnell Nurse, who had a tough first period, responds with a goal and an assist. But Colson, who never stops working, he gets a goal. We're tied at 3. We're going to have ourselves a heck of a finish here, Jack, in the third period.
Well, it's been quite a significant swing, and much like the first 2 games where the teams have kind of traded turns in terms of not only territorial domination but production on the scoreboard, Florida's 3-0 lead evaporates in less than 15 minutes, and that's without a goal from McDavid or Draisaitl. Nugent-Hopkins on the power play, Nurse with a goal and an assist, as Bob mentioned, and Vasily Podkolzin on a setup from Draisaitl with the equalizer at even strength, and then Calvin Pickard with a big save on Anton Lundell and right at the horn stopping Aaron Ekblad. But Edmonton not out of the woods just yet. They'll be on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill for the first minute 29 of the upcoming third period. But they'll do it in a brand new hockey game. Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. It's either down 3-1 and facing elimination on Saturday night, or going home with the series tied at 2 and having 2 of the final 3 games on home ice. That's the opportunity that lies in front of the Edmonton Oilers, who've battled back from a 3-goal deficit to create a 3-3 tie with 20 minutes to play in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. On deck, Bryn and Rob with their comments. We're live in Sunrise, Florida, with coverage of the Stanley Cup Final and Ford Dealers NHL Hockey, the Oilers Radio Network.
Tired of skyrocketing energy bills? Switch to clean, affordable power with Horizon Solar. Whether you want to cut costs, go green, or increase your home's value, Horizon Solar has you covered with tailored solar energy solutions. With current government incentives, there's never been a better time to make the switch. Own your power, control your bills, live sustainably. For your free assessment, call Horizon Solar today or visit horizonsolar.com to get started. Horizon Solar, where going green makes sense.
It's our YEG with 880 Chad.
Saddle up for the 72nd Wainwright Stampede, June 20th to 22nd. Enjoy high-stakes rodeo action, WPCA chuck wagon races, pancake breakfasts, and more. Tickets at WainwrightStampede.com. Then get revved up for the ultimate showdown as high-powered machines tear up the dirt oval at Rad Torque Raceway, June 20th and 21st with the Western Cup. Info and tickets at radraceway.com.
For details on these and more events, visit 880ched.com. At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Now Nurse off the draw, won by Draisaitl. Takes it behind the net, wrap around Bobrovsky, a save, rebound, score! Vasily Podkolzin has tied this game. Edmonton has come all the way back from 3-0 down, and it's game on in Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final.
And that's our highlight zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and right next door to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the second intermission. Bryn Griffiths, Rob Brown. We're at the watch party at Rogers Place. This place went from, maybe a little down in the dumps to rather excited after 40 minutes of play. And, hey, Kellen Kennedy is our producer. And before we get to Brownie, Kellen, I want to know if you've been able to digitally erase everything that was said in the first intermission, because what a change in the period. Everything okay, Kellen?
Yeah, everything's good. I have the history eraser button out here. I got the Mac Tea blender. I've got all everything happening. So we're doing fine back here.
Rob, so there we go. We start fresh after 40 minutes of play, and we start fresh, tied at 3. Wow.
Yeah, but this is what we've seen, Bryn, through this series, is one team will dominate for a period, and they either get rewarded or they don't. And tonight, the Panthers were rewarded. They deserved a 3-0 lead after 1. And then the Oilers came out, and they were the better team. And again, they were rewarded. They were rewarded where they should have been. They were that much better in the second period. So when you have 2 great teams going at it, when you have your momentum swing where things are going your way, you have to capitalize. Both teams have done that through 40 minutes, and now it's just a matter of who gets the save or the bounce or the shot or the break or whatever it may be in the final 20 minutes can really change what this series looks like 20 or 30 or 40 or whatever minutes this game takes to finish. But a big difference at the game's end being 2-2 or 3-1 with whatever happens over the next however long it takes.
Yes, exactly. Shots on goal in the first period favored Florida 17-7. And then in a complete turnaround, the Edmonton Oilers was 17 shots that period compared to 10 for the Florida Panthers. You and I talked about, does anybody say anything? What did they do with the goaltending change? And I don't know what was said. I don't know, how you view the goaltending change. Let's talk about the goaltending change first, just enough to give the team a little bit of a jolt or a wake-up call, because you can't blame Stuart Skinner, at least I don't think, on the way he played in the first period.
Well, no. It was simply you're giving your team a jolt. And you needed something. After the 6-1 loss, they threw in a couple new players. And it hasn't worked as well for Stetchers. I don't think he had a shift in that period. But they looked for a jolt from their team by putting in new bodies, just a little more energy, a little excitement. And after the first period, that was a very quiet bench. They had nothing going for them, so they threw in a different goaltender. And what Pickard gave him, he didn't see a puck, I think, for the first 10 minutes of the period.
Yeah.
But there was that one moment. Lundell, there was a turnover by Wallman. Lundell's by himself. That is a moment, that is a game-changing save by Pickard, because that would have put the Panthers back up by 2. And he makes the save, and all of a sudden the Oilers come back and tie the game late. So we've seen everything that Chris Knobloch has done with his goaltendings over the course of his almost 2 years here has worked. Well, so far in this game it has worked, but Calvin Pickard still has some work to do here in the final 20 minutes, and he will be called upon to make another couple big saves.
Bit of a Jekyll and Hyde game, too, for Darnell Nurse, who was not very good in the first period, but it was, he was very solid in the second.
Well, Darnell Nurse and everyone else on the Oilers roster, Jekyll and Hyde, because everybody was bad in the first. There was nobody that was good. And the Oilers came out, and everybody that played in the second period was good. Nurse is a good hockey player. And in the second period, he asserted himself. Big goal that he scored. That is a nice shot, and it's funny. I got all my buddies texting, what a great shot by Nurse, and it was. Had that gone in on Skinner, it would have been, what a terrible goal to give up. But when you look at it from your side, that was a good goal. He put it in a spot that you can score. Goaltenders have that spot available on them nowadays, and the players in the National Hockey League in this era can hit that. That's a number, 3-4 defenseman is able to hit that spot. So a fantastic second period. Probably an unnecessary penalty by Leon at the end of the second. So the Oilers are going to have to kill to start the third. But this has turned into be what we expected before the game started. It came around a different way.
Yeah, you can't be surprised by the way the Oilers have rallied, because that's all they've done in the playoffs. It's been so much fun to watch. And once again, hey, listen, in the barn here, it was electric after the first period. The way the first period went, it's been fun to watch. So now obviously the Oilers got to get through the first 1:29 of the period. That's the slop over on the Draisaitl penalty. But I think this will start to settle in a little bit, or is it going to be end to end with chances being?
Neither. Well, the thing is, I don't think it's been end-to-end yet. It's been in one end for one period, and it's been in the other end for the other. They haven't had end-to-end hockey. I would imagine that this third period, both teams would like a little more low event.
Yeah.
I think both teams have given up too many grade A scoring chances, and even Florida could have had 2 or 3 more in the first. The Edmonton Oilers could have had 2 or 3 more in the second. There were a lot of, Leon, Bouchard breakaway, Leon breakaway, McDavid breakaway. There was Skinner breakaway. There was 4 breakaways for the Edmonton Oilers. So this is, the importance of this game is huge. Now, if the Oilers lose, the series isn't over. The Florida Panthers lose, the series isn't won for Edmonton. But if the Oilers lose facing elimination 3 straight games, that's a lot to ask. So this next 20 minutes, or whatever else they may need to decide it, could be the Oilers' season. And they know that sitting in the dressing room. And right now they're feeling pretty good about where their game is at. Pickard has gave him a save or two already. He's going to have to give him a couple more here in the third. And everything you have. This is why you play the game. Every one of those players in the dressing room right now is thinking, this is exactly what I wanted in my time in my hockey career, is to be going into the third period tied in a Stanley Cup final games. This is what they live for, and now they're going to have the opportunity to live out that dream.
Thanks, Rob. We'll talk to you after the third period. I don't know where we go from there, but thank you. We'll take a timeout. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford dealers, NHL hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, folks. Paul Brandt here. Around these parts, we work hard, play hard, and we demand the best. Sometimes you need a truck that's a cut above. The Ford Super Duty. Tough enough for any job with the style and luxury you deserve. It's as powerful as it is refined, with cutting-edge features that make every drive a pleasure. In short, this ain't your everyday pickup. The Ford Super Duty. Drive the finest truck Alberta has to offer today at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
Did you know the RCMP polices over 99% of Alberta's landscape? From the oil sands to the Rockies to the prairies, the RCMP has a province covered. Providing policing services to more than 1,700 communities and with over 150 career specializations, the Alberta RCMP has something to fit everyone's goals and lifestyles. Visit rcmpcareers.ca and take the next step towards your career with the Alberta RCMP. A message from the Government of Canada.
RS Breakers and Controls, Canada's leader in new, used, tested, and obsolete circuit breakers, MCC buckets, bus plugs, and switches. They have everything you need to maintain your aging electrical infrastructure, ensuring it operates as good as new. Their 24/7 emergency response gets you back up and running quickly, saving valuable time and money. Minimal generators or modifications needed, and like-for-like replacements mean no special inspections. Don't replace, repair your legacy equipment with RS. Visit rsbreakers.com.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. In a major escalation, Israel has attacked Iran with explosions booming across Tehran early Friday. Israel says its Air Force targeted Iranian nuclear and military sites without identifying them, with Israel now also closing its airspace, expecting Iran to retaliate. Israel has warned for years it will not allow Iran to build a nuclear weapon, something Tehran insists it does not want, although officials there have repeatedly warned it could. And against all odds, officials say one of the passengers aboard a doomed Air India passenger jet managed to survive after it went down in a residential area of Ahmedabad shortly after takeoff, killing the remaining 241 people on board. The survivor has been identified as Vishwash Kumar Ramesh. A medic has said that Ramesh was thrown out of the plane as it broke apart and exploded, and then walked injured to a nearby ambulance for help. Meanwhile, the husband of a Canadian believes his wife was on board the London-bound flight, with at least 5 medical students staying at the hostel it crashed into also killed. News on demand at 880ched.com.
Rogers is Canada's largest and most reliable 5G network. We're made for Oilers fans. You can stream Leon scoring in Ledoux. Watch Tide tie things up in Tofield. Or check out Connor doing Connor things in Kalmar. And even watch Stewart steal the show while you're in Sedalia. Try saying that 3 times fast. Rogers, proud partner and fan of your Edmonton Oilers.
Play Alberta has hundreds of casino games right at your fingertips. Join thousands discovering why Fortune Coin is one of Alberta's most popular games. Fill your reels with golden coins. Multiply your prizes up to 6 times and turn good spins into legendary ones. Land the Fortune Coin symbol to win cash. Trigger the jackpot. Launch the free spins bonus and watch as the dragon takes over your screen. New players get 100 free spins only on playalberta.ca. Claim your offer today. If you gamble, use your game sense.
Businesses deserve the best protection against cyber threats. Alltech offers state-of-the-art IT and cybersecurity solutions to safeguard digital assets. The team of experts at Alltech are dedicated to providing the highest level of security, ensuring that data remains safe and operations are seamless. With Alltech, businesses can focus on growth while the rest is handled. From advanced threat detection to comprehensive data security, Alltech has it covered. Choose Alltech for reliable and effective cybersecurity. Visit alt-tech.ca now to learn more.
The Intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Spring Group is back at Rogers Place. We are tied at 3 after 2. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Just kind of keeping an eye on a CFL matchup tonight between two teams that could easily appear in the Western Final. In Winnipeg tonight, the Bombers with an 18-10 lead on the BC Lions, who looked pretty good last weekend against the Elks. Now that at 11:47 of the third quarter. We'll watch that one carefully as evening rolls along. That's your out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. Hang in there. The third period is coming up next. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Four Dealers NHL hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Proudly headquartered in OilCountry, Capital Power is delivering reliable and affordable power today while building clean power systems for tomorrow, creating the balanced energy solutions communities across Alberta and North America can depend on. Visit capitalpower.com to learn how they are powering change by changing power. Be part of their energy and join Capital Power as we all cheer on our Edmonton Oilers on their quest to win it all.
Did you know the Brick is proudly Canadian-owned and operated? We started right here in Canada over 50 years ago. Now, our 5,000 team members are proud to be your neighbor in more than 200 communities across Canada. And we support all Canadians with a growing selection of quality-made Canadian products and manufacturers. Nobody knows more about furnishing Canadian homes at the guaranteed lowest price than us. The Brick, saving you more.
Athletes know that to advance your career, you've got to be part of a winning team. So, what about you? Are you working for a winning team? Well, here's your chance to do just that. Brandt is a strong and stable industry leader with career opportunities across Canada. We have hundreds of positions available right now, from parts, sales, positioning technology, heavy-duty mechanics, and more. Be a part of a winning team. Earn your stripes by joining Brandt today. Find out more at BrandtJobs.com.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Oilers 50-50, of course, live for the Stanley Cup Final with a main jackpot over $3.4 million and a playoff bonus jackpot exceeding $9 million. Early bird prizing $5,000 and $10,000 cash prizing. The Florida Panthers will be on the power play, but they have frittered away a 3-0 lead after one. Kachuk scored a pair on the power play, and Lundell at even strength. 3-0 Panthers after one. Calvin Pickard came into the game, and Edmonton came storming back. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, a power play goal 3.5 minutes in, and then Nurse with a goal and an assist. At even strength, Vasily Podkolzin, the equalizer with 4:55 to go in the second, and it's 3-3. Panthers got a power play late, as taking a penalty for elbowing was Leon Draisaitl. So McDavid will begin the period on the Napa Auto Parts penalty kill to take the face-off for Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Ekholm and Woolman round out the Napa Auto Parts penalty-killing quartet. Game tied at 3. Oilers were outshot 17-7 in the first and outscored 3-0. Came back to tie it and outshot Florida 17-10 in that second period. Barkov wins the face-off. He has 2 assists tonight. The Florida captain, his first 2 points of the series, sends it in deep. Wheeled around the boards by Reinhart to Matthew Kachuk, who scored the 2 power play goals in the first, but was stopped point blank by Ekholm on an empty net situation late in period 2. Here he guides one to Aaron Ekblad, then back to Kachuk coming off the right circle with a feed to Jones. Ekblad shot, hit Nugent-Hopkins, rebound sailed into the corner, grabbed by Jones. Reinhart steers to Ekblad, down low to Jones, outside the left circle. Ekblad, right circle, Kachuk, quick snapped it over to Sam Reinhart, ducks inside, stripped. Ekholm did not get it out, stepping up as Ekblad to hold the zone against Nugent-Hopkins. Remember the dangerous McDavid lurking. Reinhart threads a pass through to Kachuk in front, redirected. What a save! What a stop made by Calvin Pickard! On Barkov, who kicks it out for Jones. Ekblad, a snapshot blocked by Ekholm and cleared down the ice. Calvin Pickard with 3 tremendous saves on Lundell, Ekblad, and just now Sasha Barkov. Lead pass. Brad Marchand tips it in, races in, picks it up, sends it out to the point. Forsling walking the line. Power play set to expire. Shot by Forsling, backhanded wide by Verhaeghe. Rebound Marchand. Edmonton at full strength. Draisaitl on the ice now with Janmark and Connor Brown. Verhaeghe crunched in the corner by Nurse. Marchand makes a move, cuts inside, tried to center, and that was broken up. Forsling will wind it along the boards for Sam Bennett. He gives way to Carter Verhaeghe. Snapped it out to center ice. Kulikov was not in the zone just yet. Fires it in deep.
Oilers D's got to get a change here, Jack. They've been out there a while.
Kulak to Nurse. Long toss, bumped in by Frederick. Mikkola gathers for Florida. Up the left side. Luostarinen, centering pass tipped, and another kick save made by Pickard. Rebound sitting in the blue paint and dug out by Kulak. Rebound Janmark. They can't hear you from up here, partner.
No,
shoveled in by Kulikov, knocked down by Calvin Pickard. He'll send it up the left-hand side for Evan Bouchard. Launches one that's batted in by Adam Henrique. Forsling will whistle one back to center. Bouchard to knock it down. 2.5 gone by in the third period. Game still tied at 3. Florida scored the first 3 goals. Edmonton the next 3. As a second period that has bedeviled the Oilers in this Stanley Cup final goes their way, and in a big way tonight in Sunrise. Just when Edmonton needed it. Guided by Nosek. Up to Forsling. A drive by Ekblad. Redirected up over top. Taken off the plexi by Nosek. Forsling to the right point. Ekblad outside the right circle. Checked by Podkolzin. Forsling. Right circle. Bumped. Shot. And that was blocked by Wallman against Nosek. And the rebound cleared without a problem by Vasily Podkolzin, who, remember, tied this game late in the second.
Florida with a good start, though. Here, the Oilers got to respond.
Well, Pickard has made 3 tremendous stops in this hockey game. Stoning Barkov on a beautiful setup for Matthew Tkachuk. Panthers onside. Toe drag Verhaeghe. Didn't get the shot through. Ekholm, another key block. Boy, has he come up with some seismic plays tonight. Panthers bring it across the line. Barkov trying to thread it through to Reinhart. Instead grabbed by Verhaeghe. Shot Barkov wide. And a live hop off the dashboards. Eventually grabbed by Barkov himself. Put it on the tape of Reinhart. One-timer Mikkola and a save. Pickard way out to challenge. And the rebound tucked back to center. And what do we have here?
Now, did his mask got knocked off?
Pickard did. Yeah, the strap came loose. Pickard, a sprawling right pad save on a beautiful redirect by Sasha Barkov. That was some kind of feed from Tkachuk, and Pickard came up with the goods.
Pickard's just got to slow it down here. Try to help his team get recalibrated.
Well, this is part of the gamesmanship, and this is part of what Calvin Pickard brings. In all-ice awareness that his teammates really appreciate. I go back to that midwinter game where Calvin Pickard read a centering pass on Long Island and fired a pass that was probably ticketed for Draisaitl. McDavid picked it off on its way and sent Draisaitl loose for the game-winning breakaway on a play triggered by Pickard.
Leon's got to win a D-zone draw here as Pickard continues to buy a little bit more time.
4 minutes gone by, third period. Florida 3, Edmonton 3. Panthers lead the best-of-7 Stanley Cup final 2-1. Face-off win Rodriguez. Rebound Seth Jones. Put it around the boards. Tkachuk lets it go through Nico Mikkola. Behind the net, disrupted by Ekholm. Janmark gives way to Draisaitl. And Ekholm, with the puck given to him by Draisaitl, eventually directs on to Brett Kulak. Swung in by Evander Kane. Janmark moves in on the forecheck. Won a battle for Mikkola. Kane comes over with help. Janmark poked it free for Draisaitl, back to Wallman. And that puck ate him up. That's where Wallman, being a left-handed shot on the right side, that can get you. Wallman will reset behind the Edmonton net. Nearly 5 minutes having elapsed here in the third period. Evander Kane on to Frederick, and that puck wobbles off the glass and settles into about the fifth row here at Amaret Bank Arena. Game tied at 3, face-off coming to neutral ice, and the Oilers, no shots yet in this third period against Sergei Bobrovsky, who was touched for 3 on 17 in the middle frame.
And the Oilers have wobbled a bit here out of the first 4:47.
Well, part of it is they were short-handed.
To start, got to get recalibrated here.
Sergei Bobrovsky, remember, only Tuukka Rask in the history of the Stanley Cup Final had faced more shots than Bobrovsky did in the first 3 games. Would that workload start to wear him down? Trent Frederick in across the line. Pocket picked by Brad Marchand. Driving in from the right-hand side, only to be disrupted by Darnell Nurse. And unlike Stuart Skinner, historically, Bobrovsky's play drops off as the series moves along. Here's a centering pass by Lundell. Of course, Calvin Pickard is in for Edmonton. Skinner chased after giving up 3 on 17 in the first period. Kulikov off an Edmonton dump in, and Nate Schmidt quarterbacking for the Panthers. Nugent Hopkins, McDavid, and Connor Brown sent over the boards by Chris Knobloch. Schmidt whistles one off the boards. Bouchard, by now having returned to action, remember he was stunned on the hit up high by Verhaeghe. That was not called a penalty. Verhaeghe shovels it in deep. Bouchard wound it around right-hand side. Brown got steamrolled, got it to Connor McDavid, in over the line. He'll attack back off. Verhaeghe was back. McDavid tried to feed Ekholm, but his spinning shot deflected off a skate. Brown put it around the board, shoveled back down low by Bouchard. Centering pass attempt for Brown, broken up, and here come the Panthers. Verhaeghe angled one behind Bouchard. Bouchard might have gotten away with a brief hold. Ekholm came over, crowd didn't like it. Tkachuk a steal, a dish, a shot. Forsling missed the net.
Wow.
Rebound Aaron Ekblad at the right point. Put it down low for Matthew Tkachuk. He'll backhand it out to the point. One-timer deflected up high and blockered by Pickard into his own glove. He makes the save, and then a late little shot delivered on Verhaeghe. And quickly the players pry it apart with 13:24 left in regulation. The Oilers have rallied from a 3-goal deficit, and Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final is tied. You're listening to it live from Sunrise, Florida. It's NHL hockey. Brought to you by our friends at the Ford Dealers, the Oilers Radio Network.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in Oil Country. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
Did you know that there are 9 Napa Auto Parts stores serving the greater Edmonton area and have been doing so for more than 50 years? Since Napa first opened in Edmonton, the community has grown and vehicles have changed, but you can always trust Napa Auto Parts to provide you with the expert know-how and the best vehicle parts. And if that isn't enough, every time you visit a Napa Auto Parts store when you present your AMA card, you receive an additional 10% discount on all retail parts and accessories. Visit your local Napa Auto Parts store for more offers and expert know-how. Napa Auto Parts is a proud fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
When the Oilers are on the ice, the big hits are a part of the game. But they shouldn't be a part of your drive. If you've been injured in a car collision, let James H. Brown & Associates and their over 200 years of combined injury law experience help you. Locally owned and proud Edmonton Oiler fans, James H. Brown & Associates is ready to support you with their unrivaled experience, unrivaled results, and unrivaled commitment. When accidents happen, head to jameshbrown.com.
Today you can score at A&W. Enjoy a juicy grass-fed beef mama burger and fries for only $5. Available in-store or on the A&W mobile app at participating locations in Oil Country. This fantastic deal is available all day today at A&W.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
No team in the Stanley Cup Final has blown a 3-goal lead since the Oilers did in Game 1 against Carolina back in 2006 and gone on to lose the game, it should be said. But that's what Edmonton's trying to turn as far as a trick on the Florida Panthers. They trailed 3-0 after one. They got all three back in the first 15 minutes of the second period. And now a face-off to the right of Calvin Pickard. Florida has come out in this period and registered the first 5 shots on net of the period. And Calvin Pickard has been perfect. And he's made a couple of tremendous stops in the process. On Barkov here in the third period and on Lundell and Ekblad at the tail end of the second. A clear by the Oilers and a reset by Florida. Panthers moving right to left. They're in the red. Oilers are in the white. Nurse forces a puck free. Here's Draisaitl sending it ahead for Janmark. Chris Knobloch likes what Janmark's brought to the table. Here's an outlet pass. Kulikov to Sam Bennett. Chopped wide of Calvin Pickard and tracked down by Matthew Tkachuk, who had a couple of power play goals in the first to help stake Florida to that 3-0 lead. Tkachuk tried to bank it off Pickard. That glanced off the outside of the net. Bennett to the point. Mikkola put it down low for Tkachuk. Centering pass off a skate belonging to Nurse. Then snatched away for a moment. And it's Draisaitl giving way to Brett Kulak. Rodriguez thought he had a steal. The lead pass of Evander Kane sent it in deep. And now we've got a penalty for a trip up ice. And this will be whistled against the Florida Panthers. And the Edmonton Oilers will have an opportunity to take their first lead of the night.
Well, Leon kept his feet moving, and Bennett picked him off.
12:26 remaining. Draisaitl was cutting toward the middle of the ice, and Bennett tripped him. So he'll go to the box, and now Edmonton with a chance, again, to take that lead and do something no team has done in the Stanley Cup in 19 years. Face-off, right side of Sergei Bobrovsky.
Rally from a 3-goal deficit
in a Stanley Cup final game.
And
you know what happened.
Yes, we know what happened.
Draisaitl digging in. McDavid and Perry in the slot. Nugent Hopkins on the half wall. Evan Bouchard at the point. And a face-off, Nugent Hopkins to Bouchard. And then he tried to go down low for Connor McDavid, a centering pass that's going to be picked off by Barkov. Behind the net, Aaron Ekblad. Ekblad trying to force this puck free. The Oilers dig in on the Atco power play. You've got 5 players behind the Florida net, all battling, and finally Forsling emerges, and Bouchard was able to keep it in. He went both knees down to hold the zone. McDavid returned the puck to Draisaitl, over to Bouchard, left half boards, Nugent Hopkins. Bouchard to Draisaitl, the pass was tipped. Recovered easily by Draisaitl, poked away from Corey Perry, who threw it around the boards and passed everyone. More recent history, though, is positive. And again, this game eerily reminiscent of Game 4 in LA 2 years ago, when down 2-1 and 3-0 after the first period. The Oilers made a goaltending change and rallied to win the game in overtime. Here's Perry. On the move to Leon Draisaitl. Tonight, the Oilers look to get it done in regulation. McDavid to Bouchard, loading up. McDavid, top of the right circle. Bouchard wanted the one-timer. The pass was poked away by Luostarinen. Return to McDavid. A drive and a save. Bobrovsky. Rebound. Desperate left pad save made on Perry by Bobrovsky. His best of the night. McDavid to the corner for Nugent Hopkins. And then McDavid could not handle the return pass. Half minute to go in the Atco power play. Bobrovsky, a spectacular denial of Corey Perry.
Great feet.
Here's Bouchard giving it up for Evander Kane. Cross-seamer deflected out of play. And with 10:45 to go in the third, just 19 seconds remain in the penalty to Sam Bennett for hauling down Leon Draisaitl. But Bobrovsky with potentially a game saver as he stopped Corey Perry, who at age 40 was looking to keep his point streak alive. 4 goals and 6 points in his last 5 coming in. And Bobrovsky earlier tonight, a similar stretched out left pad save, only he was on the right side when he stoned Connor McDavid. Face-off win, and now we're going to redo it. Adam Henrique thought he had won the draw cleanly to Skinner, who's out there with Kane, Wallman, and Ekholm to mop up on this power play. Oilers just the one shot, and it was a sitter for Corey Perry, denied by Bobrovsky on a rebound in front. Lundell won the faceoff. Forsling, big windup. Ekholm unable to hold the zone, and that will do it for the Oiler power play. Well, Pickard in relief, and Bobrovsky the last couple, first on McDavid and then on Perry. Some big saves made in this game as well. And this is going to be an icing call as an awkward fall for linesman Ryan Gibbons in front of the Florida bench, and he's banged up. Now, in the Stanley Cup final, you have both referees and linesmen on standby. Tonight, the linesman on standby is Trent Knorr. It looks like Gibbons is going to gut it out and stay in the game.
And a huge draw for Henrique back in the Oilers D-zone here.
Icing call. So Florida's going to get a fifth skater on the ice here as Rodriguez will load up, and Bennett's just going to stay out there because his line mates are out there, Rodriguez and Tkachuk. Rodriguez won the faceoff, but Kane was sitting there stepping out. Bennett could not make a steal, and Nate Schmidt has to slide back, had his pocket picked by Jeff Skinner inside to Kane, and when he tried to drop it off, it was deflected away from Adam Henrique. But Jeff Skinner has made some interesting plays in terms of winning some puck battles, and that was an advanced metric that actually shone positively on Jeff Skinner, particularly in the second half of the season. Here's Tkachuk, unable to get it out. Flicked down low by Wallman, down low, and you've got Connor Brown. Knifed off his stick. Tkachuk could not get it out, and the Panthers are bottled up here as we hit the midway point of the third period. No scoring in the third, 3 in the first for Florida, 3 in the second for Edmonton, and now an icing call committed by a jittery Kulikov will get McDavid, Draisaitl, and Perry out there for Edmonton with an opportunity to take the lead 5-on-5. The Oilers held to just one shot thus far in the third period. 9:42 remaining in regulation. Kulak and Bouchard, the D pair. Face-off, digging in and winning it, Sam Reinhart. Stroked up the left-hand side. That'll bounce off the boards, and they'll wave off icing as Kulak back to retrieve the puck for Edmonton. Florida gets a change. Kulak shoots it in. Forsling takes a peek. He's got Draisaitl bearing down on him. Sent it off the glass, and that clearly made contact with a plexi on its way out of play. 9:22 to play in the third period. The Florida Panthers, the defending champions, got the first 3. But Edmonton roared back to get the next 3. And Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final is a 3-3 deadlock. This is 4 Dealers NHL Hockey. The Oilers Radio Network.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
Blue-collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy Metal Equipment and Rentals, helping you move the earth.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's EVOLV.com.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Face off to the left of Sergei Bobrovsky. Oilers come with Draisaitl, Podkolzin, and Perry over the boards. Nurse and Kulak, the D pair. And a face-off win for Leon Draisaitl. Here's Corey Perry. Checked by Mikula. Stumbled down. You got a four-player pile-up behind the net. Picked off by the Panthers and sent up ice. Evan Rodriguez will dump it in. Kulak back to gather for Edmonton. Run off the puck, Sam Bennett. Draisaitl won a battle, but Colson a hard pass into the feet of Corey Perry. Got it back. Tried to feed Draisaitl, broken up, and Rodriguez comes the other way for Florida. He, in turn, had his pocket picked by Podkolzin. Perry charging down the middle. Podkolzin a one-timer and a kick save made by Bobrovsky. Rebound, Brett Kulak. Nurse wide open. Step shot, save, and held by Bobrovsky. 8:42 to go in the third. A couple of good looks for the Oilers, but Colson had Bobrovsky wrong-footed and crushed a one-timer, ticketed inside the left goalpost. And Bobrovsky, who, as Bob has noted, pretty good with his feet, was able to jab out that right skate and get a piece.
Yeah, that was a tremendous stop from Sergei Bobrovsky.
So the Skinner-Henrique-Frederick line has come out. Does Jeff Skinner have a big goal in him? Face-off. Pulled free by Lundell. Played behind the net. Kulikov, right-hand side. Marchand. Puck turned over. Here's Jeff Skinner down the right-hand side for Edmonton. Oh, he took a big hit up high. That one from Kulikov. Skinner was able to shrug off, and the Panthers come the other way. Lundell to the line for Brad Marchand. Waits and shoots, and a save made by Pickard. Rebound, Matthias Ekholm. Pickard has come on and been perfect on 16 shots in relief of Stuart Skinner. And the Oilers, in the meantime, have erased a 3-goal deficit. Forsling to Marchand. Over the line, Lundell. His shot, left circle. And Kulak able to pick up the loose change on a ricochet. He'll launch it down the left-hand side. Connor Brown with McDavid and Nugent-Hopkins fell down, and Nugent-Hopkins lateral glanced off a skate and carried him all the way back into the Edmonton zone.
Ref skate.
Here's Barkov. Won a battle. Reinhart waits. Backhander, and he pushed it over the net. Tried to beat Pickard on the short side. Reinhart deep in the left circle. Scored 57 goals last year, 39 this year. Stepping up Seth Jones to maintain the zone. Kulak and Nugent-Hopkins can't get it out initially. Verhaeghe continues to pester. Freed up for Evan Bouchard. Mikula steps up, holds the line for Barkov. Puck trickles free. McDavid gave it away to Mikula. Down low to Sam Reinhart. Kulak drilled him against the end boards. The puck still lodged on that yellow strip. They call it the kick plate. Verhaeghe comes up with it, angled off the boards to Seth Jones in the high slot. He'll shovel it back down low, looking for Reinhart. Kulak able to shield him from the puck. Barkov thunders into Bouchard, but the puck's broken out for Nugent-Hopkins, and he's got McDavid with him. Nugent-Hopkins inside. McDavid a swing and a miss. And Bobrovsky with a puck at his feet was able to make the save. Left for Jones. He coughed it up. Nugent-Hopkins won't let Florida out. Another chance. And now on to Barkov. Poke checked away by Janmark. Open man. Kapanen. One-timer score! Jake Wallman! And Edmonton has its first lead of the game. 4-3.
Ryan Nugent-Hopkins makes the play, Jack. He kept it alive, and the Oilers were able to complete a line change. And racing on the ice, Kasperi Kapanen slides one across on high glove side on Sergei Bobrovsky. A cannonading drive there from the Oilers. Jake Wallman.
Kasperi Kapanen put it across, but again, it was Nugent-Hopkins who really created something out of nothing, and that was smoked over the glove of the outstretched Sergei Bobrovsky. And Florida's 3-0 lead after the first has given way to 4 unanswered from Edmonton, and the Oilers suddenly 6.5 minutes away from tying the series. Off the draw, Evan Rodriguez. Big hit by Janmark. The Oilers have dug themselves a hole in games and seasons time and again. Kapanen the other way. Can Edmonton Handle prosperity now. Its first lead finally having arrived. Flicked off. Cap it and stick Rodriguez. On to Matthew Tkachuk. Little spin move on Darnell Nurse. He'll send it into the corner for Sam Bennett. Around the boards, Matthew Tkachuk gave way to Luo Sturinin. Chipped it to Tkachuk. Backdoor and a save made by Pickard. That was a shot pass. Bennett was sitting inside the left goal post. The puck never arrived. Kane carries it back out. Lead pass. Tkachuk is offside. Kapanen and Nugent-Hopkins were the helpers on Jake Wallman's second of the postseason at 13:36, and Edmonton is now 5 minutes and 39 seconds away from an improbable victory. It's Edmonton 4, Florida 3. This is Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
Real Canadian Superstore has more ways to save than any other major grocer. Check out their weekly flyer for BC Optimum offers, deals on club size, no name, and always low-priced everyday items. Visit in-store to find everything from fashion and home decor to toys and electronics. And don't forget their new Fresh Promise on produce. If your produce isn't fresh, they'll replace it and refund it. There are so many ways to save at Real Canadian Superstore. See their flyer for details.
Steelhaus Triton, two legendary oilfield services brands, one powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steelhaus is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steelhaus Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit steelhausinc.com for more information.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
All games, all season. You're listening to the Oilers Radio Network.
4-3 hockey game in favor of the Edmonton Oilers. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins winning a puck battle behind the Florida net. Trigger man for Kapanen to send it across to Wallman. And now it's a 4-3 game. Draisaitl wins the faceoff. Smashed toward the net by Ekholm. Redirected. You've got Vasily Podkolzin, who tied the game in the second. Now it's Jake Wallman with a go-ahead goal here in the third. Mikkola coughed it up. Fired in by Corey Perry. No team in 19 years have shaken off a 3-goal deficit in a Stanley Cup final game and won. Sent in deep by Lundell, and it's only happened 3 times since World War II. Brad Marchand trying to dig it out of the corner off a Florida dump in. But Colson could not get it out. Luo Sturinin, his pass across, mishandled by Mikkola. Florida's got a tag back, and Pickard will leave it for Brett Kulak with 4:45 left in the third. Set up the left-hand side. Nugent-Hopkins couldn't get there. Poked in by Sam Reinhart. Verhaeghe finishes his check. Florida in the offensive zone. McDavid to Nugent-Hopkins. The puck will exit. Evan Bouchard to lead a late developing 3-on-2. Brown has a step right circle, and he hooked a shot wide. Rebound comes off the corner boards. Reinhart tried to send it in. Verhaeghe broken up by Wallman, who just gave Edmonton its first lead of the game with a slapper from the right circle. Verhaeghe has to wait for Florida to tag back onside. He dumps it in. Checked by Henrique for his trouble. Wallman under control behind Calvin Pickard, who came on at the onset of the second period and thus far has delivered a clean sheet with 17 saves on 17 Florida shots. Bennett through the middle of the ice, lost the handle, and it was poked free at the blue line. That threw off the timing of the play, and the Panthers are whistled for an offside. 4-3 Edmonton. 2006 Oilers blew a Game 1 lead to Carolina, lost 5-4. That was the game, of course, where Dwayne Rollison went down. 1992, Chicago coughed up a 3-goal lead to Pittsburgh in the Stanley Cup Final. And in 1987, Edmonton blew a 3-goal lead to Philadelphia in the Stanley Cup Final. Only three-goal comebacks plus in the Stanley Cup Final since World War II. Kulak will shoot it in. Panthers come up with it. It's Tkachuk, who had 2 power play goals in the first. Schmidt gaining the line, left wing. A centering pass broken up. Here's Janmark. Flicked it ahead for Draisaitl. He'll hit center ice with 3.5 to go. Around Kulikov to the net. Denied by Bobrovsky. Had to have that one, and he made the save on Leon Draisaitl, who has 2 assists tonight and was looking for an insurance goal to put this game away and send Edmonton back home with a series tie.
Sergei Bobrovsky's made 5 or 6 great saves in this game, and there's another one. And Leon tried to elevate the puck, and
Pickard's made 3 great ones as well.
Yep.
Stopped Lundell on a breakaway. Stopped Ekblad at the horn in the second period, and a tremendous stop on a Barkov power play high slot redirect to open the third period. Florida's lead is gone. Edmonton's lead is intact. Launched by the Panthers back through the middle. Here's Jeff Skinner winning a battle and whistling a shot wide from the left circle. Rebound, fought for, controlled by Trent Frederick. We're going to have to start keeping an eye on Sergei Bobrovsky as the Panthers clear the puck back to the red line. 3 minutes remain in regulation. Bobrovsky off a dump in will steer it to the corner for Gustav Forsling. Ahead for Brad Marchand. At center ice, he'll shoot it toward the Edmonton net. Gloved by Pickard. Put up the boards for Nugent Hopkins. Checked by Mikkola. Nugent Hopkins able to reverse for Ekholm. On to Connor Brown. The puck not out of the zone just yet. Kept alive, and a shot from distance sent wide by Marchand. Scooted up was Mikkola to make a play against McDavid and hold the zone. Bobrovsky wanders out, but as Nugent Hopkins delivers a backhand clear, we're going to have an icing call with 2:26 to go in the third period, and we'll see whether Paul Maurice elects to make the move now. Bobrovsky is skating toward the bench as if the Panthers will go 6-on-5 right here, right now, with still nearly 2.5 left in regulation.
Connor McDavid 60% on faceoffs through 2 periods. Barkov is at 70%. Oilers got to crash in and support Connor here.
Barkov against McDavid, who's on the ice with Ekholm, Bouchard, Connor Brown, and Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Face-off win for Barkov. Shot by Tkachuk. Sailed over the net against Pickard, who's partially screened. Hard rim by Bouchard. Got it through Ekblad and back to center. The net is empty. The Oilers look to put it away, leading 4-3. Late in game 4 the Stanley Cup Final. Here come the champions. Tkachuk deep into the zone. Ekblad crowding. Reinhart dishing. Moved over to Barkov by Jones. His wrist shot flutters wide. Tkachuk to the middle for Sam Bennett. Back to Barkov. High slot Jones. Open man Reinhart. No shot inside. What-timer. Whistled wide by Ekblad. Minute 45 to go. Oilers up 4-3. Here's Barkov. Centering pass. That stayed out. It's Jones. Back to Barkov. Woolman and McDavid move to challenge. Centering pass off the skates of Tkachuk to Connor McDavid. Did not get it out. Seth Jones snapped it down low for Tkachuk. He peers inside. Bennett rifles a shot and missed the net. Glove side on Pickard. Rebound Sam Reinhart. Steps up. Wrist shot. Deflected high and out of play. Just got over the plexi behind Calvin Pickard in the Edmonton net. Minute 21 to go in the third period. You have to think a timeout is coming from Florida head coach Paul Maurice, whose club has squandered a 3-goal lead after the first period.
Now Draisaitl.
Timeout, Florida.
Good call by you, Jock.
Oilers were down 3-0 after one. Tkachuk a pair on the power play on Lundell. Then in the second period, Calvin Pickard enters the game. Since then, 18 out of 18 meanwhile. His club in rapid succession scores on the power play Nugent Hopkins. Then Nurse with a goal and an assist on the equalizer by Podkolzin with 4:55 to go in the second. Jake Wallman has given Edmonton its first lead on a one-timer set up by Kapanen and Nugent Hopkins with 6:24 to go in the game. And now you've got 4-3 Edmonton with 1:21 to go in the net empty.
Draisaitl was only at 40% through 2 periods, and he'd been waived out of a bunch of draws in this game, Jack. And McDavid's going to come back out here, I would think, for Janmark. Janmark or RNH.
It's going to be RNH who goes to the bench. Draisaitl, Janmark, McDavid, Kulak, and Bouchard entrusted with a final 1:21. Edmonton 4, Florida 3. Oilers win, they tie the series. Panthers get a goal here. It's likely overtime. Draisaitl won the faceoff. Back to Kulak. Lifted toward the empty net. It'll sail wide. He didn't have much pressure on him, and it's an icing call with 1:15 to go. So this time the faceoff will be to Pickett's right.
And this is Barkov's strong side here.
Well, he has the option, right? And he'll take it against Draisaitl. Barkov, Draisaitl to Pickett's right-hand side. 4-3 Edmonton. Another clean face-off win. Lofted down the middle by Bouchard. Big bounce, but it trickles wide. No icing. Bouchard enough touch to negate any sort of icing. Tkachuk was not at center. This is a mistake by Matthew Tkachuk and will force Bobrovsky back into the pipes with 1:01 to go. It's icing against the Panthers, and Matthew Tkachuk probably made a play there he didn't need to make. Now, as the extra man, he can come off.
Yep.
With Bobrovsky returning, and now you've got 5-on-5 temporarily. Barkov against Draisaitl, face off to the right of the Florida net. It ends up on the Florida net, which actually benefits the Panthers. Seth Jones starts up ice, snapped it to the middle, spilled in by Aaron Ekblad. Bobrovsky has not come off here. A hard rim up the right-hand side. Bobrovsky's trapped. Janmark token pressure on Seth Jones. Ekblad unable to thread it through. Barkov will step inside Bouchard. Kulak up the right-hand side. Bobrovsky's back on the bench as Janmark makes certain of a clear to center. It's Seth Jones to Matthew Tkachuk. 30 seconds to play. Oilers 4, the Panthers 3. Kulak up the left-hand side for Hagee to the middle of the ice. Chipped across. Open man. Tkachuk. Wrist shot score. Reinhart with 19.5 to go. Florida has tied the game. Edmonton tied it with 17.8 on the clock in Game 2. And what has been a fantastic final finds a new level of drama as Reinhart ties it with less than 20 seconds to play. It's 4-all in Game 4.
A hard rim by Florida. I don't think Pickard needed to play the puck. He just needed to, and there was a malfunction at the junction with Kulak. Yeah, I don't think he needed to play the puck.
Reinhart from a relatively sharp angle set up by Tkachuk with his 6th of the playoffs. 19.5 to go. 19.5 separating Edmonton from a tie series. Bennett the second assist. The face-off at center. The Panthers send it tumbling into the Edmonton zone. Nurse to Ekholm racing in. Luostarinen loose on the half wall. Brown with 7 seconds to go. Here's Podkolzin flipping it across the Florida line. Mikula skates to the corner. Clock has expired. And after a pulsating 60 minutes of Stanley Cup final action, we've got overtime for the third time in 4 games of this series. And what a seismic OT it'll be. It'll either be a tie series with Edmonton having 2 of the final 3 games at home, or Florida will be within 1 victory of a Stanley Cup repeat. What a beauty, Bob. This series has lived up to all expectations.
No, there's no question about that. But if you're the Edmonton Oilers, the puck gets wrapped around behind the goal. I think Pickard's just got to leave it. And I know he's a decent puck handler. We'll see what happened. Maybe there was a communication issue there. But the end result is Florida came away with puck possession in the left corner and swung it back in front of the net.
But now the Oilers need to channel what the Florida Panthers have done. And if they do, they'll have the same result that the Panthers have in terms of salvaging a split on the road. Florida was Heartbreak Hotel. Looked like they were going to close it out and get a tie series, and instead Corey Perry wins a net front battle and pumps home a rebound, and all of a sudden the crowd explodes and you're heading into overtime, and you're thinking if Edmonton wins that game, it might be a 4-game sweep. Now the Oilers must shake off the disappointment, as the Panthers did in Game 2, of failing to close it out in the final minute. But these two teams, not separated by much, they're the two latest goals that have tied a game in the history of the Stanley Cup Final. And Bob, we've seen both within a week.
Tells you everything about how close these teams are. And you got to give the Oilers credit for they pulled themselves out of the mat in this game down 3-0. They can still go win the game, but you're right, they're going to have to recalibrate after just a real tough sequence on the game tire. Bring it to the OT.
Shots 36-31, Florida in regulation, 9-7 in the third period. Jake Wallman giving the Oilers the lead with 6:24 remaining, and Sam Reinhart tying it up with 19.5 on the clock from Tkachuk and Bennett. What a game, what a series, what a matchup, and we've got more overtime. For the third time in 4 games, the Stanley Cup Final will require at least one extra session. We'll have it for you in about 13 minutes' time. 4 all through 60 in Game 4 of the Final. For Dealers NHL Hockey, our live coverage continues in just a moment. The Oilers Radio Network.
Fridays just got fired up. Prime rib for $20.99. Coors tankards for $9.99. And White Claw and Olay deals after 4 p.m. Only at the Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
You can't win it all without a great team, and Portage College is ready to see you through your educational journey. With certificates, diplomas, apprenticeships, degree pathways, and micro-credentials, Portage College has options for everyone. Take advantage of their small class sizes and true community feel, and you'll have all the support you need to complete your education and take your next step on the way to greatness. Visit portagecollege.ca to learn more about Portage College's programs and services. Portage College, it's about you.
Catch every goal, every hit, every moment of the playoffs. Live at the Canadian Brew House. Big screens, cold beers, and all the action. The Canadian Brew House. Our house is your house.
At the intermission, brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Another chance. And now on to Barkov. Poke checked away by Janmark. Open man. Kapanen. One-timer score! Jake Wallman, and Edmonton has its first lead of the game, 4-3.
And that's our Highlight Zone, brought to you by Century Casinos. All in, all games, all season. Century Casinos with 3 great locations in Edmonton, St. Albert, and next to the Edmonton International Airport. Welcome to the Winter Zone. Welcome to the extra break. It's Bryn Griffiths along with Rob Brown at the watch party at Rogers Place, and that is a crushing way to see this one go to overtime. But hey, it's been an interesting game, Rob. Highly entertaining.
Well, what a series this has been. I mean, here we are in Game 4, and we're already in this will be our 4th overtime period. It's, in all honesty, I know that Craig Simpson, for those watching the game, he said it probably with about 13 minutes to go that it seems as though that this is next goal win territory. It's overtime already. And I agreed with him. I thought when the Oilers scored, that was the game. But the Florida Panthers are the Stanley Cup champions for a reason. They are a fantastic hockey club. And we have seen so many times this playoff series where the opposition, when up a goal on the Oilers, has thrown the puck down the ice, missed open nets, only to come back and haunt them. And tonight, twice the Oilers had control of the puck, tried hitting the net. Either one of those goes in, it's 2-2 coming back to Edmonton. The Florida Panthers were able to get that one last opportunity. Calvin Pickard doesn't get all of it as he tries to rim it around the boards, puts Kulak in a tough spot. And then the Florida Panthers simply outnumbered the Oilers in front of the net for that game-tying goal by Reinhart. But I think after the first period, Bryn, if you would have asked Oiler fans, would you guys take an overtime period with the way that the first went? I think it would be 100% in agreement that would be a good outcome.
That would come right after. Are you kidding me?
And it's just one of those where you've had the highs and the lows of this game, this series. It has just been, it's not for the faint of heart. I mean, I got heart meds. I've had to take them a couple times tonight. This has just been incredible hockey. Now, what we have not seen yet tonight is the Oilers' best two players find the back of the net. They both have had ample opportunities. Both have had plays where they went through the opposition's defensemen and had great looks, and Bobrovsky stoned them. And on the other hand, we've seen the Florida Panthers stars score. Reinhart, big one there. Kachuk, a couple goals tonight. Is this the moment we see Connor and Leon have their magical Stanley Cup final moment that could really send Edmonton in a frenzy and send the Edmonton Oilers home tied 2-2?
Hey, Brownie, we got about a minute here. They got to go for it here, right? They're not going to sit back. They got to go for this.
Both teams are going to play the same way they've been playing. Nobody's sitting back. This is two great hockey clubs. No one wants to make the big mistake. But both teams play with speed. Both teams play with aggression. We are going to see, I imagine, great hockey going forward. It will be on both goaltenders in this playoff overtime. One of those goaltenders is going to have to make a big save, and if he doesn't, their team's not going to find the winner's circle. So a lot of pressure on the goaltenders going into this overtime period.
Okay, I don't know when we'll talk to you next, but we'll be talking, that's for sure. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Row Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. We are going to a first overtime. We're tied at 4. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
You can't win it all without a great team, and Portage College is ready to see you through your educational journey. With certificates, diplomas, apprenticeships, degree pathways, and micro-credentials, Portage College has options for everyone. Take advantage of their small class sizes and true community feel, and you'll have all the support you need to complete your education and take your next step on the way to greatness. Visit portagecollege.ca to learn more about Portage College's programs and services. Portage College, it's about you.
Steelhaus Triton, two legendary oilfield services brands, one powerful partnership. Rooted in innovation, reliability, and a steadfast commitment to excellence, Steelhaus is proudly 100% Canadian-owned and locally manufactured. With over 15 field service locations across the prairies and up to the Rockies, they deliver world-class energy solutions with unmatched responsiveness, helping their customers thrive in the most demanding environments. Steelhaus Triton, engineered for performance, built in Canada. Visit steelhausinc.com for more information.
Hey, Edmonton. Big moves need big talent, and AMJ is your go-to partner. For all local residential and commercial relocations, AMJ delivers a smooth, stress-free experience. AMJ, your team for every move. Contact your local branch today.
With Global News, I'm Thomas Dias. Beef prices are up and expected to climb higher. Global's Eric Bay with the details.
I do shop around now for a lot more than I used to.
Higher prices have people looking for better deals. That includes on beef, where these shoppers have switched to cheaper cuts of meat.
Well, there was a time when we'd get a roast beef or a nice prime rib roast or some nice lamb, and now, it's just not on the menu.
CatFax says year-over-year retail beef prices are up 11%.
This is our third year of basically this tightening supply situation.
Brenna Grant says lots of producers sold off cattle after a drought in 2021. She says smaller herds and steady consumer demand are bringing beef prices up.
What that means is that over the short term, then there will be actually less beef available on the market, which will make prices go higher.
Eric Bay, Global News.
News on demand at 880 CHED. OilCountry.com.
Blue collar work deserves big dollar perks. Get a heavy wallet with heavy metal equipment and rentals. Heavy metal equipment and rentals is hiring heavy equipment technicians, maintenance supervisors, PM servicemen, maintenance coordinators, and pretty much every other position that makes Alberta go. We help move the earth that makes Alberta grow. So why not work for a company that makes your bank account grow too? Visit heavymetalequipment.ca to find your new career. Heavy metal equipment and rentals, helping you move the earth.
Now more than ever, it's time to shop Canadian. Support your local businesses that create jobs and invest in our communities. Brought to you by Proudly Canadian 880 Chad.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
The Intermission, brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
Bryn Griffiths back live at Rogers Place after a complete 60 minutes. We're tied at 4 going to a first overtime. Wow, 4-4. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, which is brought to you by Pizza 73, the official pizza of the Edmonton Oilers. One CFL matchup tonight. It's in Winnipeg, where the Blue Bombers are hanging on now. In fact, they're comfortably hanging on. 34-20 over the BC Lions. These two teams could easily meet in the Western Final, but there's about 3.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. Looks like the Bombers are going to find a way to pick up the victory in that. Nathan Rourke, just on fire, played great against the Elks last weekend, connected with Keon Hatcher for a 66-yard one-play touchdown. Just unbelievable tonight. So that's pretty much it there. We're getting ready for overtime coming up in Sunrise, Florida. It is 4-4 between the Oilers and the Panthers. This one looked like it was going to go the Oilers' way, but it was Sam Reinhart with his 6th of the playoffs with 19.5 seconds to go to give the Panthers the tie to push it into overtime. Sergei Bobrovsky had himself a pretty solid third period, in particular one big save on Corey Perry. Huge save, but man, it's going down to extra time, and that's great stuff. It's been one hell of a series. At the Intermission is brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring. This is your Ford Dealers NHL Hockey on the Oilers Radio Network.
At the Intermission has been brought to you by End of the Roll Flooring Centers. Let's get flooring.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing: taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's 2 things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Bloom Benefits offers amazing coverage that even the toughest hockey players can get behind. With excellent coverage, they offer things like massage. You want to go? Counseling services. Let's go. Dental coverage. That was not offside. And eye exams. With custom health coverage for any group of any size, Bloom Benefits make every team better, stronger, and healthier. Plans start from just $54 a month. Rethink your benefits today at bloombenefits.ca.
End of the Roll Flooring Centers is not only Canadian owned and operated, but we've been your go-to flooring center since 1986. The reason is simple. We make your flooring project easier. Rather than a tiny sample, upload a photo of your room at endoftheroll.com and instantly see what your dream flooring looks like in your house. Thousands of styles just clicks away. End of the Roll Flooring Centers. We've been flooring Canadians for 4 decades. Visit endoftheroll.com.
12870 St. Albert Trail and now open at 580 Parsons Road Southwest.
Listen on air, online, and on the Radio Player Canada app. This is the Oilers Radio Network.
Well, all 5 games of the 1951 final went overtime, and we may be seeing the most dramatic final since then. What a series this has been. Florida spotted Edmonton a 3-0 lead after the first here in Game 4 with the Panthers holding a 2-1 series lead. It looked like the Oilers were on the precipice of potential elimination heading back home, but no. Edmonton stormed back with 3 in the second and took the lead late in the third on a goal by Jake Wallman. But Sam Reinhart tied it with 19.5 seconds to go and that sets the stage for the third overtime game in the first 4 of this series. Oilers win, series is tied. Edmonton's got a best of 3 with 2 at home. Florida wins, and the Oilers are 1 loss away from elimination. Draisaitl against Lundell. We're underway in overtime. Lundell wins the faceoff, and it's slashed in by Brad Marchand. Left for Brett Kulak by Calvin Pickard. Up the right-hand side. Crowding and battling. You've got Luostarinen and Kulak grappling for puck possession. Remember, in Game 2, Edmonton tied it late. Florida shook it off and won in overtime. Can the Oilers do the same thing? It's an icing call against Darnell Nurse down the right-hand side as the Oilers open with Draisaitl, Podkolzin, and Perry, and now they'll prepare for a face-off to Calvin Pickard's right.
Leon's got to win a draw. He's up to 50% in this game, but Mikkola peeled off with Perry on the forecheck, and Perry didn't think they should have called that icing. Big draw, Leon against Sam Bennett.
Bennett, who helped set up the equalizer, digs in against Leon Draisaitl. Opening minute, overtime. Tied at 4. Edmonton won game 1 in overtime 4-3, and now Draisaitl with a near steal on Evan Rodriguez and forced a turnover. Connor Brown. And the puck dropped back to Nugent Hopkins and fired in by Nurse. Panthers prevailed 5-4 in overtime in game 2. Here's Nugent Hopkins. In the right corner for Connor McDavid. Served up Bouchard a shot. And that's sent wide. Rebound Rodriguez. Angles it ahead for Matthew Tkachuk. 2 goals and an assist tonight on the equalizer. Lead pass. Did Brown get a touch? No, he didn't. Icing call Edmonton for the second time in overtime.
I think you got to find a way to make contact.
I thought so too. But now, McDavid.
Against Barkov, their best face-off man. He's at 60% in this game. Connor's at 50%.
Nugent Hopkins and Brown. Barkov won it. A blast by Forsling wide of goaltender Calvin Pickard. Held in by Ekblad behind the net. Battle won by Reinhart. Shakes free of a check. Angles a pass off. Drive Ekblad redirected. Never got through. Ekholm another key block shot. And now McDavid sends it off to Evan Bouchard. And the resulting clear by Connor Brown. To the Florida line. That's collected by Ekblad. A minute 30 gone by in OT. We are tied at 4. Ekblad right side, and now Reinhart doesn't make contact with a puck. And Edmonton, off the icing call, will get an O-zone draw. 36-31 with the shots in regulation in favor of Florida. Face-off right of Bobrovsky. And Edmonton's got Adam Henrique taking the draw between Frederick and Skinner.
And Henrique's been Edmonton's best face-off man in this game.
Henrique won it. Skinner chopped it toward the net. Still poking, still loose. It's behind Bobrovsky. It stays out. Skinner again trying to jab it home. And Bobrovsky able to come up with it. And Skinner is screaming for a call that won't go his way.
Wow, they broke the stick right across him.
Off the draw, Skinner a couple of jabs at it. Frederick almost kicked it into the net, and then Skinner put it right back into the pads of Sergei Bobrovsky. And Jeff Skinner's been around it all night and nearly won in an OT.
It's crazy how that stayed out. Oh, it hit the post. It hit the post.
Frederick's right skate. It caught the post.
That would have counted.
I think so, because it wasn't a kicking motion. You've got Henrique again with Skinner perched in the slot. Adam Henrique against Lundell. Off the face-off. Not out of the zone. Wallman will shovel it down low. A leaping attempt by Frederick. Kulikov up the right-hand side for Marchand. Settled by Henrique and then off the skates of Marchand. Remember, Marchand, 5 overtime winners in his career. Same for Verhaeghe, same for Corey Perry. So you got a lot of late-game heroes all gathered on the same ice tonight in Game 4 of the final. Nurse looking to tie the series. Up the middle, Kane. Got a touch on the puck. Yanmar couldn't get there. Launched up the right-hand side. You've got Marchand with Kulak back. Ducks inside. Put it on the stick of A.J. Greer as Florida's fourth line comes out. Greer in the corner. Trapped, double-teamed, forced. And then Jones could not get a shot away. Launched down the middle by Bouchard. Kapanen ended the series against Vegas. Here's Greer trying to borrow his way through Kulak, and he got it in deep for Gadjevich. Bouchard there to steer it past Greer, who snatched it back from Evander Kane behind the net. Centering pass intended for Nosek, broken up, and Evander Kane able to muscle it through Seth Jones. Florida's offside, coming over the line left to right. Nearly 3 minutes gone in overtime. Edmonton has had all three shots on net in the extra session thus far, but we remain lodged in a 4-4 tie.
All three shots from about a grand total of 8 feet, if that.
Speaking of feet, Frederick almost got his second as an Oiler off his feet. And Skinner was right there as well. Draisaitl between Perry and Podkolzin. Lost the face-off, hammered in by Ekblad. Ekholm will give it a peek and chip it up the right-hand side for Corey Perry. He looks and launches down the middle, batted back the other way by Forsling. Now it's Ekholm. Ahead for Draisaitl. Poked away from Podkolzin. Florida trying to muscle it back the other way. Can't do it. Draisaitl finds his way through one pair of skates, but not Tkachuk. And then Forsling has it bumped in by Rodriguez. Wallman quickly advances it through. Lead pass Perry to Podkolzin. Flipped it ahead for Leon Draisaitl. Already 3 OT winners in this postseason. Shrugged off Aaron Ekblad. Draisaitl so strong on the puck. 2 assists tonight, but here he coughs it up. And it's Verhaeghe on to Gustav Forsling. Hits the line. Bad pass picked off by Draisaitl. And nearly sneaking ahead, it's Corey Perry. And the puck slid off the toe of his stick. Otherwise, he would have had a breakaway to win it. He got smashed off the puck. Bennett and Forsling come up ice. A lead pass. Misfires intended for Verhaeghe. That's going to be icing against Florida. And the Panthers have some gassed players on the ice right now. And Connor McDavid is going to have an opportunity at an offensive zone face-off with a significant advantage in the gas tank.
Got to get puck possession off the draw here if you're Edmonton.
They're going to Draisaitl and McDavid to win it right here. Nugent Hopkins joins them as well. Bouchard and Wallman, the two weapons from the point in terms of the big shot. Reinhart, an all-important face-off to the right of Bobrovsky. Reinhart's going to delay as long as he can. Now line up against Connor McDavid. And McDavid won it cleanly. Bouchard, a Wallman, a one-timer, what? Rebound out in front off the toe of Bobrovsky. Here's Nugent Hopkins behind the net. Brown let it go through. Setting up is Wallman, shoveled down low. McDavid has it intercepted. Played up ice, and now a chance for Hagee. His pass, left wing, broken up a second time by Bouchard, and he'll just lay it off the right-hand glass. Reinhart defending against McDavid offside. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins following up. That was an interesting switch. They went Nugent-Hopkins, brought Brown, and then back to Nugent-Hopkins all in the same shift. 4.5 gone by in overtime. We are tied at 4, and another beauty between the Oilers and the Panthers, a classic matchup.
No question.
Now you've got Henrique, Skinner, and Frederick matched up with Florida's vaunted third line, which has been deadly throughout the Stanley Cup playoffs. Coming in 49 points and a whopping plus 43. Shot in by Nurse, taken by Nate Schmidt. Luostarinen up the right-hand side, held in by Jeff Skinner down low. Here's Frederick finishing his check, and Henrique does the same on Schmidt. Chipped out, and that's going to trickle on net, I believe. So no icing against Florida. Reset for Darnell Nurse. Panthers got just enough of a curl on that to keep the puck inside the pipes. No rush rush here for Wallman. Now a strike up the right-hand side to Adam Henrique. He got it in deep. Bobrovsky will curl it over to Luo Storinen. Up the middle, away from Evander Kane, and breaking loose, stepping up. Schmidt a shot, blocked shot, and the rebound cleared. Panthers have just the one shot credited here in overtime against Calvin Pickard. Jones up the right-hand side. Luo Storinen got a tip, and now Wallman served up by Pickard. To Evander Kane, up the right-hand side. Kapanen will dump it in. Panthers back to collect. Seth Jones on the puck for Florida. He'll escape a persistent Janmark with a high toss looking for Nosek, and this will turn into an icing call. And Seth Jones with an ill-advised play there. He's had a good series, but that'll bring McDavid and Draisaitl right back onto the ice with an opportunity to win it here. 5 minutes and 40 seconds into overtime. Fourth line is out for Florida.
Got to win the draw here if you're Leon.
Luo Storinen is out there, so it's a little mishmash. And a clean face-off win for Draisaitl. Back to Ekholm, a shot, and a blocker save made by Bobrovsky. Gadjevich with an opportune clear. Up the right-hand side, Luo Storinen. He'll drive his way toward the net, can't get a backhander off. Checked by Bouchard. Perry rattles the puck loose. Luo Storinen had it and was stripped once again by Bouchard, who laves it off for Ekholm. Line change for Florida. 6 minutes gone in overtime. Game 4 with the Panthers leading 2-1. Lead pass, Corey Perry at his own blue line to Draisaitl. Drops it for Connor McDavid. Checked by Ekblad, couldn't get it in. Here's Sam Reinhart sending it in deep. When McDavid and Ekblad come together, you're talking about the number 1 overall picks in 2015 and 14, respectively. McDavid dances away from Ekblad. A drop for Matthias Ekholm. McDavid and Draisaitl sharing the ice. Telegraph pass, picked off. Sam Reinhart darting down the right-hand side. Forced out wide. Bouchard's on the puck for Edmonton. It's loose on the half wall. Dug out. You've got Reinhart off to Mikkola. One-timer Bennett! And they're ruling it stayed out. Post to post. Post to post for Sam Bennett. Lead pass right-hand side. Draisaitl to win it for Edmonton to McDavid, and he missed an open net. Threw it behind. Opportunity, Corey Perry. Play is still alive. Draisaitl whacked it behind the net. Matthew Tkachuk on the puck for Florida. On to Evan Rodriguez. He'll shoot it in from center. Post to post for Sam Bennett, and the Oilers survive by an eyelash. Here's Connor Brown on to Vasily Podkolzin. Anton Lundell off to Dmitry Kulikov. What else are we going to see in this final? Lundell denied entry at center, and it's forced back by Nugent Hopkins. Walloped in by Evan Rodriguez and tracked by Darnell Nurse. He'll put it up the boards for Brett Kulak. You've got Brown hanging onto it. Marchand came free. Luo Storinen, a shot off the left shoulder of Pickard, and that stayed out. Rebound Kulak. What action in this Stanley Cup final. Marchand desperate, back on the puck inside Lundell. Came off his feet to Connor Brown. He'll chip it behind the Florida defense. Aaron Ekblad up the left-hand side. You've got Nosek. He overran the play. Henrique was stripped. Now it's Marchand over the line. Waits to his left. Fans. Now shoots. Save Pickard, and he's got it with 11:40 to go in overtime. In a pulsating game 4. Tremendous action at both ends.
What a chance. Sam Bennett, the trigger man, 14 goals right off the crossbar and stays out.
I think Pickard gets a piece of this.
He fought it
goes off his glove and off the bar.
And then McDavid, Draisaitl chiseled a pass through to him, and Connor couldn't pick it up cleanly. He had a tap in.
Florida going right back to that fourth line here of Greer, Gadjevich, and Tomas Nosek. Henrique digs in for Edmonton. His line mates, Frederick and Skinner. Shot from distance doesn't make the net. Gadjevich conservatively plays it behind the net from the high slot. Nosek back to the point. Shot Kulikov tipped. Rebound shoveled toward the net and tipped wide. A.J. Greer after it. He'll throw it around the boards, and Kulikov can't hold the zone. Fires it across to Nate Schmidt. settled by Kulikov, advanced through, open man, Gadjevic's shot, and that was blocked. Excuse me, that was Nosek. Gadjevic himself on the rebound, thrust off the puck, and Evander Kane gets checked by Nosek, but kicked it free, and the Oilers come up ice. Frederick at center ice, angled off by Schmidt, quickly through to Barkov, breaks in, Barkov forced out wide by Wallman and Janmark, who takes the puck for Edmonton, and he finds Darnell Nurse, locates Evander Kane, high flip back into the Florida zone, 10:45 to play in overtime. Mikkola had his outlet pass broken up, Barkov nudges it up the left-hand side, you've got Kulak over to Nurse at the Edmonton blue line. 4-all in overtime. It's Kulak against Seth Jones. Alexander Barkov off the end boards. Mikkola, nothing like sudden death overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs, and we've had it for you 3 times in 4 games in this final. Nurse pinned up the boards. Ekblad settles, shoots, and that was deflected. Wound up in the corner. Forsling steps up. Sharp angle shot kicked aside by Pickard. Ripped by Ekblad, and that stayed out. Forsling back on the puck for Florida. Back down low. Kulak, a check on Verhaeghe. Cannot unentangle himself, and you've got Nurse working his way up the left-hand side, muscling to center. Fired back in by Ekblad. Pickard can't get there. Taken by Kulak around the boards. Nurse. Now it's Janmark. Twisted free in the high slot, shoveled by Kachuk. Blocked and cleared in one motion by Nurse. Racing for the puck is Connor Brown, sent the other way by Forsling. Icing is waved off. 9.5 to play in overtime. Edmonton 4, Florida 4. Kulak quarterbacking. What a final. Lead pass, McDavid. Bumped off by Lundell. Chance spinning. Luostarinen shot. Save made by Pickard. Rebound McDavid. Up the left-hand side for Vasily Podkolzin. Teams are laying it out there. Brown is shot off the rush. That was swallowed up. Kept it alive for Podkolzin. Hard rim around the board. Stepping up Bouchard. Spun off a check from Luostarinen, who gets up in time to deny McDavid and now turns and floats one back through center. Bouchard at his own blue line directs a pass over to Ekholm. Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his 4th OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
And in the process, what does Leon Draisaitl do, Jack? With his 4th overtime goal in 1 playoffs. That, my friends,
is a new league record.
There you go.
Edmonton 5, Florida 4. What a beauty.
It was ugly, but it was beautiful for the Edmonton Oilers. No other way to say it. Leon Draisaitl, 3-point performance tonight, and he got the break, and the Oilers willed themselves back into this game, and they have tied the series.
One-handed at home. Florida, we talked about the long change. There was a disorganized change at best on the Florida side as Edmonton broke the puck up. And as it was sent through, Draisaitl one-handed it on net, and somehow it found its way through the wickets of Sergei Bobrovsky. Draisaitl with Greer on him, one-handing it in.
That is unreal. What a spectacular game winner for Leon Draisaitl.
And Perry, with a presence of mind to let it go through to Draisaitl, it caromed off Mikkola and went 5-hole on the beaten Sergei Bobrovsky, and the Oilers have life off the right kneecap of Mikkola, trickles through Bobrovsky, and the Oilers win the hockey game 5-4 in OT. The shots in overtime, 4 for Edmonton, and for the Florida Panthers, 4 as well. Final for the hockey game, 40-35 in favor of Florida, but the score is in favor of Edmonton, and that's all that matters. Leon Draisaitl with a new league record, 4 OT winners, his 11th of the postseason, as Bob mentions, caps a 3-point night, lifts him into the Stanley Cup playoff scoring co-lead with Connor McDavid.
On a night in which he didn't get the votes for the Hart Trophy. He had the most votes amongst any skater. Connor Hellebuck won the Hart. Draisaitl didn't even get first-team center all-star. Nate McKinnon did, even though Draisaitl had the second most votes for the Hart. But there you go.
5-4 in overtime. What a game. What a series. I mean, this is just electric hockey at all levels. And I can't even begin to describe what a privilege it is to watch this game.
How about the chin?
To watch this
How
series.
about the chin the Edmonton Oilers showed tonight, Jack? They're down 3-0 after one. They're on the ropes. They're going down, and they battle back and tie it 16 minutes into the second period. Then they score the go-ahead goal. They give up a goal in the final 21 seconds of the game. Goes to overtime, and Leon wins it.
And that is the first time in 19 years, dating back to Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final, that his team has dug out of a 3-goal hole in the Stanley Cup Final to win the hockey game. This is also only the 5th time that we've seen overtime in 3 of the first 4 games, and the first since the Blackhawks-Bruins series in 2013. Prior to that, Canadiens-Kings in 93. And the games where the Maple Leafs and the Canadiens, all 4 of them, went overtime
I think
in 1951.
Jack, do you come back with Pickard here in Edmonton?
Well, I mean, he comes on in relief and stops 22 of 23. The club inspired with his presence on the ice. I don't see how you go away from Calvin Pickard. He's 7-0. He's 7-0.
You need both guys.
You need both guys, and I'm not saying that you don't need both guys, but I said before the series, and you know this, that it would not surprise me in the slightest if Stuart Skinner doesn't necessarily close out the Stanley Cup. And that's no slight on Skinner.
They're a team.
They have depth at every position, and they can afford to make the move they made tonight, as they did a couple years ago, and history repeats itself. When Zach Hyman, of course, won the game, that was a 5-4 game in overtime,
and you called it. And I had it. We're just waiting for Evan Bouchard here and see if we can just make sure we have him up in queue. We'll be getting Evan post-game.
5-4 the final, Edmonton. The series is tied at 2 games apiece. Game 5 will be played Saturday night at Rogers Place, and we'll have it for you at 6:20 Mountain Time right here on the Oilers Radio Network. Draisaitl with the game winner in OT.
No assists yet
and
on
the
that goal.
Oilers prevail. And they have awarded assists to Podkolzin and Ekholm on the game-winning goal, and Vasily Podkolzin with a goal and an assist. You have to look again at this team's strength all year long and carried forward into the postseason. The Oilers,
as
recently as last year, were a team relying on special teams to carry them into the Stanley Cup Final. This year, it's been a 5-on-5 club, and after spotting the Panthers an early 3-0 lead, where the Panthers got just the 1 goal at 5-on-5, the Oilers roar back and end up scoring 4 goals 5-on-5.
Craziness. That is why you play. And, okay, so you've got to...
And again, the Panthers, what makes this series so compelling and this game so compelling is Florida in its own right, even though they coughed up a 3-0 lead, showed mettle of its own by finding the game-tying goal in the final 20 seconds. And I think it's a testament to both of these teams that now Florida and Edmonton each have shrugged off a goal in the last 20 seconds and bounced back to win it in the ensuing overtime.
Jack, what a hockey game. But how about the Edmonton Oilers pulling themselves off the mat here? You know, a lot of people out there writing Edmonton off, down 3-0 after one, being outscored 10-1 over, if you include the overtime goal in Game 2, the 6-1 victory, 3-0 after one. It was 10-1, and the Oilers subsequently responded by scoring 5 of the next 6 goals. We do have Evan. So we have Evan Bouchard. He's just about to put the headset on downstairs. We got a lot of different people going here. We're good? Hold on. Okay, we got
Evan. How are you?
Good. How you guys doing?
Well, this is a Stanley Cup final that, quite frankly, we're enjoying. I'm wondering, as players, are you aware of how good the hockey is and how tense it's been through 4 games? It's hard to believe there's still likely 3 left to play.
Yeah, definitely. It's tight hockey. It's what happens when you put the 2 best teams against each other. You can't give them anything.
Evan, did anything remind you of, I said after the first period, this is eerily reminiscent of LA a couple years ago, down 2-1, down 3-0 after 1. Because this team has rallied so often in the past, did that make it easier to deal with the circumstances you were dealt after 20?
100%, yeah. I don't know what it is about us having our backs against the wall, playing some good hockey. Maybe not a recipe that we didn't necessarily want to constantly do, but we didn't have any panic after the first period. We knew we were going to come back, and that's what we did.
Hey, Evan, how about the relief? Look, Stuart Skinner was fantastic in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
3-0 down was not on your guardian.
Nope.
It was not on the goalie, but Pickard came in. What a performance.
Yeah, he's gave us life. We left Stuart to dry definitely in that first period. Pix came in, did what he did. It was unbelievable, and he's the reason we got the win tonight.
Evan, can you give us some insight as to what's said after the third period? You've rallied, but then you've given up a goal, so you've had the highs and lows all in one game. Can you give me some insight as to what's said in that situation leading into the overtime in the room?
Yeah, we didn't want to panic. If you would have told us after the first period we're going to take them to overtime, we would have taken that. So we just had to remember that and just play our hockey.
I'll tell you what, Evan, I got to say, in the aftermath of this post-game interview, you lived up to Leon's billing of you. You are awfully calm.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
We're not.
That's Evan Bouchard. What a win for the Edmonton Oilers. What a series. Again, even in defeat, Florida shows championship mettle, and obviously in victory, as Bob talked about, the Oilers show an absolute iron chin, the kind of chin that, allowed guys like Marciano and Joe Louis to get up off the deck after being knocked down early in championship fights. This is certainly a championship fight that's looking more and more like a 7-game rematch. But now, Bob, we arrive at a best of 3. I think you said it's not a best of 3 after the Oilers lost on Monday night. Well, now it is a best of 3. Do you see any advantage for either club moving forward?
Well, they say that momentum does not go from game to game. But how jacked up is Rogers Place going to be on Saturday night? All right, it's Saturday. People are going to be pounding them all night long the way you and me do on a regular basis the night before road games. Okay, we're giving away a little bit there. I'm serious. I expect Rogers Place to be the loudest. They just watched. I would assert to you, this is the greatest comeback in Oilers team history in the playoffs, given the circumstances. Down 3-0.
More so than Game 7 in Calgary in 91.
Yeah, because it's in the Stanley Cup final and you're playing a better team. And now that said, in 91, the Oilers and the Flames were the last 2 Stanley Cup champs. Right? The Oilers had won in 90, the Flames had won 89.
Well, this is the 4th time since World War II that anyone in the Stanley Cup final has rallied from 3 down to win.
This is the greatest comeback in Oilers team history, in my opinion.
And I'm not sure. I mean this seriously, Bob. I mean, through 4 games, I'm not sure we're not witnessing the greatest Stanley Cup final in the history of the sport.
It's been awesome.
I mean, this is unreal hockey, unreal tension, and the best thing about it is, I almost say, hopefully, there's 3 games left in this championship series because it has been amazing. Edmonton 5, Florida 4. That's your final in OT. Stuart Skinner started and was relieved, having given up 3 goals on 17 shots. You heard Evan Bouchard talk about maybe they left him hang out to dry. He played a great first 10 minutes. The Oilers were in all kinds of trouble, outshot 13-2 at one point, but slowly started to claw back in the second period when Calvin Pickard was inserted, and it was a quiet period for him because Edmonton Edmonton dominated. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins got the Oilers on the board with a power play goal. Then Nurse had a goal and an assist on Podkolzin's equalizer with 4:55 to play in the second. We headed to the final 20 minutes, tied at 3. Jake Wallman gave Edmonton its first lead at 6:24 of the 13:36 with 6:24 to play. 13:36 of the third period, and then Sam Reinhart, again, Florida, able to shrug off that disappointment, take advantage of a couple of icing calls, and tie it with 19.5 to go on a goal by Sam Reinhart. But midway through the first overtime, Leon Draisaitl sets a new NHL record with the overtime winner, a one-handed backhand that caromed off the kneecap of Mikkola and through the wickets of Sergei Bobrovsky. 11:18 time of the goal. Podkolzin and Ekholm with the helpers. It caps a 3-point night for Leon Draisaitl, now sharing the Stanley Cup scoring lead with Connor McDavid. And in relief, Calvin Pickard turns aside 22 of 23. And now both teams, Edmonton and Florida, are 2 wins shy of the Stanley Cup. Sergei Bobrovsky, a hard luck defeat. He stopped 30 of 35 shots tonight. Again, Calvin Pickard, the winner. He's now 7-0. He's the backup. He's 7-0 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. You wonder who starts, who plays. Game 5, Saturday night. Either way, Bob and I can hardly wait. We are charging toward the plane for that 6-hour flight tomorrow as the Oilers and Panthers return to Edmonton again for a Game 5. We'll have it for you on Saturday night at 6:20 Mountain Time, and that also means there will be a Game 6 back here in Sunrise, Florida. That will be played Tuesday night at 6:20 Mountain, and when we return to the Sunshine State, one team will be playing with the Stanley Cup in the building. It's not going to Edmonton, but it'll be in Florida when the teams return for Game 6. That's still a few days away. Less than 48 hours from now, we'll drop the puck for Game 5 of what has become one of the greatest Stanley Cup finals you'll ever see, you'll ever listen to. It has been our privilege to bring it to you, and we hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. We're tied at 2. We've settled nothing. Game 5 straight ahead on Saturday. Until then, for Bob Stauffer, Bryn Griffiths, and Rob Brown, this is Jack Michaels saying good night from Sunrise, Florida. The Edmonton Oilers shake off a 3-0 deficit after 1 and win it 5-4 in overtime on Leon Draisaitl's NHL record 4th OT winner. Ladies and gentlemen, the pleasure was all ours. The Rogers postgame show starts right now.
Exclusive live interviews, expert analysis, and game highlights. This is the Rogers postgame show. Once again, here's Bob Stauffer on the Oilers Radio Network.
Bouchard at his own blue line directs a pass over to Ekholm. Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his 4th OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
I think we're going to hear that call a few times. That is the Century Casino Highlight Zone. All in, all games, all season. Century Casino, 3 great locations. Edmonton, St. Albert, next to the Edmonton International Airport at Century Mile. Welcome to the Winner's Zone. From the Legacy Heating and Cooling broadcast booth, this is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's 2 things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
Hey, Paul Brandt here. Big skies, rugged landscapes. Now that's Alberta in a nutshell. And if you're looking for an SUV that can keep up with this place, check out the Ford Bronco. Built for those who crave adventure, with serious off-road capability and style to spare. Whether you're hitting the mountain trails or exploring the back roads, it's the perfect ride for those who want to experience everything this province has to offer. The Ford Bronco. Adventure awaits at your Alberta Ford dealer. And tell them PB sent you.
At Fountain Tire, we're all about one thing, taking care of your vehicle. Oh, and your wallet. I guess that's 2 things. Save up to 20% off select tires until June 14th. Fountain Tire. We're on this road together, Canada.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show on the Oilers Radio Network.
Another chance. And now on to Barkov. Poke checked away by Janmark. Open man. Kapanen. One-timer score! Jake Wallman! And Edmonton has its first lead of the game. 4-3.
That's the plus play of the game, brought to you by Catelli Protein Plus with the classic taste of Catelli and 17 grams of protein. It's the most delicious way to score with your taste buds on and off the ice. The Oilers, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins made a brilliant play in the corner to keep the play alive, and then Kapanen found Wallman. Edmonton scored at 13:36 of the third. They had the lead until 1940. They carried it for more than 6 minutes, but then an overload on a bit of a malfunction at the junction with a puck handling situation left corner. And the Panthers tied it Reinhart. And so we went to overtime for the third consecutive game. And Draisaitl scored, or third game of the first 4 games of the Stanley Cup final. Draisaitl wins it as, the old poker shot from Leon Draisaitl. And let's bring aboard our Inside the Game analyst, Rob Brown. Rob, we might look back at this game, I grew up in Edmonton. I would say, given the context of the Stanley Cup final, this may be the greatest comeback the Oilers have ever had in a Stanley Cup final game. This team's been on final 9 times. It's tough to top that. I mean, just down and out 3-0, outscored 10-1. Overtime goal, Panthers, game 2. 6-1 winning game 3. Getting the snot kicked out of them, 3-0 in game 4. They pulled themselves off the mat. Your thoughts?
Well, is it a surprise? I mean, it's the Stanley Cup Finals. I mean, you're down 3-0. There's still 40 minutes to go. And this is the new National Hockey League. 3-0 30 years ago was over. But goals are scored now in the National Hockey League, and they just had to come out and play better. What we've seen so far in this Stanley Cup Final is we have 2 great teams. And when one team gets momentum, it's hard to take it away. And for the whole first period, Florida had momentum. And they were rewarded. So it was a huge period for them, but the Oilers had their second period where they were the better team, and they were rewarded as well, and that set up for a fantastic third and in overtime. I'm in texting groups, sent my son a text, said, can't have the greatest comeback ever unless you fall behind by quite a few goals. And they did. I don't think this should be a surprise. I really don't. And give credit, Calvin Pickard, there were 3 saves in this game that may win the Stanley Cup for the Edmonton Oilers. The Lundell one that could have extended to 4-2 in the second period. When the Oilers were mounting a comeback and Lundell's by himself, Pickard makes a big save. And then the 2 in overtime. I mean, it looked like Bennett just hit the crossbar. He didn't. Pickard stopped that and put it off the crossbar. That is 3-1 right there, Florida series lead. And Calvin Pickard makes an unbelievable save on a one-timer from about 15 minutes out. So this is exactly what you expected from this series. And as you and Jack were talking about, I predicted a 7-game series Edmonton Oilers victory, and I want 7 games like you and Jack talked. This is the best hockey that we have seen in, decades. It is that good, this series.
Leon Draisaitl becomes the 3rd player in NHL history to score 2 overtime goals in the Stanley Cup final. Don Raleigh of the New York Rangers, that's according to Sportsnet stats, in 1950. They need to check on Mal Sudden Death Hill as well. I could have sworn he got 2 as well. But Don Raleigh in 1950 at the Rangers, and you'll remember this because you played against this guy, the big house, John Leclerc from the Montreal Canadiens, before he got moved to the Flyers, scored 2 for the Canadians when they won the Cup in 93, which, by the way, is the last time a Canadian team won the Stanley Cup. Wow.
I thought you were going to say I played against the guy from the 1950s. I'm like, Bob, I'm not that old.
No, Brian Hall did. Brian Hall did that game, but you did not play against him.
No, all right. Well, it's funny though, Bob. Leon Draisaitl was the best player in the National Hockey League during the regular season. Hellebuck was the MVP.
We brought it up right after the game.
Best skater. Yep. The best skater is Leon Draisaitl, and Leon Draisaitl has been the best player in the playoffs as well. This has been, I don't know if a guy that's won a Hart and had 350-goal seasons is having a breakout year, but he's been the best from October 10th or whenever the Oilers started their season until today, June 12th. He has been the best player in the NHL, so there's no surprise that he scores 2 overtime goals here in the Stanley Cup Finals. This has been his season.
All right. Pickard, Game 5?
Yeah, that's a no doubt, right? There's a lot of times where Chris Knobloch does something, you're like, well, it turns out for him, but you're like, really? And then, okay, I can see it. This one's a no doubter. Calvin Pickard, he saved the Oilers season. He 2 saves in overtime. Calvin Pickard, 100%.
I think we'll see Klingberg back in too. Stetcher played 14 seconds after the first period. Rob, great stuff.
Sounds good, Bob.
This is the Rogers Postgame Show.
Pizza 73, the official pizza of your Edmonton Oilers. Loyal to the oil, in Edmonton we trust. Rising to the top like a pizza crust. Got the flavors to play, yeah. Cooking on ice. Hunger happens, gotta score a slice. Let's go Oilers, E-Town unite. Ice District to Jasper, downtown to White. Wearing orange and blue, game on the street. Make the right call, Pizza 73. Let's go Oilers. 737373, Pizza 73.
From Lloydminster to Lacrete, from Lethbridge to Lake Louise, and everywhere in between in this beautiful province, for almost 40 years, Alberta Dreams has been bringing joy and hope to seriously and chronically ill children. We've brightened the lives of over 1,200 families by giving them precious moments of happiness that create lasting memories beyond their challenging days. Please visit albertadreams.ca today and become part of something truly special for these deserving kids in our province. Alberta Dreams, a child, a wish, a dream come true.
When was the last time your electricity and natural gas provider made you feel like this? Low rates, no strings attached, year-round perks, and local energy experts who always have your back with Encore by Epcor. Find that carefree energy feeling at encore.epcor.com/carefree.
Customers are free to purchase natural gas or electricity services from a retailer of their choice. For a list of retailers, visit ucahelps.alberta.ca or call 310-4822 toll-free.
You're tuned in to the Rogers Postgame Show on the official voice of the Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHAD, and on the Oilers Radio Network.
The Alberta Blue Cross Travel Insurance Goal of Game, health, dental, travel. We got the coverage you need. Visit ab.bluecross.ca. The Oilers never did get the Alberta Blue Cross Travel Goal of Game. The Panthers had the empty net. Edmonton missed 2 shots at it from a fair amount of distance. And then to the credit of the Panthers, the Cats tied it with 20 seconds left. But Draisaitl, his 4th overtime goal in one playoff year. And we are tied 2-2. What a comeback from Edmonton. Pizza 73 out of town scoreboard. You know what? When you're the only team, the only game in the NHL, and you're playing in June, that's all that matters. We're tied 2-2 going back to Edmonton. 6:20 puck drop Mountain Standard Time. This is the Rogers Postgame Show.
The same AI-powered technology that helps Oilers fans move through security efficiently at Rogers Place is also available for Edmonton area schools, hospitals, and workplaces. Evolve Technology, proud partner of the Edmonton Oilers and official security screening partner of Rogers Place, helps identify potential threats and create safe experiences at hockey games and wherever people gather. Visit Rogers Place to experience Evolve live or check out evolve.com for more information. That's EVOLV.com.
Real Canadian Superstore has more ways to save than any other major grocer. Check out their weekly flyer for PC Optimum offers, deals on club size, no name, and always low-priced everyday items. Visit in-store to find everything from fashion and home decor to toys and electronics. And don't forget their new Fresh Promise on produce. If your produce isn't fresh, they'll replace it and refund it. There are so many ways to save at Real Canadian Superstore. See their flyer for details.
Let's go to the Molson Cup 3 Stars, presented by Molson, the official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. You must be of legal drinking age. Now, these stars are picked in-house in Florida. 3rd star tonight with 2 goals and assists, Matthew Tkachuk. 2nd goal, star tonight, Sam Reinhart with a goal and 2 assists. No question on the 1st star tonight. His 4th overtime goal of the playoffs. Leon Draisaitl with the GWG and OG. This is the greatest comeback the Oilers have had in their team playoff history. They rally from 3-0 down, get up 4-3, give up a late one, and still overcome it and win 5-4 in overtime. We're going back to Edmonton 2-2. It's a best of 3, and the Oilers have home ice. On behalf of my play-by-play partners this year, Jack Michaels along with Cam Moon, Rob Brown, Brent Griffiths, Brendan Escott, studio producer Kellen Kennedy and Eamon Hashin, Kellen at the helm tonight, and our ace engineer here in Sunrise, Alex Lopez. Bob Stauffer saying so long, everybody. The Oilers have tied the series. Draisaitl has tied a record that has been around for the last 32 years.
The Rogers Postgame Show is heard following each of our NHL broadcasts. Portions of this exclusive broadcast are brought to you by Ford, official partner of the Edmonton Oilers. Built Ford proud. Molson, official beer of the Edmonton Oilers. Whether it's Canadian, Ultra, Export, or Excel, there's a Molson with your name on it. Must be legal drinking age. And Rogers, proud partner and fan of the Edmonton Oilers.
To the net, backhander score!
This live play-by-play broadcast is intended for the private entertainment of our audience. Any rebroadcast without the expressed written consent of the Oilers Entertainment Group is strictly prohibited. All games, all season. Exclusively on the Oilers Radio Network. CHED Edmonton, the station you turn to in an emergency. 880 CHED, Edmonton's news, today's talk.
A Chorus Entertainment radio station.
The game is over when the horn sounds. The analysis ends when you say it does. This is Oilers Overtime. Oilers Hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. And now, the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 880 CHED.
Bouchard at his own blue line directs a pass over to Ekholm. Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his fourth OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
You know, one of my favorite movies, Gladiator, with Russell Crowe, he says in it at one point, "Are you not entertained?" This series has had pretty much everything. Bryn Griffiths with you tonight on the Postgame Show. We're from Rogers Place. It's all quiet now. 40 hours from now, it's going to be a nut house. You know that. It's going to be a lot of fun around here for the next few days, that's for sure. Bryn Griffiths, Rob Brown with you. Brownie, man, oh man. Based on, we were really scrambling a little bit, I think, in the first intermission to try to describe what was going on with the Oilers in that first period. And then they just found it. They just found it.
Well, we've seen this over and over, though, the entire series. There will be a team that controls one period, then the next period the other team controls it. Both teams are great. You're not going to control for 60 minutes. You're going to have the ebbs and flows. And when you have your moment, you got to make sure that you capitalize. And Florida Panthers did in the first. In the second period, the Oilers threw everything they had at them, and they were able to capitalize. And then in the third period was just two great hockey clubs slugging it out. So when a 3-0 lead after one period in today's NHL is not that big. There's 40 minutes left. This is an Oiler team that is as good an offensive team as any in the NHL, and they had 40 minutes. You knew they were going to get one or two power plays. They were going to pressure. They were going to get their opportunities, but we also said that they needed to get some saves. Calvin Pickard made a save on Lundell in the second period that would have extended it to 4-2 and probably would have stopped the momentum of the Oilers.
Yeah.
And that save just changed the way. It just kept the Oilers' momentum going. So, yeah, it's an incredible story, and it's just an amazing comeback. But this is a great Oiler team. And I would have expected that there would have been push. Now, they have to capitalize and things have to get by Bobrovsky, but they did. So it just sets up for hopefully 2 to 3 more fantastic hockey games, because the hockey that we are seeing is second to none that we've seen in a long, long time.
The funny part of this is we had 3 goaltenders that I thought played exceptionally well.
They did, yeah. Bobrovsky was good, and unfortunately for him, the game-winning goal was an own goal off the leg of his defenseman. He was playing, he knew where the puck was going, and unfortunately for him, and very fortunately for the Oilers, it sneaks through. Stuart Skinner, I mean, it was 3-0 after one. It could have been 6-0. That's how bad the Oilers were in the first 20 minutes. And then Calvin Pickard just continues his, Cinderella story. He signed as a third string goaltender for the Oilers to be in their minors. Things don't work out for Jack Campbell. Stuart Skinner has had his hiccups here and there, and here he is 7-0. I can't imagine him not being the starter in Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals. I don't know if anyone would have envisioned a couple of years ago when he was down in the minors here for the Edmonton Oilers that if the Edmonton Oilers had a chance to hoist a Stanley Cup, that he would be the goaltender of record. So just a great story and just a fantastic. I just cannot say how good this series has been. It has lived up to the billing and probably exceeded it.
There is a ton to unpack here tonight, that's for sure. The Window Mart Oilers hotline is open right now. 780-451-8800, 451-8800. Window Mart, your trusted partner when you need to replace your windows and doors. Visit them today online at windowmart.ca. So we're going to open up the phone lines. In the meantime, we'll also tell you we're going to hear from Coach Chris Knobloch at some point, and we're going inside that Oiler locker room. But we're going to take a timeout, and then we're going to come back with more. Oilers winning it in overtime tonight in a thriller, 5-4 in front of 19,994 down in Sunrise, Florida. We'll take a break and come back with more. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
This report brought to you by Sentinel Storage. Need extra space? Try 4 weeks free. Details at sentinelstorage.ca. Sentinel Storage. They shoot, we store.
Karen Transportation Systems is hiring. One of Canada's best managed companies and top fleet employers, Karen Transportation is looking for Class 1 professional drivers based in Alberta for short and long haul work. Drivers enjoy competitive pay, assigned units, well-maintained equipment, and benefits and RRSP match from day one. If you're an experienced Class 1 driver with a clean safety record and scheduling flexibility, we want you on the Karen team. Apply today at karentransport.ca/careers. That's karentransport.ca/careers.
If you're debating a construction company for your commercial project, I think you should choose Vantage Builders. As one of Alberta's premier construction companies, they've helped clients all over the province with their commercial, office, and retail projects. They've earned my trust, and I'm sure they'll earn yours. What I like about Vantage the most is their priority is to get your job done safely, on time, and on budget. Get started on your project today, near or far. Think Vantage Builders. Head to vantagebuilders.ca.
Fancy windows and fancy doors are now side by side. That's right. Fancy Windows has moved right next door to Fancy Doors at 4421 Roper Road. Stop by their new location to explore an upgraded showroom and discover the top quality products and services you know and trust. Whether you're replacing windows, boosting energy efficiency, or enhancing curb appeal, Fancy Windows has you covered. They proudly craft windows designed for Alberta's weather right here in Edmonton. Visit them at 4421 Roper Road or online at fancywindows.com.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
With Play Alberta's Sportsbook app, 100% of the revenue goes right back to the province, contributing to programs and services all across Alberta. Deposit today with promo code OilersNow, all one word, to get an exclusive $50 free bet. In a world chock full of sportsbooks, choose the one by Albertans for Albertans that actually benefits Albertans. Download the Play Alberta app today and use promo code OilersNow to get your $50 free bet. Must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Remember the dangerous McDavid lurking. Reinhart threads a pass through to Kachuk in front. Redirected. What a save! What a stop made by Calvin Pickard.
That's your save of the game, brought to you by Crystal Glass. Call 310-GLASS or visit them online at crystalglass.ca. Calvin Pickard came in the second period and faced 10 shots, faced 9 shots in the third period, faced 4 shots in overtime, including one off of the guy who's just been absolutely on fire for the Florida Panthers, and that's Sam Bennett. Got a piece of it, then it goes off the crossbar, and the Oilers come back to win it. Hey, by the way, got to mention this as well, because the Oilers hit 5 goals tonight. That means we're turning the goal light on, which is brought to you by Japanese Village. They're now back downtown at 101st Street and 105th Avenue. You can reserve right now or check out their menu at jvedmonton.ca. But you know how it works when the Oilers score 5 goals or more in a game. You go to 880ched.com. You can do it right now. You can print off a coupon for a free appetizer, so when you do drop down for a great meal, you get that. That's a great thing. Hey, Brownie, let's go to the phones because they're jammed, and why wouldn't they be? Cole is up first. Hey, Cole, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Fine.
That was a good hockey game tonight.
Just another one in a series. Well, I think I have to exclude the game on Monday night, but the other 3 have just been fantastic.
I'd say so. This one I wasn't too worried about it. Even when we were down 3, early McDavid had that chance, and then Bennett, the big save on Bennett. And then when it was 3-0, I really wasn't too concerned tonight. I knew the Oilers should pull it out.
Well, you're probably one of the few, because I think a lot of people were scratching their heads trying to figure out what was going on. Brownie, you're one of those ones. You basically said, hey, listen, it's only 3-0. This is the National Hockey League.
Well, this is the National Hockey League nowadays, and this is the Edmonton Oilers. 40 minutes is a long, long time. Now, the Oilers needed a save, and they got one, and they needed the next goal, and they got that. So, yeah, no, to me, that game was a long ways from being over at the end of the first period. The Oilers were absolutely horrendous in the first 20, but they were going to get better, and they did. So, I would imagine, and it's funny they talk about momentum going forward. I don't think there'll be any. I think Saturday night's going to be crazy in Edmonton.
Oh, yeah.
But I do believe the Florida Panthers, they'll rebound as well the Oilers, and I'm expecting another fantastic hockey game in 48 hours' time.
Cole, thanks for the call. We move along to Clayton. Clayton, welcome to the show. Clayton, are you with us? Did we lose Clayton? Okay, let's move. Hey, we're going to Montreal. Tony's back with us. Hey, Tony.
How you doing, guys?
Very good.
Spectacular game. I agree with you. That first period was quite worrisome. I wouldn't say I wasn't worried. I was pretty worried. And, I go back to the last game where there was multiple penalties. That's Florida slowing down the flow of a high-speed offense like Edmonton. And I think Edmonton probably figured out in the second period, they say, you know what, we got to turn on the jets. We got to go north-south, and we got to bomb that net. And you could see that they had decided this is what's going to happen. I guess the brain trust behind the bench said, listen, stop with the mucking around, stop with the slow game, stop with this, and go forward and attack that net. And, guys, that was like the first 2 games when Edmonton is flying. And I think the Florida team knows very clearly, and obviously the coaching staff, that if anything happens where Edmonton gets going on a heater, and that heater gets picked up from first to second to third, you cannot stop Edmonton because they have that much power. But equally, Bennett on the ice, Chuck, and all these other extra incredible hockey players. It's like Ali Fraser. It's like a heavyweight fight. You're on your edge every time Bennett touches the puck or Chuck has the puck. You're holding your breath. You say this could go in, and of course, you guys are 100% right. Pickard came in, and what a tandem you have, and I'm glad that you guys pointed out that these guys were in the minors, and or one of them was in the minors. I don't know exactly the whole history of it. But, to see that stop off the shoulder, then off the crossbar, and Draisaitl, looked like he was dead coming back, back checking and stopping pucks, and then, of course, getting the overtime goal.
It was all big stuff, Tony. Tony, it was an incredible game. And, hey, we've got more to come. I'm like everybody else. You would like to see the home team win, but, man, 3 more of those would be sensational. Tony, thanks for the call. Let's move on to Jonathan. Jonathan, hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
I'm fired up. What a game. What a series. And,
Yeah, I felt like after, like it usually is, after Draisaitl and McDavid get shut out, the next game they come back with a vengeance. And yeah, Draisaitl, it was destined to be him with the overtime winner, and Podkolzin with a sense to just pass that straight over to him there instead of chipping it deep or whatever. And that was the game. And yeah, it was a good one. I don't know if I've ever been that stressed out watching before, but I'm happy now.
Hey, Jonathan, thanks for the call. Hey, Brownie, you're one of the ones. Hey, we were talking about the fact that the way Connor was playing, and Connor played very well tonight, and Leon was playing very well. You talked about the guys, the big guys that got to step up in overtime and kind of get these guys over the hump, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, we saw that Reinhart scores a big goal at the end of the game for the Florida Panthers to tie it, send it into overtime. He's their goal scorer. He had 56 a couple of years ago. He's the guy that needed to step up, and he did. And in this game, it was, Connor had chances. Leon had chances, but still hadn't taken over a game. But Leon did. I thought Leon was excellent all game long. He was the best player in the National Hockey League during the regular season. I believe he's been the best player in the playoffs as well. He is having from October 10th till today, he's been the best NHL hockey player. And tonight, the puck's on his stick. He's driving the net. That's one hand. Now, if the puck doesn't go off Mikkola, it goes to Perry, and he has a chance to put the puck in the back of the net. But a good point by, I think, Jonathan wasn't just called there.
Yeah.
Fantastic play by Podkolzin. That was a one-touch pass from board to board. That is not an easy play, and he put it right on the blade of Leon Draisaitl. So Podkolzin, who moved up in the lineup as the night went on, scores a huge goal in the second period and helps set up the overtime winner. So good on Podkolzin, kid that's another wonderful story on a team that's got so many great stories, and you just hope that this story has a happy ending.
All right, let's keep rolling. Dan is up next. Welcome, Dan.
Hey, guys. Good evening. Thank you for taking my call. I hope you're doing well after that wild comeback win. I don't think my deodorant could take much more, so I'm going to have to upgrade for the next game, that's for sure. A couple of things. Chris, I like the coaching decisions. Rob, you literally just took the words out of my mouth with that switch with Podkolzin for Kane. I thought that was Podkolzin definitely took advantage of that opportunity, played outstanding. I think even if Calvin Pickard had started this game with the first period the Oilers played, it's still probably 3-0. That said, him coming in played outstanding. I don't see how you don't go to him in Game 5. I think he's earned it with his undefeated record. The boys came back. They came swinging, so let's keep going. I know you guys want 7. I'm just saying I'm okay with 6. With everything that's been going online, with the chatter with Florida fans and Oiler fans, it's great. When it's 3-0 for Florida, right? I got guys chirping me from a post 2 or 3 days ago, and when the Oilers tied it up 3-3, there all of a sudden I'm blocked and reported. So it's good. I love it. Let's go Oilers. Nothing bad was said.
Christian, you know what we're thinking, though, right? This series is one of those ones that could just go for a long time, right? It's just been so much fun to watch, but at some point you want to see that cup hoisted. And hey, I think most people are with you. So thanks for the call. Up next, let's go to Christian. Hey, Christian, welcome.
Hey, guys. It's a good game. I'm glad that we won, but I hope that nobody's too hard on Stuart Skinner and we start seeing more production out of our forwards.
I would say there's no reason to go after Stuart Skinner tonight. The team in front of him wasn't very good in the first period.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
What do you need? What do you mean production from the forwards, though?
I was I guess everybody's always giving heat to Stuart Skinner, but at the end of the day, he can't score goals. But it'd be nice to see some of the other guys score a few goals, I guess. But that's what she'll think.
The Oilers did score 5 in the game against the best money goalie in the world. Skinner was good. It was the entire team was terrible in the first period, but as for production from their forwards, they got it. And they got just enough of it tonight. This was a game where for 40 minutes you saw how the Oilers are capable of playing. And in the final, whatever it was, 20-plus overtime, you saw how both teams, when they're on their game, how good the hockey can be. So this was this series has lived up to the billing, and I just can't say it enough how much fun, just as a fan of the game, it has been to watch two great teams go head to head.
Hey, Christian, thank you for that. Moving on. Hey, look who's up next. Big Bad Joe. How you doing? You okay?
Hey,
Pumped up? Are you calm down?
No, I was not panicking at all. I'm watching the games at my daughter and son-in-law because my girlfriend is not that crazy about hockey, and she gets really upset when I get really excited. But I mean, it was 3-0, and the only reason it was 3-0 because of those, basically, those dumb penalties. If that would not have happened, we would have seen a different game. But, I knew right away, they will come back, and I felt bad for Skinner. But I mean, the coach had to do something, and he made the right choice by putting Pickett in. And I still lean towards Stu on Saturday. But I mean, you know what? Either team who have won, though, it is just fantastic hockey. I have never seen this good hockey as what we are witnessing now, except for Monday night. But I mean, it is just fantastic, though.
Well, rest up because Saturday's going to come quick, okay? We just lost him, and that's fine. Last call, and then when we come back after we talk to Jennifer here in a moment, we're going to hear from the head coach. We'll take a break and hear from the head coach, Chris Knobloch. But, hey, Jennifer, how you doing?
Hey, good, thanks. Apologies if I'm covering anything already said. I'm just tuning in. Rob, I felt the first period was so different by both teams. No goofy shenanigans, more pure hockey, which was so refreshing, but also almost tentative. Is it possible not only the coaches and player leaders in the room, but also the league maybe said, hey, stop. No world, wrestling, no drama, no goofy, just play good hockey. Second, I hoped after Kane's first penalty in the first that he would be benched, and he was, and I think that said a lot. And I heard on the Sportsnet panel that Corey was a big voice in the room after that first period. I feel like we're missing Hyman right now a lot with that calm voice and that steady play out on the ice. And so I was glad I wasn't sure who'd be, throwing garbage cans or laying down the law, but it was pretty cool to hear Corey Perry was that guy in the room, because I feel like McDavid already has so much pressure on him. Just a great win for the team. I feel bad for Skinner. This wasn't his fault. Great for Picks. What a backup coming in and standing tall.
Yeah.
And just glad that they got the win.
Hey, Jennifer, thanks for the call.
Well, Jennifer, with the league wouldn't have been involved with talking to the teams. I think both teams realized the importance of this game, and the Edmonton Oilers were completely off their game in game number 3. Wallman, a great example. In game 3, did not look like the Wallman that had played since the trade deadline. Tonight he did, because he focused just on hockey instead of all the, as you said, shenanigans. So this would have been the coaches talking to the players and the players talking to the players, but the league wouldn't have been involved with that. As for Corey Perry, Corey Perry, what he's done offensively this year is probably a nice surprise for the Oilers. But when they signed him for what he is in the dressing room, someone that can speak up because he's got the resume. He's won Stanley Cups. He's won gold medals. He's been a superstar in this league for a long, long time. He's a champion. So for him to stand up in the dressing room is not a surprise at all. And an older player would be the guy to stand up, because they know that these chances are few and far between. So don't waste the opportunity. Corey Perry would be a guy you would expect. And he's one of the big reasons he signed was for a moment like tonight.
Beautifully said. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to hear from Chris Knobloch, who stepped up to the podium. We're going to get inside the Oiler locker room. We're going to hear from Wallman, Nuge, Podkolzin, Draisaitl, and Pickard. It's all coming up here on the Postgame Show. Taking a time out, though, right now. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
If you're dealing with pelvic pain, discomfort, or incontinence, we truly understand how tough that can feel and how hard it is to reach out for help. At Leading Edge Physio, our pelvic health team offers seriously skilled and compassionate care in a discreet environment, because life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
Atlas Immunization Services.
Where do
do I go for travel immunizations for all ages, including infants? Easy. Atlas Immunization Services.
Preparing you for a safe and healthy journey.
Hi, I'm Scott Reeve of Cupboards Express. Some think because of our name that our options are small. In fact, we have the largest selection of door styles and storage options anywhere. Some think because of our name that we don't do custom work. Truth is, if you dream it, we can make it right here in our factory. And some think because of our name that our prices are good and our delivery fast. Well, that's true. Our prices are fair and we have the quickest lead times in North America. It's all in our name. Cupboards Express.
Ain't it beautiful? The Discover Days sales event is on right now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Discover the best deals of the season on XC40, XC60, and deals on the XC90 with lease rates as low as 2.49% OAC, $5,000 in savings. Discover these incredible deals and discover an outstanding experience at Canada's #1 volume Volvo dealership, Volvo Cars Edmonton.
Volvo of Edmonton.
Maybe it's time to use one of the oldest, most respected trucking outfits in town. After 45 years, Encore survives because of our reputation for skill, safe work habits, and the range of boom trucks and tractors we can supply. Encore, we're the original. We're Encore by Encore.
Cheer and save at both of Tiletown's Edmonton locations. In honor of Edmonton's postseason run, save 20% off all regular priced in-stock tile until June 30th. Canadian owned and operated since 1971, Tiletown design consultations are ready to help at mytiletown.ca.
There's nothing like playoff energy. You can see it inside the arena and at the outdoor watch parties. It's electric, and keeping that energy can seem impossible. The experts at Sunview Windows and Doors can help you reduce heat loss up to 30%. Keep more of your energy with help from Sunview Windows and Doors. As a small Edmonton-based business, Sunview specializes in renovation, using only products and materials they'd use in their own homes. See the difference with a free estimate at sunview-windows.com.
Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Another chance, and now on to Barkov. Poke checked away by Janmark. Open man, Kapanen, one-timer score! Jake Wallman, and Edmonton has its first lead of the game, 4-3.
That goal coming with about 6 minutes remaining in the third period. You start to wonder whether or not that was going to be your winner. Kapanen with an assist. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins did some hard work behind the net to get it to Kapanen, but it was Reinhart coming back to tie it up with less than a minute to go. 19.5 seconds, in fact, that sent it into overtime. Hey, let's get down to hear what the coach had to say about this one tonight. It's time for At the Mic, brought to you by Edmonton International Airport. Discover nonstop adventures and nonstop flights at flyeia.com/nonstop. Here's Chris Knobloch.
I just want to just maybe get a thought on, changing your goaltender when, Stewart played pretty well in that first period, but and then just a thought on what Calvin did and kind of what he's been doing in this playoffs and just the run he's been on.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Stu to be pulled there. Our team was flat. It was, didn't give him any opportunities. And again, taking 3 penalties in the first period, 2 high stickings, which I'm hating. But unfortunate. We needed to change things up, and the change was great, the way he played. Bix made some really big saves. I don't think there was many shots in the second period, but there was a couple of really good quality ones that he came up big with. And then, as the game went on, obviously the one in the overtime, he got his glove on it just enough to keep that from going in. And, it was great to see him make the saves when we needed him.
Left side, front row. A lot of teams have backup goalies that they hardly ever use, and you ride your starter. Can you explain the confidence that you have in Calvin, and also what that save on Lundell, that little mini breakaway, did to change the complexion of the game for this team, for your team?
Well, I have confidence in him because you look at his record. Whether it's last year, this year, especially in the second half of this year, he's been doing a lot of winning, and he's been getting a lot of goal support too, but he's been making the big saves when we needed them. And I'm thinking about when Stu was injured at the end of the season, and there was a run of games where Picks played in consecutive starts, and I remember just him making some really key, timely saves. The last couple minutes, the opposition had their goalie pulled, and coming up with those key saves at the big moments. And I think for him, he's been a journeyman goalie. He's been through it all, and right now he's been enjoying the ride. The ride last year of just becoming a regular NHL goaltender again, and then obviously getting as many starts as he's been getting, and he's earned them. I'm not giving him any starts. He's deserved them.
Right side standing. Chris, you have the closest view of that game. You're closer to the action than anyone. What's it like in the moment to see your team go down like that, come back? What are you thinking through that tonight?
Well, I knew we could come back. It's not easy to, but I know with the group that we have, we can do it. We just got to dig in and win a few more battles and play a little bit smarter. And the guys didn't quit, and we just needed something to turn it around. And that power play goal was it. And then we were just able to get a little confidence and some belief that we can do this. And after the way Game 3 went, and then the way the first period tonight went, a lot of teams probably don't find a way to rebound. But a lot of credit to these guys. Very proud of them. Loved the effort from them.
Right side, third row.
Yeah, Chris, a lot of the guys were saying after Game 3 that Leon addressed the team after the game. The fact that he walks the walk after he talks the talk. I mean, you've won 2 games in this series, and he scored the overtime winner in both of them. Can you just talk a little bit about, the fact that he backs up his words?
We have a lot of good leaders on our team. A lot of guys who probably, if they're on our teams, they're probably captains. And we go through like roster. We've got so many guys like Henrique, Ekholm, and you talk about even Brett Kulak. There's so many guys that don't even wear letters have a lot of say, and a lot of respect for those guys. As for Leon, I don't know what could be said that really conveys what he brings to our team, not only in leadership but the play, and he has just elevated his game in the toughest moments. Toughest moments in playoffs is tough, but how many overtime goals has he scored? And even the one in Vegas, Kapanen scored. He was involved in that. He had a big part of that. So, he knew that, if we have an opportunity to get back in this series and change the momentum, our best players got to step up and play well. And, I believe all our best players did that tonight.
Take a few more left side, third row.
From an emotional standpoint, Chris, what's it like to live this series? I mean, a lot of people on the outside are saying this is one of the greatest, one of the tightest series through 4 games they've ever seen.
It's... games like that, it's exhausting. It's a roller coaster, but for me, I just I do appreciate the level of hockey. The 2 good teams playing as hard as they are, playing the right way. I do appreciate being so close to the action and seeing what I'm seeing. But it's obviously with what's on the line, it's stressful. There's a lot on the line, and but it is fun, and I think our guys are having fun, enjoying this moment, and we're going to enjoy this tonight, and we know tomorrow we're going to have to turn it off because we're going to have a big Game 5 coming.
Stay in that same row.
Can you, along that vein, you're bringing now a team home that's 2-2, just won a miraculous game here. You're going into Edmonton on a Saturday night in a full sold out. The city's on fire up there. What awaits the Oilers, the team, everybody, these next 3 games? There's some wild hockey coming, it looks like.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some more exciting hockey. You look at these, 3 of the 4 games have been nail biters. They've been exciting, back and forth. Either team could have won. And, I don't think there's a better place to experience a hockey game or for a hockey game to be played than in Edmonton. The atmosphere there with the fans, the excitement in the building, but also around the city. I think it's great, and I think it's well deserving that, as exciting as this series has been, that it can be played in Edmonton.
Chris, this is a players' league, and part of the art of coaching is sometimes stepping aside and letting the players do. Corey Perry's 7 years younger than you, and we were told that he spoke. And is that part of handling a team is recognizing, those guys have got to be the guys that have, sit there and help recharge the group when they're sitting there down 3-0.
I think all the guys pick their moments of talking, and we don't have a guy that is always the guy stepping up and talking, and everyone takes their turns, whether it's Leon or Ekholm or obviously Corey Perry. He carries a lot of weight with all the experience he has and his age. A lot of guys, everyone has a lot of respect for him. The coaching staff has a lot of respect for him. So when those guys do speak and say their thoughts, everyone has a lot of respect for that, and it toes the line. What else can you do? Because of what he says has a lot of meaning.
There are no more hands. Thanks for your time, Chris.
There you go. Head coach Chris Knobloch addressing the media tonight after a real thriller. 5-4 in overtime. Oilers coming from behind to beat the Florida Panthers. Rob, what do you think of the comments from the coach?
Well, it sounded like a coach that was a little exhausted from a hockey game that went from the highest of the highs to the lowest of the lows to the highest, lowest of the lows to the highest of the highs. It was unbelievable. And it's funny, as a coach, you're part of it all. And every decision you make, especially in these close games, they could have huge implications. He made 3 changes coming into the lineup 2 changes with Stetcher coming in, and then the upfront Skinner coming in, and then with a change. So 3 with Pickard going into the net. 2 of the 3 worked out. Yeah. That's not bad. Pretty good stat for him. And right now, it's almost you have to enjoy the moment, then flush it. Just like you did the loss, you got to flush the win because there's now a game 5 on home ice that you got to prepare for. So coaching is a never-ending job. That as soon as they get on the plane, they'll be watching video and going over what went right, what went wrong, and what do we need to do to be better in the next game. But he sounded happy, but he did sound exhausted from this night.
Well, he'll have a 5-hour and 40-minute flight all the way from Sunrise. Basically, it's Fort Lauderdale to Edmonton coming up tomorrow morning. And, hey, let's get to the Molson Cup 3 stars now before we take a break and then come back and kind of wrap things up with you. These were the stars that were selected in-house in Florida tonight. The number 1 star, Leon Draisaitl, 1 goal, 2 assists, 3 points. I don't know what more else we can say about Leon's performance.
He's been the best player in the National Hockey League since October through the game 4 of the Stanley Cup Finals. 4 overtime goals in these playoffs. He's clutch.
And 2 game-winning goals, too, in this final. It's that total. It's unbelievable. Number 2 star tonight was Sam Reinhart. Can't disagree with that. Had a chance to actually win it, but he comes up with 1 goal, 2 assists, and 3 points.
The stars of both teams have been fantastic in this series. A slow start to the series for Reinhart. He's been excellent the last 2 hockey games.
The number 3 star got off to a great start in the first period was Matthew Tkachuk. Had 2 goals, 1 assist, 3 points. And I thought the Oilers were pretty good at kind of avoiding him a little bit in the third period, not falling for any of his quote-unquote antics.
Honestly, I didn't even notice. They all played hockey tonight. There was no antics tonight. I think both teams, as we had the caller earlier, both teams realized the magnitude. I thought Tkachuk, the last 2 games are the best he's played in the 2 back-to-back year finals. I thought he had a quiet final last year. He woke up in game 3, and he was very, very good again in game 4.
This brings us to the 4 star, which is brought to you by Jandale Homes. Custom build your dream home with Jandale Homes today. There's a lot of guys that would be put in here for consideration. Is there one guy that stood out?
Oh, it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
It's Calvin Pickard. The Edmonton Oilers do not win this hockey game without the play of Calvin Pickard, including stopping the Sam Bennett one-timer from about 15 feet out in overtime. Calvin Pickard, he was your 4-star, and he easily could have been the first star in this game as well.
Don't disagree at all, and I'm just going to put in an honorable mention for. I really liked the way the kid played today, Vasily Podkolzin, and I just thought he set Leon up for that overtime winner. Scored a really nice goal tonight. It's great to see everybody chipping in tonight. But that's your Molson Cup 3 stars and the 4-star, brought to you by Jandale Homes. We'll take another timeout, come back with Rob, and kind of wrap up. And then we're going to get inside the Oiler locker room. We'll get the thoughts from Jake Wallman, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Vasily Podkolzin, who spoke actually for almost 3 minutes, which is saying an awful lot. He's a pretty shy guy. Also, we'll hear from Draisaitl. Leon was fantastic tonight, and Calvin Pickard, all when we come back. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Celebrate 50 years of excellence with Jandale Homes, Alberta's premier modular home retailer. Visit our show homes located in Edmonton and Grand Prairie, as well as an award-winning community in Morinville. Come see the difference yourself at our sales and decor centers. Tour a large selection of show homes and start building your dream home with us today. Jandale Homes, celebrating 50 years in business. Visit us online at jandalehomes.com.
Get ready for a great barbecue season with Friesen Brothers. We believe that really great food matters, and we have everything you need for your perfect barbecue. From the best fresh Alberta meat cut by our in-store master butchers to traditionally baked sourdough, a great range of Alberta-grown vegetables, and all the tasty sides to complement your every meal. Get all fired up for this year's barbecue season at your local Friesen Brothers.
Your home for live music and great performances is the River Cree Resort and Casino. Don't miss one of country music's artists to watch as Ian Munsick plays the River Cree Resort and Casino July 5th.
I don't ever look back. I'm in it for the long haul.
Get your tickets at rivercreeresort.com. River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement? Bet on it.
I don't ever look back.
It's game on at City Ford.
With an all-star lineup of Ford favorites. Save up to $7,000 on select 2025 Escapes and up to $6,000 on 2025 Bronco Sports. Or finance at 0% for up to 60 months.
Plus, save up to $15,000 on select 2025 F-150s. Or finance at 0% for up to 72 months.
Spin the wheel and win an iPad, barbecue, Costco card, a smoker, and more.
Visit City Ford on the St. Albert Trail.
The power is in your hands and in your campsite with some help from the team at Riverside Honda and Skidoo. Until June 30th, save $500 on the reliability that is the Honda EU 3200 inverter generator, featuring fuel injection and Bluetooth integration for convenience and set it and forget it maintenance. Riverside Honda and Skidoo, in store at 15 Englewood Drive and always online at riversidehonda.com. It's your dream. Ride it at Riverside. Shop local, shop Canadian. Hey, Oil Country. The boys in orange and blue are charging into Stanley Cup Finals, and Rogers Place is buzzing with playoff energy. Whether you're watching live downtown, catching the game at home, or listening in, there's another way to keep Alberta winning off the ice. Don't forget those empty beverage containers, cartons, juice boxes, pouches, and bimetal cans. Bring them to your local bottle depot. Get your deposit back and help keep Alberta clean. Every container counts, just like every goal. Learn more at abcrc.com.
Live Oilers hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 CHED.
Bouchard at his own blue line, directs a pass over to Ekholm. Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his fourth OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
Might have to make a phone call to make sure Jack is going to be okay tonight. Great call on a great goal by the Edmonton Oilers. Bryn Griffiths and Rob Brown back here. Rogers Place. This place was very, very quiet in the first period for obvious reasons, but it sure came alive. Everybody just absolutely loved the way things shook down here tonight, and why not? Time for Hot and Cold, brought to you by Billy Mechanical. From heating to cooling, and now water treatment and filtration, too. Just head on over to billymechanical.com to book a free estimate. That's BILLE. Well, Rob, what do you figure for Hot and Cold tonight?
Well, hot, to me, it's pretty easy. It's Leon Draisaitl, his 4th overtime winner of the playoffs, his 2nd overtime winner of the finals. He's making a case to be the Conn Smythe Trophy winner, as the NHL playoff MVP. Another fantastic game for Leon.
Checking out the power play situation tonight, and I guess also the PK. The power play is brought to you by Conlin Motorsports. They'll help get you out there. Visit one of Conlin Motorsports' 4 locations right across the province of Alberta, or also online at conlinmotorsports.ca. Oilers are 1 for 4 tonight. Panthers 2 for 4. Panthers kind of doing all their damage in the first period. But your thoughts on the power plays and I guess the PKs as well?
Again, the Oilers' penalty killing has not been as good as it needs to be.
Right.
Partly because they've taken some silly penalties. Again, Evander Kane sat for a little bit tonight. The Oilers got to quit taking penalties because the Florida Panthers power play is good. The Oilers had a chance to, I think it was in the third period, they had a power play. They could have taken a stranglehold on this game.
Yeah.
The Oilers special teams can still be better than it is. And hopefully, as this series moves forward, it will get a little bit better and be a difference maker.
That was the Bennett tripping penalty, I think, almost midway through the third period. You're right. The Oilers could have really helped their cause a little bit there, but they win. So can't say too much about that. Over to adjustment of the game, brought to you by WD-40 Canada. Spray your way with the new Smart Straw can with the built-in straw for precision and wide sprays. And you'll also never lose the straw either. That's kind of a bonus as far as I'm concerned. You can find out more. Just go to WD40.ca/Smart Straw. There were numerous adjustments in this game tonight, but is it the goaltending change? That would be one.
Yeah, that one's an easy one for us. Chris Knobloch did us a favor. He made a goalie change. It was an adjustment, and Calvin Pickard was outstanding in this hockey game. The save on Bennett, if the Edmonton Oilers win the Stanley Cup this year, they can look back at that save on Sam Bennett, because if he doesn't stop that, it's 3-1 Florida. With 3 elimination games the Oilers would have to win. He gets a piece of it off the crossbar, and Leon does him a favor in the other end. So big adjustment for Chris Knobloch and the Edmonton Oilers.
And that came just a few minutes after Trent Frederick goes to the front of the net, goes off his skate twice, and then goes off the goalpost. So big saves at the right time for the Edmonton Oilers tonight from Calvin Pickard. That's kind of the way that shakes down. Okay, your thoughts on... Do you want to start thinking a little bit about Saturday night? Because I'm just, as I stare out here at Rogers Place and Zamboni's going around, it's so quiet. I can hardly wait for Saturday night in here. It's going to be nuts.
I mean, I've said it since I moved home about 22 years ago, that the mood of the city is dependent on how the Oilers do the night before.
Yeah.
And right now, this city is going to be electric. It's going to be loud. Everyone's going to be in a good mood. And it's going to be a party. And Saturday is going to be, there's only one night that could rival it, and that would be Game 7 about 6 days afterwards or 7 days after it. So it's going to be fun. And this is what the players live to play in. And we as fans, this is what we live to watch. So the Edmonton Oilers have a chance to give themselves a leg up in this series. And when they play Tuesday in Florida, the Stanley Cup will be in the building. The Edmonton Oilers would like to be the team that has an opportunity to win that night. So it's going to be a lot of fun on Saturday.
I was going to ask you what you think will happen on Saturday, but this series has just been too crazy to predict. In a lot
I think you're going to see two great teams come out and throw blows. You would have thought if people believe in momentum, you would have thought after Game 1, well, the Oilers are going to win both games on home ice. And they score late, and they're going to take that game in Game 2, and it doesn't happen. Then you come home and Florida wins 6-1, well, obviously, and then a 3-0 lead obviously going to be Florida up 3-1 going back to Edmonton. Momentum doesn't mean nothing game to game. You will see a good Florida team on Saturday. You will see a very good Edmonton team on Saturday. And I expect we're going to see another fantastic hockey game between the two best teams in the National Hockey League.
Good stuff, Rob. Thank you. And I'm like you. I can hardly wait for Saturday night. We'll see you then, okay?
Sounds good.
All right. Rob Brown joining us, as he always does, as we break down Oiler wins and losses. But we are talking about a 5-4 victory tonight over the Florida Panthers to tie up this best-of-7 series at 2 games apiece. When we come back, we're going inside the Oiler locker room. Lots of great comments coming from Jake Wallman, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, Vasily Podkolzin, Leon Draisaitl, Calvin Pickard. So keep it right here. This is Oilers Overtime on 880 CHED.
Do you need more laughter in your life?
Come out for a wild time at the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival, July 18th through 20th at Kinsman Park. Get ready for a weekend packed with laughs from John Mulaney, Martin Short, Fortune Feemster, Mateo Lane, Anthony Jeselnik, Kumail Nanjiani, Michael Che, Nick Kroll, Trailer Park Boys, Jeremy Piven, and more. Plus performing stand-up for the first time ever on the same stage, Tony Hinchcliffe and the Killers of Kill Tony. Tickets on sale now at Great Outdoors Comedy Festival.com.
Meet Dave. Dave knows his foundation needs fixing. Dave also knows his wallet is, well, kind of empty. So Dave is probably going to put it off until... Oh, that's going to cost. Shield Foundation Repair offers flexible payment plans so you can fix your foundation before it becomes a money pit. Call 780-760-4900 now or visit shieldfoundationrepair.ca to learn about their easy financing options.
Selling your home? Sentinel Storage has a location near you with secure and affordable storage solutions so you can upsize, downsize, or whatever you need size. Make it easy on yourself. Buy Canadian, store Canadian. Try 4 weeks free at sentinelstorage.ca.
Playoff hockey just isn't complete without some delicious Wilhauk beef jerky.
The boys on the ice have worked for months to get to this point. A chance at redemption. The playoffs are here. And for those in OilCountry, it's cup or bust. When the games get tense, and you know they will, calm those nerves with some Wilhauk beef jerky. Tender, tasty, full of flavor. To be a champion, you gotta eat like a champion. One delicious bite at a time.
Wilhauk beef jerky. Some say it's the best.
At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe that life shouldn't hurt. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't know that sometimes it really hurts. I mean, we've seen people at their worst moments in life, when they feel they have nowhere to turn, or at a time when they felt like their problem just wouldn't ever go away. We've also seen people who thought to themselves, it'll just go away on its own, or this is no big deal. I don't want to bother anyone about this. Don't know where to turn to, or think it's no big deal? Either way, we have the technology, techniques, and skills to help you get back to it, whatever your it may be. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
When life throws you a load, you need a trailer that can take it. Edmonton Trailer is stocked up and ready to help you haul anything from gravel to freight. Whether you're in the oil field, hauling construction materials, logs, or egg goods, Edmonton Trailer has you covered. Find your perfect trailer online at edmontontrailer.com or swing by one of their 3 locations for sales, service, parts, rentals, and financing. When you're in it for the long haul, edmontontrailer.com.
The all-new Play Alberta Sportsbook app, where new players get $200 in free bets and all players get so much more. Take advantage of daily specials, personalize your betting with same-game parlays, and get more bang for your buck with odd boosts on every single Oilers game. And with their GameSense tools, you can set your own spending limits, so you'll know when to take a shot and when to take a timeout. Download the Play Alberta Sportsbook app today. Must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Avalon has been keeping basements dry and foundations stable in Western Canada for over 50 years. Protect your investment and let their experienced team repair your clogged weeping tile, cracked foundation, or leaking basement. Call today, 780-468-4400. That's Avalon with a B, home of the lifetime warranty.
Oilers hockey hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers. 880 Chad.
Judge free, back to the point for Seth Jones. 5 seconds. Kachuk inside, left circle shot, save made by Pickard on Aaron Ekblad. The rebound bounces. Kachuk at the horn, won't get it off. And the Edmonton Oilers get out of this second period.
Kind of a crazy hockey game tonight. 5-4 Oilers winning it in overtime to tie up the best-of-7 series at 2 games apiece. Into the Oiler locker room we go. Here is Jake Wallman.
It's the craziest hockey game I've ever played in, but I feel like in front of our fans I would even ramp up a little bit more. So excited to get back home, and yeah, it's fun.
So you guys have a first period that you never planned on having. Come in here, had some penalties, made some mistakes. You're down 3-0. What happens in a room like this after that period?
Well, I think we learned a lot from that first game. Kind of in a similar position, and we unraveled in the first game. And what I noticed, just a bunch of leaders we have in our room. We came in, Pears gave us a little speech, and a couple other guys spoke up, and just the kind of the quiet confidence that we have in our room, even down 3-0, to turn that game around shows a lot about our group. And I don't think we're ever out of a game.
Calvin Pickard is 7-0 right now. Can you just talk about him coming in and what he's done for this group in this playoffs?
Yeah, just we have extreme confidence in both our goalies, and Calvin coming in couldn't be happier for him too. That's a tough position to come in. Games 3-0, and he's got to grind too. He's cold, and I guess it just shows that anybody at any time can make an impact. And we're pumped for Calvin and proud of him.
Did you say Perry gave a speech?
Yeah.
Can you share anything what he said?
He's been in the league for over 20 years, so he's been through everything, and nothing can faze him, and he's just kind of rubbing that off on us.
Where ranked the goal you scored in your career? Where would you rank it?
I was happy it went in. It was it's probably the most animated I've been after a goal.
Hell of a wind-up. Can you just take us through the play?
I just tried to sneak in. It was a great play by those guys down low. I think we were hard on the forecheck there, turned the puck over. That's kind of the MO of our team and what we did for the latter half of that game. And Cappy, I know he could have shot, but he decided to make a great play, made a pass, and I just took a shot at the net.
Jake, we know Leon's one of the greatest players on earth, but he's also having one of the greatest clutch playoff runs in NHL history. What's it like seeing this up close and personal?
Yeah, it's amazing. He's always dangerous. Doesn't matter if he's got 2 guys ragged on his back or what. He's a beast. Can do it all for us, and I think stretches of this playoffs, he's shown how good he can be defensively too, and he's just an all-around player. And I think we got the 2 best players on our team.
Jake, what was your impression of the start with them coming out and with the number of shots they put on Stewie?
I think we sat back too much, watched a little too much, and we didn't get to our game at all in that first period. And that's pretty much the thing we talked about in the intermission, get to our game and see what happens, and slowly come back as a team together.
There's Jake Wallman after that matchup tonight. 1 goal for him, +1 on the night. Played 22 minutes and 57 seconds. Had one really close call. He kind of got away with one there. But you know what? Very, very solid back there on the Oiler blue line. Hey, let's take a look at Set the Line, which is brought to you by River Cree Resort and Casino. Excitement, bet on it. Our text contest, we do it before every Oiler broadcast, and we ask you total goals. What do you figure? Line set at 6.5 tonight. So, you add up all the math on this one. It's way over. And congratulations to Dean tonight. Dean, you took over. You pick up a $50 River Cree Resort and Casino gift card. So you're our big winner tonight. And thanks to Douglas, who was selecting under. Just didn't work out for him. Okay, back into the Oiler room we go. Time to check in with Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who had a goal and 1 assist, had 2 points in the night, played 23-58, and had 3 shots on goal. Here's the Nuge.
Ryan, you've played in the league for a long time, been in a lot of playoff games now. Have you been in a crazier game than that one?
Oh, no, probably not. With the stakes this high, obviously. Get behind and have to chase it, but, we just did a great job of putting our heads down and continuing to fight.
That first period, tough to script, maybe a worse first period for you guys. What did you go over in the room? How did you flip it, you think?
I mean, just a reset, obviously, in the second or the first intermission there, and I mean, penalties in the first again, and probably because we were chasing a little bit. But I mean, it's kind of been the MO of our group all year, past few years, of just not quitting on each other, and just keep coming and coming as much as we can, and I mean, we did a great job just bearing down and finding a way.
What did you say about Calvin coming in for you guys after that?
I mean, unbelievable to be able to step into a game like that, make some huge saves, like really tough saves, clutch saves. I can't imagine coming off the bench as easy as a goalie, but he stepped in beautifully.
What do you say about Leon? He will score clutch goals where it's overtime, late in games, all that, all playoffs for you guys.
It's incredible. I mean, he's a horse out there for us, and just always. I mean, like you're seeing, it's just constant, consistent. We always can lean on him, and he always finds a way to get those big ones.
What did Corey say after the first period?
I mean, it was just a bit of a wake up. Like, I mean, look where we are here, and the position we're in. Obviously, that's a guy that everybody in that room respects so much. He's been through it all, and so when he speaks up like that, it means a lot. And I thought we did a good job responding.
The series has been a roller coaster. What's the feeling
heading home? I mean, obviously. Better than it could have been, but obviously a long way to go. We're just excited to get back home and play in front of those fans on a Saturday night. It's going to be pretty fun.
Ryan, there's no doubting your team's grit. What is it about this group that seems to always perform whenever your back is against the wall? Can you put it?
I mean, it's just, I guess it just comes down to the individuals in the room, and we just push each other, and we don't want to quit on each other. And I mean, obviously you got to have a tight-knit group to be able to do that, but also the right individuals to just be able to have that within themselves to never stop. And like I said, it does show a lot about the group that we have to not want to quit on each other. Right.
There's Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, who scored the Oilers' first goal of the hockey game tonight on the power play at 3:33, his sixth of the season from Draisaitl and Connor McDavid. And speaking of the fact that Nuge got the first goal today, let's get to our first Oiler goal of the game contest, brought to you by the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival. Don't miss all the laughs coming up down in the River Valley at Kinsman Park on the 18th of July right through to the 20th, and they've got a great lineup too. You can check it out at greatoutdoorscomedyfestival.com. So congratulations to Adam, who he selected Ryan Nugent-Hopkins today. So guess what, Adam? You're obviously going. You won a pair of tickets to the Great Outdoors Comedy Festival for the show on the 18th, but because you got the right guy, you see your tickets upgraded to the VIP section. So congratulations, Adam. We haven't had that. Hey, Kellen, I don't know how many times. How many people have picked the first?
Well, that's our first one since May in the Dallas series. So that's our fourth of the postseason so far.
We've had a few. That's absolutely correct. So once again, Adam, congratulations for selecting Ryan Nugent-Hopkins tonight. Okay, back down to the podium now we go, and we hear from the guy who scored the big winner in overtime, Leon Draisaitl, and the other guy who was pretty sensational too. Here's Leon Draisaitl and Calvin Pickard.
What is it about the guy next to you able to score all these goals in big moments?
Yeah, he's as clutch as it gets. Obviously, it was a game of bounces. They got one at the end of the third there, and then we got the last one. But he's been playing great. Always scores big goals at big times, and we're going home with momentum.
Left side, front row.
Sorry about that. Leon, Calvin comes into this game. He's now 7-0 in these playoffs. What has he meant to this group? And can you maybe also describe the save that he made on Lundell and how important that was?
I mean, it's hard to describe. The situation that he gets put in. Sometimes they're not always easy, right? We're down 3-0. He's coming in. He's cold. It's not easy, and he makes those stops at the key moments that we really need them. And he's one of the best in the league at making the right save at the right time. And he's been nothing but spectacular for us.
Right side, front row.
Calvin, can you give us a thought on just the emotions of these playoffs? You come in, you're playing great, 6-0, get hurt, and then you got to kind of sit, and then you get a chance to come back into the game. And I also want to ask you about that save in overtime on Bennett.
Yeah, obviously when I got hurt it was frustrating. Things were going pretty well, and then Skins hopped in there and played great. I felt for him today. He came ready to play today, made some big saves early. We just didn't have it as a team early, and I think Knobber just wanted to switch it up. And if he was playing behind our team in the second and third and overtime, he would have done what I did too. So it's and that save in overtime. I mean, I was just telling the guys. I kind of read it pretty well, and then I looked at my glove and it wasn't in there, and I kind of heard the crowd oohing and on, and it was a good bounce, and then we got one.
The far right standing.
Leon, can you just take us through the sequence of the way the first period went for you, and the dialogue between periods, and what flipped it for you in the second, you think?
I think just intensity. We wanted to come out strong tonight, but they put us on our heels early, and we were kind of lollygagging around a little bit, and certainly not the time to lollygag around, right? Especially after getting spanked in Game 3. So Corey spoke up. Obviously, a guy that everybody, when he speaks up, you listen and you do what he says, and. We did a great job of grabbing some momentum and then keeping it. We're in the finals. They're going to have their push, too. That's a heck of a hockey team over there. But, this time you got to stick with it. And I thought we'd done a really good job of that tonight.
Left side, front row.
Leon, what does that say the character of your team? A lot of people were writing you off down 3-0 after the first period, looking at a 3-0 series deficit. Felt like the season's on the line. What does it say about you guys?
I mean, I think that's once again tells you that our group never quits, right? I think we believe that no matter how bad it is, if we get over that hump of adversity, we're going to keep pushing, we're going to keep coming, and eventually it'll break. And again, we don't want to be in these situations too many times, but when they happen, I think we're great at it.
We'll take a few more in the far back right standing.
Calvin, not that you necessarily want these chances, but to Leon's point, when you make a save on Lundell, when you make the last second save against Ekblad, it's not the chances you want to see, but does it help you get in the game and feel like, okay, I'm in this now? Does it help in any regard to make a couple of saves when your club needs it right off the hop?
For sure. Yeah, I think when I first got in there in the second period, we really started playing well, and there wasn't much action there for about 6 or 7 minutes, and I made that save. I don't know, it might have been Lundell on the little mini breakaway, and kind of gets you feeling, better, and after that it was pretty steady. They had some looks, but we had a ton of looks too, and our resolve was fantastic.
Standing on the far right.
Leon, with all the overtimes, you guys have now played the equivalent of 5 games in 4. It's mid-June. I'm just wondering physically, how do you feel when it gets late in a game like this one?
I feel great. No, I mean, it's a long season, of course, for either sides. We've played the same amount of minutes in this series, so fatigue kicks in at some point, but your adrenaline usually takes over, and you just chip away at it.
Last one, right side, front row.
Yes, this one for you, Leon. You said earlier, when Corey speaks, we listen and we do what he says. Could you share with us a little bit of the nature of the message? Because you're no rookie, Connor's no rookie. There's a lot of veterans. So why the words that he speak to you are so important and heavy?
Well, I'm not going to share exactly what he said right now, but the message is that he's been in these moments. He's not a guy that speaks up or yells at guys all the time. That's not his character. So when a guy like that, with that many games, that much experience, he's won everything there is to win. He knows how to win. When he speaks up, you listen, and it grabs your attention. So, he's a heck of a leader.
There you go. There's Leon Draisaitl, Calvin Pickard after the game tonight at the podium. One last interview from the Oiler locker room. I like Vasily Podkolzin. I just think he works really, really hard. I just think he's getting better and better in so many ways with this hockey team. There was footage tonight of Leon Draisaitl working with him on some, I guess, remedial skills. But he just worked so hard tonight, and he was one of those guys that the media just went to, and here's Vasily Podkolzin with the media.
Always fun to win, especially here. And, yeah, good character.
How important was Perry's message between the first and the second? Because we know each other.
Leadership group did a good job, talk to us, to guys like me, and said we have to stick together. We have to fighting every shift, every second, and we'll find a way to score one, and then everything starts rolling quicker for us.
On the play in overtime, what was going through your mind there when the puck came up to you?
I can say to you right now, it's more like instincts. You have to risk it sometimes, especially in overtime. So I got lucky that it's past come true. So it's good play.
Vasily, a little bit of a personal reflection for you. You're acquired by this team in September, and now you're all the way in June, and you had a multi-point game in the Stanley Cup final. Can you just maybe take us through what that means to you to deliver that?
It means everything. These guys helped me a lot to be really into that, and that's amazing. That's probably one of the best feeling I ever feel, to be part of this team and to still playing in hockey in June, never played before really, and that's awesome to feel.
There was a lot of crazy emotion for the fans during the game, up and down. How was it for you guys on the bench?
It's a little bit emotion. It's especially somewhere in the in overtime in the second period, the game was back and forth. But you know what? We're old team. We have so many old guys. We're pretty calm usually. And I calm with them.
What do you say about how Calvin came in and steadied things for you guys after the first period?
His beauty. He come when we down 3 and come to the net. Did a great job. Made some great saves, especially in overtime. And he did a great job. He saved us tonight.
Vasily, you talk about having older teammates.
Yep.
What have you learned most being a teammate of theirs, especially when things aren't going your way at the biggest time?
I think control emotions. It's one and main thing here. So we trusted each other. We know our power play will work. We know we'll score some goals, and just be confident and trust to each other. And I think just control your emotion, guys.
Why has Leon been so automatic in overtime in these playoffs?
Because he's one of the best players in the world. That's why.
There you go, Vasily Podkolzin speaking. Yeah, got an assist on that goal by Leon Draisaitl. It all started with Ekholm getting the puck, getting it to Podkolzin, and then he got it to Leon Draisaitl. What am I telling you for? Here's Jack Michaels.
Bouchard at his own blue line directs a pass over to Ekholm. Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series with his 4th OT winner in the playoffs. Final score, Edmonton 5, Florida 4 in overtime.
It's time to upgrade to Claws during the Claws Limited Inventory Sale. Now through June 30th, get 0% financing for 60 months on select Claws Axion tractors or 3.99% financing for 60 months on select Arian tractors. With superior performance, industry-leading support, and unbeatable long-term ROI, it's a deal that's made for more on a tractor that's made for you. Ask your Claws dealer about the Limited Inventory Sale or visit claws.com. That's CLAAS.com.
This summer, find your happy place in Jasper. From hiking trails, paddling wild waters, or sharing laughs by the fire, happiness finds you here. Jasper is open, vibrant, and ready to welcome you back for more unforgettable moments. So drive over, play outside, soak up the fresh air, enjoy some food and drink, and maybe even stay up late. Because your best summer memories aren't behind you, they're waiting for you this summer in Jasper. Happy happens here. Plan your trip at jasper.travel/summer.
Century Casino is bringing the heat with a brand new vibe, just in time for the playoffs.
Welcome to Selly Sports Bar and Lounge in Edmonton, St. Albert, and Century Mile. Come experience every hit, goal, and OT thriller. Selly's is the definition of big screen energy with game night specials and the loudest Selly's in town. Don't just watch the game, celebrate it at Selly Sports Bar and Lounge. Because every day is game day at Century Casino.
Japanese Village Edmonton Restaurants, home to championship flavor, would like to celebrate Edmonton's success so far this year. Thank you for bringing the excitement, and everyone on the Japanese Village team are proudly cheering you on as you attempt to bring hockey's biggest prize home to Edmonton.
We want to see you have a good time. Japanese Village.
We always postpone the right time to replace drafty and leaky windows and doors. When fall hits, it gets cold outside. We face the same issue again and again. I am done with that problem. This year, I will get ahead of it and replace my old and drafty windows and doors.
Window Mart is your trusted partner for window and door replacement projects. Book your free in-home estimate today at windowmart.ca. That's windowmart.ca.
Between hockey practice and dance class, don't worry, Friesen Brothers has you covered. Introducing our new Order Ahead app. Order hot, fresh family meals that are ready when you are. Perfect for those busy days when you need a delicious, real meal on the go. Download the Friesen Brothers app or visit order.friesen.com to make your life a little easier. Friesen Brothers, handling your meals with care so you can handle everything else. Finding a foundation repair company is easy. Finding the right one, well, that's tricky. You could hire Fix It Fred, whose warranty lasts as long as his voicemail greeting.
Yeah, leave a message if you want, I guess.
Or go with a pro, Shield Foundation Repair. Decades of experience backed by a transferable lifetime warranty. When it comes to contractors, don't roll the dice. Go with a sure thing. Call 780-760-4900 now or visit shieldfoundationrepair.ca. Jackpot!
Hockey is brought to you by the Butcher Shop at Friesen Brothers. This is the Heartland Ford Oilers Overtime. Here's Bryn Griffiths on the official voice of your Edmonton Oilers, 880 Chad.
Into the corner. Now Kulikov is claiming his stick was held. Nothing called. Jeff Skinner forced it free for Ekholm. Nurse a drive and he scores! Darnell Nurse cuts it to 3-2.
That was a beautiful goal by Darnell Nurse tonight. Picked. There was only a little hole there, and he found that slot. Oilers winning it tonight 5-4 in overtime in front of 19,994 fans in Sunrise, Florida. If you're wondering, shots on goal favored Florida 40-35 tonight. Missed shots also favoring Florida 19-18. In the hits department, Florida had an edge on the Oilers 34-25. But the Oilers blocked more shots, they did double it up. It was 27-12 in favor of the Oilers. And in the face-off circle, it was dead even, kind of the way this series is. The Oilers with 50% on the dot, and the Florida Panthers winning 50% of their draws tonight. Special teams, the Oilers 1 for 4, and Florida 2 for 4. Taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Edmonton Trailer. If you're looking for parts, service, rentals, or new and used semi-trailers, why don't you head on over to edmontontrailer.com for more details. CFL season got going last week. There was a game in the CFL tonight. It was in Winnipeg. This could easily be a matchup in the Western Final. Everybody's very excited about the way the BC Lions played last weekend, except for Elks fans. But BC looked pretty sharp. And they played in Winnipeg tonight against the Winnipeg Blue Bombers. And the final score was 34-20 for the Bombers. By the way, if you're wondering, the Elks home opener goes next Thursday night. Week tonight, Montreal Alouettes will be here at Commonwealth Stadium. That's your out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by Advantage Trailer Rentals, your one-stop source for commercial trailer rentals, and you can visit AdvantageTrailerRentals.com for more details. To kind of slowly wrap things up, taking a look at Fill the Net, brought to you by James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. They're donating $100 for every Oilers goal scored this season. Big total goes out to help 880 Chad's Santa's Anonymous, which is an Edmonton holiday tradition and has been for over 60 years. They understand it's a special time in December, and they strive to make it even more special for those less fortunate here in the Metro Edmonton area. 5 goals by the Edmonton Oilers tonight, so the goals total for the entire season, including the playoffs, sitting at 305 goals for. That means there's a check just waiting if they were going to cash it today, but we still have a few games to go. They'd cash that check for $30,500. So big thanks to Trent Brown and everybody at James H. Brown Injury Lawyers. Whew, take a deep breath. That's it for tonight. And it was exciting. It was crazy. And you know what it's going to be like in here on Saturday night, hockey night in Canada. Series is all tied up at 2. Bring it on. Final score tonight, Oilers winning in overtime over the Panthers 5-4. Next up, Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Final Saturday night at Rogers Place. Big thanks to our team today. Our technical producer, as always, very steady, very creative, is Kellen Kennedy. Thank you. And on behalf of Jack Michaels, Bob Stauffer, Cam Moon, along with Rob Brown, John Shannon, and Brendan Escott, all of us here at the Oilers Radio Network, thanks for joining us tonight. And fasten your safety belts for Saturday. I'm Bryn Griffiths. Hope you enjoyed the show tonight. I'm out of here.
Bouchard at his own blue line, directs a pass over to Ekholm. Florida makes the long change. Breaking free is Draisaitl to the net. Score! Leon Draisaitl has tied the series.